everyone.
Good morning.
Another year.
Yes, number 13.
My name is Anna Dvornikova. I'm the managing partner at TEC Ventures, which is a seed fund, and I'm the founder of SVOD conference.
My name is Tas Kirman. I'm also managing partner with Anna and co-chair of Silicon Valley Open Doors.
Can we have slides moving?
Yes.
Next one. All right. So this year we have over 250 investors coming to the conference to meet with you, the entrepreneurs, and judge our 37 pre-selected coached startups that are going to pitch today and tomorrow on this stage.
Silicon Valley Open Doors is a conference that opens doors for startups from all places in the world. This year we have companies from Japan, South Korea, China, East Europe, West Europe, and certainly United States. Also Middle East and people who are born in virtually all continents. Oh, sorry. Over these years, we cover all 5 continents. We don't have yet anyone from Antarctica. If you know any startup from Antarctica, please let us know. We'll be glad to have them as well. And it's our great pleasure that we bring in people with a variety of accents from different countries, sometimes countries that have very bad relationships, that people come in here to build a common business and common bright future for all of us and the rest of the world.
Over those years, we had over 5,000 startups that applied to pitch at our conference, and 337 were selected to pitch and pitched on this stage. It's been 13 years at the Computer History Museum. These companies over the years have raised overall over $800 million.
Why? Because we bring in best investors available in Silicon Valley and worldwide. Out of our investors, 72% represent largest and famous venture capital funds. We have great representation of new guy in the neighborhood corporate venture funds. We certainly have many angels, individual investors, and seed funds.
And now we would like to thank those companies and funds that helped us and we're helping over these years with the SVOD conference. TEC Ventures and
us.
Goodler.
Goodler. This year Goodler sponsor 6 startups who deal to improve our world, social impact startups. They brought them and offered them free stipend to present it at SVOD. They train it, and please come tomorrow at, I believe it's 4 p.m. It's going to be great and probably one of the first introduction to social impact startups, very important aspect of our life. We're looking not just for investment, not just for good businesses, in financial terms, but for businesses that improve life of everyone in this world.
Our general sponsor, Almas Capital.
Let's thank Almas Capital.
Epiphan Video and Greenberg Whitcomb.
Let's thank them.
Silicon Valley Bank.
Singular Gov.
Akin Gump.
Wilson Sonsini.
And Google Launchpad.
We like to thank HP Tech Ventures.
And Ring Central.
So don't forget that we expect you to tweet whatever you see on the stage, and you're going to see the best speaker, many interesting talk. So please, whenever you tweet, use @SVOD Club.
Now we're going to have a award ceremony tomorrow because all these companies that are going to pitch today and tomorrow, they're going to be judged and then selected for pitch winner, second startup, and third startup. And the most important one is the SVOD Audience Award. So you all have dollars. Each of you should have received $300.
Silicon Valley dollar.
Spend this money on the startup that you like, and this startup will get the Audience Award.
And founders, chase people. It's actually your way to try your pitch on everyone. More Silicon Valley Open dollars you collect, more chances you're going to get Audience Award. And if you use Twitter, on your own Twitter, please put hashtag SVOD 2017.
Okay, now we have, this year we have a SVOD application, so I would like to call on stage the founder of FrontEndy, Sergey.
Thank you. Good morning. Today we would like to present you a SVOD application. It's the great way for everyone to connect with people and exchange messages without exposing your personal email address. Already more than 200 people installed the application, and it's climbing up, so hurry up, you can exchange the messages. And I'm Sergey, I'm a founder of FrontEndy. We build the user interfaces. Also in the application you can see a list of all startups that you will see on stage over these 2 days, sorry. And you can read about startups and also send direct messages to founders. Thank you.
We're also organizing speed dating and one-to-one meetings in Expo floor. It's powered by Brella, so it's also accessible or through website, Brella website, or through application. And if you set up one-on-one meetings over email through my introduction, please ask your investor to meet you in one-on-one meeting space. It's again on the back of Expo floor. Yes, again, reminder, everyone got 300 Silicon Valley Open dollars. It's your investment into startup you like. So listen, don't just give away. Listen and give those Silicon Valley Open dollars to those startups you like the most.
We would like to welcome women entrepreneurs in this room. We have a delegation from Israel. We act.
So please visit their booth in Expo floor, the first on the right.
And we also have an open microphone with video interviews when we have breaks in this room. Anyone who wants to talk about SVOD, about the speakers you saw, about your company, anything you like, there is an open mic.
We're also streaming our video live, so invite your friends who for some reason didn't arrive to Silicon Valley Open Doors. www.svod.org/stream. They can watch everything that's going on the stage.
All right, so let's begin.
So now you will see great speakers who changing the world, changing our industry, and it's our great pleasure to introduce people who actually changing core of the high-tech industry. They changing architecture and approach of the way how we compute data, how we build our biggest system. For 40 years, architecture of the computer system was pretty the same, just bigger, cheaper, faster, but it's still the same when data was stored in one place, when computing power was used different type of the memory. But over 40 years, people think it's young industry, but it's changed so rapidly that we see a change of the architecture, change of the approach. So we would like to introduce people who changing approach of the computing architecture to in-memory computing, which became possible both because economics of the computing power and also due new demands which online banking and other industries put up front of the developer of architecture.
So I would like to welcome on stage Abby Kleinfeld, CEO of GridGain, and Jeff Bayer, general partner at Almas Capital Partners. Let me say a few words. So Abby's career spans 4 decades. He was building companies, going through mergers and acquisitions and IPOs. He led Encircle from early stage through 10 consecutive years of revenue, growth, profitability, 2 acquisitions, over 6,500 enterprise customers worldwide, and 40 million in annual sales. Then in 2013, the company was acquired, and now Abby is the CEO of GridGain. So he's transforming, he's leading the company, which is the leader in the open source in-memory computing platform. GridGain, with Abby's management, tripled in annual sales growth and raised $16 million in Series B venture financing. Now, our moderator is our dear supporter, partner, and friend, Jeff Bayer. Jeff is a general partner at Elmas Capital, and he invests in areas ranging from security and networking to analytics and big data technologies. Previously, Jeff was a general partner at US Venture Partners, and he still remains there as advisor. Before that, he served for 12 years as Chief Network Officer for Sun Microsystems. So, welcome.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. So I think I'll start off. Almaz is a venture capital fund that we are closing our 3rd fund of $250 million very shortly. And what we look for is something that changes the equation fundamentally. It's very hard to find technology which is broadly applicable, but also doesn't require people to re-architect either their data centers, their networks, or their systems. And what we're really looking for in a lot of areas is scaling. You know, people talk about scaling, but people don't understand the scope of what we're talking about with scaling. So I'll give you an example. One of our companies is running a job at Google. Every night, it's 2 million CPU hours every night. And when we asked the Google guys whether we could use their infrastructure, they said, sure. And the reason I said, what 2 million CPU hours? They said, our instrumentation doesn't start until 3. So that's the scale of what we're talking about, internet scale. So when we found GridGain, we found a company that fundamentally changed the equation by using real computer science in making databases and transactional systems run a lot faster. So I'll ask Abe to kind of describe what GridGain's about, and then we'll take it from there.
All right, thank you. So my name is Abe Kleinfeld, President and CEO of GridGain. And GridGain is a commercial company behind probably the most popular open source in-memory computing platform in the world. It's called Apache Ignite. And essentially what Apache Ignite is a layer of software that slides in between your applications and your data sources, your databases. Your applications can be written in anything. Your databases can be anything. They can be Hadoop, SQL databases, NoSQL, just file systems. So it slides in between your applications and your databases, and it delivers speed and scale. Speed comes from in-memory computing, where you move your data from the disk drive into the RAM of the computer, and therefore you can access that data between 5,000 and 1,000,000 times faster than you can on disk. And the scale comes from distributing the compute, not just the workload of, not just the data, but the actual computing across a virtually unlimited number of commodity servers. And so essentially what it is massively parallel computing. So the combination of in-memory speed and distributed computing turns out to be exactly what almost everything today requires, especially all modern applications. And so it turns out that speed and scale is what everybody wants, and we happen to be in the right place at the right time. And GridGain is the commercial company behind this open source project. We actually developed this software as proprietary software for a period of about 10 years before we put it out into the open source world. And to give you an idea of how popular it's become, last quarter there were 18 million node starts of Apache Ignite or GridGain and around the world, which works out to at least 2 node starts per second somewhere in the world every single day of the year. And that's been growing at a rapid pace. So it's very, very popular.
Thanks. So maybe what you could do is, what strikes me is that in-memory computing's been around for a long time. And what's changed? Why now? Is it the cost of memory? Is it we have smarter computer scientists? Also, so what's making it happen now?
A number of things have happened, but it all comes down to really demand and economics, but also maturity. In-memory computing has been around for a long time. It's been around since the 1960s, maybe the 1950s. And the concept of putting data into RAM and accessing it much faster has been around for a long time. Caching was a very popular thing. But caching and in-memory computing platforms today, modern ones, are dramatically different. These new platforms are really the system of record. You're actually running your business on an in-memory computing architecture today versus just trying to speed up your database. So there's a lot of maturity that's happened, but what really created the demand was really the last 10 years. If you go back, just go back 10 years, this thing was just being introduced. And it wasn't for another year or two that the App Store, before the App Store would come out and you would start using these apps. So before that, you go back much more than 10 years, a huge application in a company might have 50,000 users. It was mostly used internally inside of organizations. And if you were a software vendor, most software vendors were shipping software that would be used internally within these organizations. So they would populate that software with all the hardware that was necessary to run and support the number of users that company needed. The concept of cloud computing and shared infrastructure to support tens of thousands or millions of customers off of a single shared infrastructure system didn't exist just 10 years ago. It was just starting to take off. AWS was just being introduced 10 years ago. Facebook was just coming out of the university 10 years ago. So if you go, and really probably in the last 5 to 7 years is where the true scale and demand for scale has really emerged. So it's easy to forget how quickly this has happened. It's really, the demand for speed and scale has just emerged dramatically, and the cost of memory has come down at a dramatic pace. It's been 30% per year drop in the cost of memory for decades, to the point that now it's effectively free. So, that combination of demand for speed and scale and the really irresistible economics makes it so that, the last 5 to 7 years is where in-memory computing finally took off.
So when we looked at the company, we said the founders of the company were two very smart Russian guys, very good computer scientists, and with a big team in St. Petersburg, really smart guys. This is really hard. This is not something like building a website. This is true computer science, because what attracted us was that for those of you who are in the database world, this is fully ACID compliant and you can run it across thousands and thousands of cores if you want. Typically people run it on a smaller number of cores to start off with. But what we found was that it changed the economics of what people were doing with their systems by orders of magnitude. And at the same time, it didn't require them to throw away everything that they'd spent the last 10 years building. So what do you think the kind of macroeconomic drivers are that are pushing this out? Why is the demand so huge?
Well, the short answer really is digital transformation. If you look at most major corporations today, they're going through a massive transformation where they're literally creating a digital twin of the organization. They are instrumenting everything. The customers, are instrumented through devices like this. It won't be long before you're wearing stuff. You're already wearing watches. And so the customers are being instrumented, the products are being instrumented, the supply chains are being instrumented, the inventory is being instrumented, everything is instrumented, and everything is producing and consuming data. And the organizations that are able to leverage that data to make decisions in real time based on what's happening in their business on the spot are the ones that are going to look like they're employing black magic and are going to win the day in the modern business. And the only way you can do that today is through in-memory computing. It turns out that traditional software architectures and even hardware architectures that are out there right now essentially separate decision-making from production systems. So they separate the operational data, where you do your transactions and you run your business, from your data warehouses. So what you do is you take a snapshot of your operational data, you go through this long process that can sometimes take days, You move it over to a data warehouse, you run your analytics and, you know, find insights into your business, and then maybe it gets put back into the operational side of the house. That can take days or weeks, and you're usually making decisions based on information that's a day, a week, or a month old. That's not what the modern world wants. That's not what digital transformation is about. What digital transformation is about is being able to get insights right out of your operational data instantly and have those insights impact the operational data. If it's raining in Kansas City right now and umbrellas are flying out the door from a retail store, you want to be able to send more umbrellas to that retail store right now, not next week, not next month. You want to be able to change the price of those umbrellas right now to leverage the business opportunity that exists. Not next week when it's sunny out or when it's snowing out. You want to do it right now. And every major corporation wants to go through that. So everybody is going through a transformation where you're going from two separate stacks, your operational data and your analytics data, to a single unified in-memory architecture that scales and allows you to produce results from that operational data in real time.
Well, so what we always look for as VCs is who's the market you're selling to, how much are they going to pay, and we typically, if a small company comes to us and says, I've got $1 million piece of software that I want to sell to the Fortune 10, and there's 6 of us, the answer is it's not going to work because the Fortune 10 guys or Fortune 50 aren't going to buy it. On the other hand, there's the exception to the rule, which is, in looking at what people are doing with this, who do you think is the premier user of in-memory computing? It's the financial guys, because the financial guys, milliseconds make a difference. So maybe you could list a couple of the customers that we have that are using this at scale.
Yeah, I mean, if you walk up and down Wall Street right now, virtually every major bank is using Apache Ignite. But for example, a lot of you are from Eastern Europe or Russia. The largest bank in Russia and Eastern Europe is Sberbank. And Sberbank went through a long process they decided to go through this digital transformation thing early. So they're really leading the way. And they made a decision to move all of their banking applications in memory. And they made a huge decisions to invest in GridGain and to deploy GridGain across the entire bank. GridGain is becoming the system of record for the bank. All applications are in memory. They're rolling out over 1,000 servers. I think it'll be something like 1,500 servers across 11 time zones, 22 countries. And these servers are each configured with about 1 terabyte of RAM. The goal is not to touch disk at all. The moment you touch disk, everything goes to hell, because you know the difference in speed between RAM and disk is RAM is about 5,000 to 1,000,000 times faster than disk. So you don't want to touch disk. It's hard to grok that, but think of it this way. It's like the difference in speed between a banana slug in your garden and a fighter jet flying at twice the speed of sound. That's the difference, the relative difference in speed.
So we have customers as varied as American Express, Barclays, Sberbank. We have customers in the travel industry who needed to speed up their searches of fares. We have people all across different industries. But the salient point here is that it started out as 2 guys with a really good idea who put together a world-class team in St. Petersburg, and they built something that is the right thing at the right time. There's no underestimating luck. But maybe in the remaining 5 minutes or so, you can talk about other areas that it's applicable to. So if you can speed up things that take a long time, that transcends just databases. So we're moving into speeding up the ingest of data for machine learning by orders of magnitude. So maybe you could talk about where the future lies in the remaining 5 minutes.
Yeah, wherever you need to process data fast or do fast transactions or do fast analytics or combine all of that into one place, do fast streaming, in-memory computing, it just can't be beat. And also wherever you need high availability, there's nothing like a distributed architecture for high availability. And so, you know, the typical use cases are the technology industry is OEMing this technology on a regular basis. Huawei, for example, is their new telco, the next generation telco systems are all built on this. If you look at Workday, for example, Workday is one of the largest SaaS companies in the world. they've, they built that system from the ground up to be in memory. But it turns out that, as Jeff said, it's really hard to build this in-memory technology. It takes about 10 years. There's no shortcuts to it. It's hard. If you talk to Gartner, they'll tell you there hasn't been a new company, a new entrant into this market in about 6 or 7 years. It's hard to do. And Workday figured out that they built in memory, but they didn't build it to scale. And so they won a deal with Walmart early this year, and that deal was so big. Walmart has 2 million employees, so it's 2 million seats that Workday won a deal for. And as soon as it got announced, their stock price went up by $7 billion. Their market cap went up by $7 billion. It went up by 25%. And they needed to do something to scale, and so they employed GridGain now. That's what they're building Workday on. So SaaS companies, banking, anybody that's doing machine learning where you have large, sparse data sets that you need to be able to process through very, very quickly. Any kind of deep data processing where you have to do a lot of heavy compute like drug discovery. And then a lot of basic stuff, like if you're building a basic messaging system and it needs to be fast and support a lot of users. So, just a broad range of applications. It's hard to come up with something that doesn't require speed and scale today, because everything has to operate at internet scale or at web scale, and everything has to be in real time. So it's hard to come up with examples of things that don't require in-memory computing. And, in the last 2 minutes, I would point out to most of you, if you're building software companies today or new technology companies today, and you're building it on traditional disk-based computing, traditional databases and disk-based computing, you're building for yesterday. You really should be building in memory. Build that into your architecture early, because it's hard. It's not that simple to transform once you've invested heavily on the other side. Build in memory, build for scale, build for speed. If you want to be able to scale your company, don't re-architect later. Build it right now in the right way. Build for tomorrow, don't build for yesterday.
Well, with that, I think we'll conclude. And where we're going is, I hope you see through the discussion that we look for something that employs some application that is hard to do. It requires real computer science and real knowledge. And we look how that can affect corporate customers. And those are the guys who have the money. And we go after the money. So consequently, we've done very well. And my friend Abe, is always a pleasure to go to board meetings, because when everything is going up and to the right, board meetings are great. When everything is going down to the left, board meetings are not so much fun. So it's always a pleasure. So I'll just say thanks, Abe. I appreciate it.
Thank
nice
you.
job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Abby. So our next session, I'm happy to bring in here Jeff Clavier, one of the most interesting and famous seed investors. He's a founder of a fund called SoftTech VC, $100 million under management. And Jeff was recognized as the Web 2.0 king maker. His investments include Mint, Fitbit, Wildfire, and Eventbrite. So I would like to welcome Jeff on stage with moderator Cromwell Schubert, Tech Flash editor at Silicon Valley Business Journal. And our topic of the discussion is investing in frontier technology.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, everyone.
Good morning. So Jeff, seed investing, how long have you been doing this now?
13 years. We just passed the 13-year mark a couple of days ago.
Okay. What would you say is the biggest change from a positive aspect and from a negative aspect in that time as far as seed investing goes?
That's an awesome question. I think when I started back in 2004, the number of seed investors you could have counted on 2 hands, I think. Now, if you were sort of actually organizing a get-together of the seed industry in Silicon Valley, that room wouldn't be big enough. So that's the positive for entrepreneurs. That means that there's a lot of choices of investors as to which investors should back you, but also there's a lot of capital chasing opportunities. That's the positive side. The problem is that there are too many funds now which are chasing those opportunities, and it means that even though over the last year or so we've seen sort of a cool off of the industry, there's been just a ton of Me Too sort of investment made, where something is successful, I can't invest in it, so I'm going to invest in something which looks like it. And unfortunately, there's only room for 1 or 2 players in any market. So,
Are there any particular areas where you're seeing that?
well, I think, 2-3 years ago, the on-demand industry just went absolutely crazy. Do you remember when there were not 1, not 2, but 8 different on-demand parking companies in San Francisco? And now, how many are left? So I think, and lo and behold, we were skeptical about that industry, so we passed on everything. But maybe there was actually an interesting company to be born in that space. So it's always very difficult when you just look at something super early without any sort of data to tell you whether it's real or not, whether you should actually invest or pass. That's sort of the magic 8 ball for us is very, very hard to play.
What's the differentiator when you're competing in such a crowded field of seed investors? What's your value add that you're selling versus some of the others?
Sure. Well, I think 2 things. One is over the years, now that we invest out of our 5th fund, 100 million, we have $300 million under management. We've become more of a lead in the rounds, and so since pretty much everything in seed is syndicated, we often see companies that come to us and say, I have a couple of $1 million committed, but no one has actually offered terms and offered to lead and potentially offered to take the board seat. And we are not shy to do that. We write on average $1 million check. We'll always sort of syndicate, always suggest to bring in a couple of funds, 3, 4, depending on the size of the round, and we'll be happy to either take the board seat if the entrepreneur wants us to, or really sort of work very closely with them in order to help them sort of get on this treadmill that the seed round represents, where you're going to run like crazy for 18 months, and then by the end you have to sort of clear the hurdles of a Series A. And I think we've just have a very, very strong track record of taking over companies from seed to Series A to Series B, and that's also the reason why people want to see us investing.
There's been a lot of talk lately about a return to normalization in startup investing.
Yes.
What are you seeing, and how do you rate that?
So, few thoughts. So we've seen a drop in the level of activity at seed stage between 2015 and 2016. There was roughly 2,500 deals that just disappeared from the market in the sense of, there was a 30%, 35% drop in activity. And I'm actually not sure, to be very candid, where those deals have disappeared, because when I look at our own deal flow and activity over the last 8 months, we've invested in 10 companies, which is actually a lot for us. We try to do no more than 15 companies per year. It's really sort of at Series A and Series B that the normalization has happened. Two things. One is the number of deals has actually, shrunk, but also the valuations at which the deals are being done are much more standard. In 2014, 2015, the industry went overdrive, and people were just investing out of fear of missing on something, FOMO. That led people to really sort of invest at pretty rich valuations. I think that now deals are getting done, that's the good news, but valuations are much more sort of reasonable, except for outliers in certain industries or, second or third time entrepreneurs who just have a track record that therefore, throw the valuation norms out of the window.
You're an early investor in Fitbit.
Yep.
And an avid user,
Yep.
from what I understand. What do you make of what's happening with them right now?
Well, I think it's very, very hard to be a public company. And that shouldn't sort of scare entrepreneurs to sort of go out and you know, you still have to have growth in the tank by the time you go public, and that might be sort of what we see sort of Fitbit having challenges with. But yeah, it's very challenging to sort of figure out how to communicate with the street, give the proper guidance, execute. And unfortunately, if ever you have a misstep, you will be punished, and punished with a stock price which just goes down the drain. So,
Are you still a holder in them?
I'm still personally holding it.
Yes. So you're
Some.
So you're confident of their future?
I've sold some.
Yeah. Okay. At one point, the wearables, when you got in, was considered to be
Back in 2008, yeah.
yeah, was considered to be somewhat of a frontier technology.
Yes.
That's the topic that we've been advertised for. So, how do you value or how do you rate an investment in that type of business, and what businesses now do you think are in that category that you're watching very closely?
Sure. So for almost since the beginning of SoftTech, our investment strategy has been pretty diverse, and we've always had this sort of other category, so new areas as we call it. So wearables were the main sort of topic in Fund 2. In Fund 3, we started to do education tech. In Fund 4, we did a lot of connected devices, and in Fund 5, the current one, we've really sort of opened up to a lot of categories. So a lot of different types of artificial intelligence projects, autonomy, so that could be autonomous vehicles, that could be autonomous drones, that could be sort of robotics. We're sort of starting to look at space tech, and to be honest, I'm not sure what we'll do there, whether it's things that actually go up in space or infrastructure for that. We've been looking at some digital manufacturing and material science opportunities. So we'll go very broad, but, and the signal to our investors is if we put something in that new area, the risk of blowing up is massive compared to the rest of the categories, but we may actually be able to find a Fitbit or two that will return the fund multiple times. You know, one of my recent frontier tech investment is an artificial intelligence microchip. So it's actually a chip that has a lot of AI directly on the chip, so you can actually process artificial intelligence type operations way, way faster.
AI seems to be something that I hear frequently.
Oh, everything is AI these days. Like, you sort of, you know, put AI as a seasoning, you know, on almost everything.
So what are you looking for when you're evaluating somebody? I mean, I've heard from one person who told me they have people pitch without ever mentioning the word AI because they don't want to hear that. They want to hear what's going on.
The problem is because we're so early and AI is really sort of at the edge of sometimes, you know, science, it's always sort of hard to see the practical applications of things. So we look at a couple of types of opportunities. One, which are very deep sort of vertical projects where it's just easier to figure out the return on investment and what it works, and we try and measure those improvements before we invest. So we look at early prototypes or early proof of concepts as a way to validate technology. And sometimes we make the bet on just exceptional sort of computer scientists. That's the deal I'm currently looking at, where the scientist behind the technology has just been rated as one of the top scientists in the world. So, and as to whether it's real or not in terms of practical applications, that's the bet, that's the leap that I'm looking at making between now and, you know, Monday, when I need to make a decision recommendation to my investment committee.
Is there another company that you've invested in that would be an example of one that's using AI in the right way?
Well, I think, so we have a company called Focal Systems we invested in a couple of years ago. That's a company which has they basically use computer vision in the context of the retail world. So they have a tablet that sits on a cart, and they, as you sort of push the cart in a supermarket, they will scan everything that is on an aisle, and they will tell you, what's missing, so what's gone out of stock. If you want to find something, they will sort of tell you where to go. And for brands, let's say that you actually buy for 3 feet of shelf space, they can actually give you precisely how much footage of shelf space you actually have. So this is a case of brilliant sort of machine vision computer scientists out of the Stanford lab having sort of zeroed in on that very, very specific application, and they're doing extremely well.
Mm-hmm. Another area that you mentioned was autonomous vehicles,
yes.
Robotics. Are you involved in that as well?
So autonomous vehicles, we've been looking at sort of an entry point. The challenge with seed stage is we typically give companies, $3-4 million max to prove themselves to a Series A investor. And in the autonomous world, it's very hard to make a seed round sort of work for yourself. So a lot of the companies which we've seen were just raising sizes of rounds that were not compatible with what we can actually sort of deliver. And we've seen, a few companies sort of doing interesting things, but then, we're not sure there would be a Series A for them. So we're sort of trapped a little bit in the what can we invest in that we know we can deliver a Series A for, which is one of the reasons why we do really well with the Series A, Series B hurdle is that we only invest when we sort of know that we can actually prove them.
Mm-hmm. Another area that people are looking at a lot, frontier tech, the AR, VR.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are you involved in that?
Yeah, we've done 2 sort of contrarian investments. One is a company called Looking Glass, which has built so 2 things. One is a volumetric display, so think of it as a 3D screen where you can actually play VR content without the need for goggles. And actually building the an aerial display, which is the holograph. So, they will actually show you Princess Leia up in the air, and you can interact with it and so on and so forth. It's more than cool. And another one which we just announced called Vivid Vision, which is using VR content to fix binocular sort of issues. So people who have lazy eye or crossed eye can use their VR platform to actually play special games that exercise your eyes, and within 8 months you'll recover hopefully a 20/20 vision. So that's a good example of a very practical use of VR today that is available and used by 6,000 patients in 90 clinics.
So are there any other areas? I mean, what are you looking to invest in today besides these areas we've talked about?
So, we talked about frontier tech. The rest is, SaaS B2B enterprise, 50% of the fund will go there. Connected devices, both on the consumer and industrial side, marketplaces, still a little bit of consumer, but only monetized. And, we're very open as a fund in terms of investment strategy. We're very focused in terms of geography. So it's 80% Silicon Valley, 15% so New York, Boston, and the rest in Canada. So we sort of compensate the fact that we're super broad by being very focused geographically.
Mm-hmm. One of the questions I like to ask people is the anti-portfolio question, something that you had. I
don't think we have that much time, but okay.
We can squeeze in 1 or 2.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I passed on Uber, passed on Airbnb, passed on LinkedIn, which is sort of the biggest regret I have, because I have good reasons for the others, but I don't have a good reason for LinkedIn. Didn't take the meeting on Pinterest.
So what was your reason for, let's take the first 2, Uber and Airbnb?
So Uber, Travis wasn't the CEO, and I asked Travis whether he was going to be the CEO, and we're looking at, this is a pitch that happened in June 2010 in the old Eventbrite office on Townsend, and he wasn't the CEO. I asked him whether he was going to be the CEO. He said no, so I decided to pass. And Airbnb, they were still, like, you've seen that deck, which was Air, Bed and Breakfast. So I wasn't as smart as Keith, who actually invested in that in the company. But yeah, by the time I sort of agreed to take the meeting, it was too late. That's my bad.
But it wasn't a reluctance on marketplaces in general.
No, the original pitch of Airbnb was airbed and breakfast. So you get an airbed somewhere in someone's living room when you go to a conference, and I didn't think there was such a big market for it.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
Exactly. So are there any other marketplaces that you're actually invested in?
Oh, sure. We've announced Paired, which is bringing temporary sort of kitchen staff to restaurants, which is a huge issue in San Francisco today. We are, we were one of the first investors in Poshmark, which is doing extremely well, peer-to-peer sort of fashion. So we love the marketplace concept. Unfortunately, we just passed on the mother of all marketplaces, Airbnb.
Talking about the pitches that you didn't buy on, there's going to be some people pitching here at the conference. Any advice for them to close on here today?
Well, I think you can't close on me today, A, because I have a board meeting in San Francisco, so I'm going to run out. But I think what people sort of always need to understand is the fact that even though I'm here physically, like most of the investments that we actually end up closing on, and we see thousands of pitches and we invest in a dozen companies, always sort of through referrals from the network. So the way to reach out to us is always through someone who knows us and you, and can really sort of vouch for you and tell us where we should actually pay attention. And the higher the vouch, the higher the probability that we'll pay attention. Unfortunately, it's not that we don't want to meet people and invest in sort of cold calls or cold emails. It's just that over the last 13 years, investing in 195 companies, 0 were didn't come from introductions.
One of the things I was hearing last year when things slowed down a bit was that people were taking longer to close on rounds. Is that something you were seeing? How long does it take you usually?
No, I think it's, I haven't sort of really seen that. Depending on if we lead the round and do a due diligence, and typically it will take us sort of a couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. But we've done an investment process in as fast as 3-4 days. But we typically don't like to do that, and we don't lead in that case. It's us joining around. I think that's at seed. I've definitely sort of seen that Series A, Series B investors just take their time. Not that they want to slow down, but they go and they are very, very thorough in the way they do things.
Were you seeing that lengthened last year? Is it coming back to normal?
So I haven't noticed. I've definitely noticed the valuation going down. That I can tell you I've noticed. But the velocity of deals, I just haven't. However, if ever there is let's say, some issues arise during the due diligence phase, people will definitely sort of take their time to dig in and potentially renegotiate the terms a little bit, if ever they feel that, it's not fair. Whereas 2-3 years ago, they would have just gone because they didn't want to lose the deal.
I think we'll close on that. Thank
Cool.
you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Good luck.
Thank you, No. Okay, all right. Now it's my pleasure and honor to invite our next speakers, and we're going to talk about hiring. So when you talk to entrepreneurs and ask them, what are your problems? Number one is hiring, finding the best talent for my startup, for my company. So we have here Keith Rabois, Senior Investment Partner at Khosla Ventures. Khosla has $4 billion under management. And Keith is, welcome. Keith is widely known for investing in the very early stage companies, and for his executive roles at Square, Slide, LinkedIn, and of course PayPal, together with Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Max Levchin. Now, Keith is a board member at companies like Yelp, Zoom. He is an early investor in YouTube, in Yammer, in Palantir, in Lyft, Airbnb, in Eventbrite, and in Quora. Our moderator is a very good friend, Kirill Makarinsky, who is now the founder and CEO of Enki.com, which is the fastest growing learning platform for professional coders. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Does this work?
Yep.
This works great. All right, so what I'm going to do is just ask Keith several general questions, and then I have experience as a founder hiring about 400 people for my companies and actually firing about 200 on top of that. So I'm going to try to dig in some of the pain points and challenges and joys I had related to that process. Hopefully that will be useful outside of the general advice given in the blogosphere elsewhere. So let's start with something general, Keith. So tell me, you've been involved with a lot of great companies, investor, exec, on the board of Yelp. Tell me, which of those companies does hiring best?
It's like sort of like asking which kid you like best, so you gotta be careful here.
And why? Well, most importantly,
I'll give you the easy answer first, and then you can double click. So PayPal obviously hired really well. Had nothing to do with me. It was really Peter and Max for the most part, that each hired from their respective networks. So Max just hired the smartest people he knew growing up in Illinois, going to school, University of Illinois. And Peter hired the smartest people he knew, mostly from Stanford, and they combined. So most of the technical people, if not almost all the technical people, came from Max's network, and all the non-technical people kind of came from Peter's network. And it was basically impossible to get a job at PayPal unless you had a connection, sort of like Jeff was referring to about how they haven't invested in any company that wasn't referred to them. If you were more than 1 or 2 degrees removed from the core network, it was impossible to get hired at PayPal, which has pros and cons. But it meant that the people we hired, the team had a serious amount of conviction and confidence about their abilities. And we were able to develop a critical density of talent and retain those people for a sustained period of time, which allowed us to do interesting things. More current companies, like I think, for example, Stripe has hired really well. Patrick had a philosophy when he was starting the company that the first 10 people are the core of the company, and each one of those 10 people is going to replicate him or herself 10 times. So every time you hire one of those first 10 people, think about, do I really want 10 more people like this? Recently, I think we've done a very good job in Open Door in hiring. We started from scratch with a very concentrated network, and we're pretty judicious and careful about the first 20 employees. And I think it sort of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you hire really smart, talented, ambitious people, they tend to attract people like them. When new candidates interview with people like that, they're impressed by the team, and so they're more likely to accept an offer, and it becomes a little bit difficult to change that. So if your hiring process is broken and you're having candidates interview with people who aren't that impressive, it's very difficult to close anybody that's awesome, and vice versa. If you have a team that's pretty awesome, it becomes self-fulfilling for a little while.
Yeah. So I remember actually looking at Stripe's founding team page, and all of them had started companies, I remember. So is there such a thing as too many leaders or people that are too smart in the first 10 to 20? Or is you should just go for the smartest people you can find, people who are going to be doing way over what they're supposed to, or do you have to be careful with that?
I don't think you could ever have too many smart people. Like, that's probably not an issue I would worry about, at least, or it's a second order issue. Like, we'll solve that later if you wind up with like too many people that are smart. But there is a difference between sort of leaders and followers. We sort of use this metaphor of barrels and ammunition. You need a relationship between barrels and ammunition. Ammunition is kind of people that are going to do stuff and get stuff done. Barrels are people who can take an idea from concept and really marshal the troops and get everybody excited, can figure out the corner cases and basically take a hill and finish a project or initiative really well. those are always going to be limited. You may have between 2 and 10 in any really healthy company, but that dictates the number of simultaneous projects that you can do in parallel. If you have 3 barrels, the company can only do 3 things. It doesn't matter if you have 30 people, 300 people, 3,000 people, you're only going to do 3 things because you have to shoot through these barrels. And so every time you can find a new barrel, like you can hire more ammunition. So that ratio is pretty important, but it generally doesn't manifest itself in the first 10 people, more in the 20, 30, 40, 50 people evolution when you have to be consciously aware of that ratio. But if you can hire a new barrel, like it's never wrong to do that. Same thing, like pure ability, pure tenacity, pure grit. You can never have enough of those things. And I would always hire someone who's exceptional at any one of those.
So I haven't met a single founder. I mean, everyone, the common advice is spend a lot more time on hiring but I haven't met a single founder who says, you know what, I spend enough time on hiring. So if you had a founder who came up to you and said, look, how do I spend more time on hiring, even though, I know I want to, it's not as sexy as getting customers or working on product. So how do you help your founders spend enough time on hiring?
All right, so I'll give away the secret. First thing I do is we do what's called a calendar audit. Well, actually, before we do a calendar audit, we have a whiteboard. Almost everybody's office has a whiteboard, and say, go to your whiteboard and list your top 3 priorities. And usually hiring is one of them, right? So it'll be like number 1, 2, or 3. Then we go pull up someone's calendar. Usually these days it's a Google Calendar. And we do what I call a calendar audit. We actually map the time spent in the last week or month against various goals. And then you compare the time against the initiatives in the rank. And they never match, like they never, ever match. And then it's usually the hiring one that's the most efficient. So it'll be like the number 1 or number 2 priority on the whiteboard, and it'll be like the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th thing that the founder spends time on. So of course, if you really cared about priority number 1, you would invest more time in it. It's a little bit painful, which is one of the reasons why people don't do it. It's like you meet a lot of people, reasonable fraction of them aren't very good. You meet a lot of people, the ones you like, you're not going to be able to convince all of them to join your company. So it's a frustrating process. It takes a lot of time. And you do go productivity sort of negative for the short term. So all this time you're meeting people for coffee and drinks or interviews, you're not actually shipping product, meeting with customers, and you feel like you're going worse in terms of actual execution. But the only way to actually improve your execution capabilities long term or medium term even is actually to hire people. So you kind of have to invest in the future by spending the time up front and being willing to meet people at times that are comfortable for them. Most talented people have a job, so they can't meet you necessarily at 10 a.m. They're supposed to be doing something else. So if you want to attract the best people, you're going to have to bend your schedule around their availability, which may be early morning, evening, weekends. You sometimes even have to fly places to go meet with someone that you really, really want.
What's the craziest thing one of your founders has done, or someone in your team has done to hire someone, or close someone?
They probably don't tell me the stories if they're really crazy, but I think it's more of what I've seen, like an example is, and I've talked about this a little bit, someone like Patrick at Stripe will take a year to 2 recruiting a candidate, like a year or 2 of like consistent trying to persuade somebody.
A relationship.
Yeah, persuading them, explaining different roles, and I did this interview of him sort of like this, and he explained why, which is like, it's sort of arrogant to assume that everybody should just want to join your company. Like, first of all, like most people externally don't understand your company as well as you will, because not everything about what you're doing, not everything about your vision is going to be public. So you have to articulate that to get a talented person excited about the mission and about the progress. And so you're just going to have to invest energy in that if you want to get, really talented people. So it's like recruiting, like I like sports, and it's like recruiting more. To me, it's a very similar process to college recruiting, where you're trying to convince all the high school athletes to go to Stanford versus USC to play football or basketball. It's hyper competitive, and it just takes sweat equity, really.
And the best people get pitched by the best companies all the time, right? So
yeah, I mean, it depends on your definition of best, but fundamentally, most people who have talent are doing interesting things, or certainly have the opportunity to do a lot of interesting things, and you've got to intercept them and persuade them that what you want them to do is the most interesting thing, the highest learning, the fastest learning experience, the highest growth opportunity, whatever the case is, the best alignment with their missionary zeal, or you're not going to be able to, recruit them.
So you shared on Facebook, I just saw it right now, about not being a fan, quote, of the lean startup approach. So obviously that's at odds sometimes with when you perhaps may have limited resources in the company, or you haven't found product market fit under whatever definition it is. So can you tell us just a little bit about that in the context of hiring? So how do you not adopt the lean startup approach, but at the same time don't die?
I think
not hire too quickly.
I think the way I believe in a company is you set the mission first, and then you measure where you're going, and how well you're going and how fast you're going against it. But it's not like an open-ended, well, we might do this or we could do this. It's very path dependent of, like in Elon sense of, we're going to go to Mars. That's the goal. How long it takes to go to Mars and what are the measures of whether you're going to actually get there are interesting and important milestones and metrics to measure and course correct in a navigational sense. But like, it's never in doubt what you're trying to do. Whereas the lean startup movement, at least to me, connotes sort of like, well, we'll try some things and we'll see if they work, and maybe we'll throw some other ideas against some wall somewhere, and then we'll have a whiteboard session. I think that's terrible. Like, you cannot succeed in it usually in building a very important company in terms of impact. And then B, you certainly can't recruit awesome people, because part of the way you recruit awesome people is what the goal is, the destination, what we're trying to do, because that's what appeals to them. It's not like the money, it's not necessarily the title, it's the opportunity to do something impactful. And so if you leave the what is the impact an open-ended question, you have a problem. I mean, I learned this in some ways the hard way. Slide sort of had this experience of what the goal wasn't exactly, precise enough. Is more bottom up. Like, so what users want to do, we'll watch what users do and give them more of what they want to do. But the vision of what we were trying to construct wasn't particularly powerful. And so I think that caused a lot of problems.
But more tactically, let's say you're in the fortunate position of having $20 million in your bank account. I don't know a single founder who doesn't hire too quickly at that point, or would you disagree with that?
I think hiring fast is hard, challenging it anyway. Like, it's not like you can just take, if you like, one of the reasons why most companies who raise a lot of money are actually under budget. It's really funny when you go to board meetings. Inevitably, like, usually the burn rate is less than you expect, but it's not because the operating metrics are good. It's because the hiring is slower than they forecast. And it's almost always the case. So a lot of money doesn't allow you to really hire fast, other than you can build recruiting processes. Like, so for example, if you want to hire a lot of software engineers, having like a recruiting team does help, at least source, schedule interviews, like take a lot of the burden and friction out of the process, but it doesn't really accelerate the ability to close candidates. You can really only hire as a fraction of your numerator or denominator. So if you have 10 people in a company, effectively you can only hire like 1 or 2 people per month, period. And if you had 100 people, you can probably add like 10. There's some ratio there of it's like impossible to really, and probably imprudent to hire at a faster pace. There's not totally a function of budget.
Right. I think we've got a couple questions, time for a couple more questions. Some thoughts on distributed teams. So tell me about situations when it could work well to have a remote team, a distributed team. Should you have only one or the other? In what cases is it definitely a bad idea? And hiring and firing people internationally and working with them in general. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I have biases. Maybe it's a limit in my own experience, but I don't love remote or international teams, mostly because I can't get the damn people who sit next to me to do what I want most of the time. Like, I literally sit next to people all day long, and it's like Herculean task sometimes to get them to do what they're supposed to be doing. That said, I think it depends on the level of innovation and collaboration that you want or need in your particular market and at a time in a company's history. There are times when you're doing some things that are pretty tactical and pretty well specced out and pretty defined, in which case remote or international teams can work really well. A lot of the best ideas, though, certainly in the earliest stages of a company, and even sometimes later stages, are kind of this serendipitous conversation that happens between 2 people, and it sparks an idea, and then you vet the idea, and it actually turned out to be really interesting. That's really difficult to arrange when you're not all, in tight proximity. I mean, I'll run out of the ability to do this, but it really does help spark like these original ideas, and that is pretty important to breakthrough products, breakthrough innovation challenges. Like, you can't move some metric for 6 months and you try to figure out how to do it. It really does take that kind of spark. And if your office layout is wrong or different, or you have remote teams, it's very difficult to do that. But once you can parcel things out to define projects, you can get a very cost-effective, particularly, sort of execution against those objectives.
Right. last thought, number one most non-obvious mistake your CEOs or CEOs you know make when hiring. So these guys take away one thing. What's the most common mistake or takeaway?
The most common mistake is something Peter Thiel taught me originally, which is when you're starting a company, you can't go after, for the most part, central casting candidates. The people who look on paper to be perfect have lots of other opportunities, and lots of other people will throw more money or something at them. You have to find people that are not processable, not understandable, not gradable by a very large institution, but that have the raw skills. So basically, once you have enough data, let's say you have a LinkedIn profile with lots of different positions and you've been doing something for a while, almost every company can assess you roughly the same way. There's sort of an efficient market on evaluating you. And that makes it very difficult for a startup that's a crazy idea or has no proof yet that's going to work to go recruit someone that Google or Facebook or Apple or someone like that, Netflix, Amazon's going to throw a lot of money at. However, if you can find someone who doesn't have all the data, Google doesn't hire people unless they have a lot of data about them. Facebook, for the most part, they take a little bit more risk than Google, but fundamentally still there's a mechanical process there. You need to find people that the mechanical process doesn't know how to evaluate and learn to evaluate those people well. And if you can find them and evaluate them well, you can build a company like PayPal when no one else is looking.
Great. We're out of time, right? Or do we have time for one more? We're done, right? We're done. All right. Thanks a lot, Keith.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's to start our first speech. So I asking everyone with the blue investor tag, please move forward, take seats on the front row tables. You're going to work for me today. You're going to judge the companies. And while we're setting up stage, I'd like to invite Jeff Epstein, Gary Little, Eric Bitois, Umesh Padwal, Igor Shoifat, and Spencer Tal. Please take seat on the stage. And please, everyone with the blue tag, please move forward. So all judges, both on the stage and on the tables, every vote is counted. So few rules. So we pre-selected 7 companies of enterprise software and SaaS space. We're asking every judge, after you listen the company pitch, fill up this score sheet. It's very important for us and for companies to get your feedback, for us to find the best company of the today's show. Please don't forget to put your name and name of the company so we know who is it. And now let's start introduction of our investor jury. Any volunteer with the microphone, please. Let's check if our jury actually can do a reverse speech. 30 seconds reverse speech by our investor. Introduce yourself and your fund. Okay, please, first table. 30 seconds.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ekta Dang. I've been a long time in the corporate world. Got the pleasure of working as an accelerator within big corporate arms, as well as trying to look for great deals for big corporates all across the enterprise world.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next judge.
Hi, my name is Andy Wong. I work for a consulting company, and we work with both the buy side and the sell side looking for investment opportunities.
I'm Monali Jain. I am member of Kiretsu Forum. It's the largest angel investment group, as well as Harvard Angels. I'm also a member of Space Angel Network. My focus for investment is data science, as well as aviation and aerospace companies.
Let's do 30 seconds speech, not 60, 30. Let's check if our investor know how to do elevator pitch. You're running in an elevator with the best startups in the world, not just Silicon Valley. 30 seconds, let's go.
Yeah, I can hear the elevator moving. My name is Yaniv Golan. I'm with Lul Ventures. We do early stage investments out of Israel. And that's it.
Hi guys, I'm Kevin Deneen from Astor Capital. We're a Paris-based VC with a presence here in the Valley.
Tirto Haji, General Partners, Palapa Ventures, investing from seed to Series B from Indonesia.
Sarah Catanzaro from Canvas Ventures. I used to manage machine intelligence teams for the Army.
Alisa Yaffa with Step Up Funding. I'm an angel investor.
I'm Ben Lawfer. I am an early stage angel and impact investor and also a technology investment banker here in the area.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrei Koloduk. I'm a founding partner of Ventures Capital. We are early stage investor with a focus on the company coming from the Eastern Europe, particularly Ukraine.
Hi, my name is Gregory. I'm part of the corporate venture group of Swisscom, investing in Series A company.
For you to judge. Yes, please pass microphone. No, tables.
Jim Mao from West Summit Capital, and we growth stage investment VC and private equity.
Terry Mead, Sandhill Angels. I specifically focus on digital health, but Sandhill Angels invests all across the board.
Stu Soffer, I priori, I angel invest in AR and cybersecurity and do technical due diligence of startups.
Marco Marinucci, MTS Fund.
Ilana Golan, CEO of Golan Venture, entrepreneur that now turned investor.
Guy Rashef, I'm a partner at Grove Ventures. We do early stage, Israeli and Valley, deep technology company, science companies. Our main interest areas these days are artificial intelligence, sensing, cloud technologies.
Michael Minkiewicz, angel investor, investing primarily in technology-intensive businesses, networking, IoT, cybersecurity, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and one of our cool companies, Cuber Lab, is actually here. Check them out on the exhibition floor. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Maya Vardi Shoshani from the Bird Foundation. We invest in joint R&D projects between US and Israeli companies in any innovative technology.
Hi, I'm Shro at Agile VC. I used to spend many years at Goldman Sachs and then ran my own startup before that. We spent a lot of time around enterprise, so love to chat with everyone.
Hi, I'm Qian Gong with Reach Capital. We're early stage edtech, everything from seed to Series B. Happy to chat.
Zosha Ulatowski from Cornerstone Venture Partners. We invest in Israel and the US, enterprise software and frontier technology.
Hi, Gadi Nemirovsky, general partner from Inspiration Ventures offices in Burlingame in San Francisco, primarily seed stage investors. I would just like to ask that before we let Gary Little leave the stage, we ask him to give us a unicycle demonstration, because I know he's very good at that.
Great, and now it's time to introduce our judges on the stage. So 30 seconds, elevator pitch.
In LinkedIn, Pinterest.
Yeah, please repeat. No, it's on.
My name is Jeff Epstein, Bessemer Venture Partners. We're investors in LinkedIn, Pinterest, Blue Apron, Twilio, many other companies.
Gary Little, Canvas Ventures, investing out of our second $300 million fund. I'm on the board of Evernote and MuleSoft.
Eric Buatois, BGV, we're investing in an early stage fund, seed Series A, focused on the enterprise business and a lot of focus on cross-border too.
Hi, Umesh Padwal. I'm at Tomvest Ventures. It's a $250 million fund focused on cybersecurity, cloud infrastructure, fintech, and ad tech. We lead Series A and B rounds.
Igor Shaifot, partner at TMT Investments. We focused on fast-growing companies in both B2B and B2C, made 44 investments so far.
Spencer Tall, Allegis Capital. We invest in only good companies. We're focused right now in our current fund on cybersecurity.
Great. So now, before we have our companies on the stage, actually, we like to little bit to create background, to a better understanding of the space of enterprise software and SaaS investment. So my first question to our panelists, have you, professional venture capitalists from the very large funds, what criteria, what you're looking for to decide that this company probably could be a candidate for round A investment? What criterion money, customers, domain, technology, whatever you think is appropriate to approach you when company go to this place. Please.
I can try to build on what Spencer probably implied here. I think the main criteria really is the ability to prove the actual, not just fantasized growth drivers, and the ability to demonstrate that these are sustainable and there are people in the team who are capable of growing the company, because really there are awesome people everywhere and they have fantastic ideas. And I think in our experience the main difference is the team capable of scaling it, and is the team capable of scaling it fast but also in a sustainable way. So.
Did you ever see a company pitch that saying we cannot grow up fast?
No, we always see, as everybody here knows, you always see companies that promise you the world, and it's very rare. It does happen that companies actually do deliver, and they sometimes deliver a lot more, but you really, time after you make dozens of investments, time after time you look back and you really see the difference is between the real doers and the dreamers. It's awesome to have dreamers in the team. It's really important, but we're all, I think, are dreamers here, right? So it's really, besides having the dreams, I think it's very important to know and to prove that you can grow. So if you would wake me up in the middle of the night and ask me what are the 2 magic words for any successful startups, I'll say growth drivers.
Jeff, I know that your fund actually put numbers.
Right.
Can you share those numbers with us? What do you think it's a good candidate for round A?
Well, one way to think about this is to try to reverse engineer what a firm like Bessemer is looking for. We're trying to create companies that can have $1 billion or more in valuation over time to either go public or sell in an enterprise sale. And so to have $1 billion in value 5, 6, 7 years from now, you have to have about $100 million of revenue. So when we invest in companies with 0 revenue or 2 million of revenue or probably the maximum 10 million of revenue at the initial stage, we want to figure out, can we invest in a company today with between 0 and 10 million of revenue that in 5, 6, or 7 years is going to get to 100 million of revenue? And Neeraj Agrawal at Battery Ventures has summarized this in a very helpful way. He calls it triple, triple, double, double, double. So think about a company with 2 million of revenue. How do they get to 100 million of revenue in a reasonable time frame for a venture capital firm? If you triple from 2 to 6, triple again from 6 to 18, and then double to 36, double to 72, double to 144 million revenue, in 5 years you've gone from 2 million of revenue to over 100 million revenue. So that's the dream. That's what we're trying to find. So when we look at a company with 2 million of revenue, we're saying, is this a company that can triple, triple, double, 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 and get to 100 million of revenue? And that's obviously a very high standard.
Any one of you ever invest and consider a successful investment round A into company without revenues?
Yeah, I'll feed on, I thought that was a really good description, I think what we're all looking for. And then the question is, when companies come in, the question is what is an A? And these days, what is an A can mean all kinds of things. It could be a $40 million round, it could be a $2 million round, because they're seed, post-seed, A. So what we generally do is, if you believe that the team can create that 100 million plus revenue opportunity, at the stage that they're in at that time, the question is, how much capital is appropriate for that team to get to that next stage? And that could be $2 million Series A, or it could be a $15 million Series A.
So there are 3 or 4 criteria we look at. The team is the most important, whether they have executed in the past on an amazing success story, or great people who are brighter than all of us, who have amazing disruptive ideas. That's the first one. So betting on the team is everything, because the best team wins at the end. The second is it a large market? And it could be a large market is being disrupted, existing market being disrupted, or it's a brand new market which is coming up. And the last thing we look at is a differentiated idea so that they can beat the competitors in a competitive space. So those are the 3 criteria for a Series A we look at.
Sas? I'm sorry, I didn't answer your question. I should. So I've been venture investing now for 20 years, and my largest investments have been pre-revenue companies. So it's not what we're necessarily looking for, but just maybe by chance. They've been.
Did your first investment in this company was round A or seed?
No, they were both Series A at the time. One was PowerPoint, and the other was open source project that we.
There's no revenues.
Pre-revenue.
Very good. Very good. So guys, even you don't have yet revenue, you have chances. Not a much, but bring a good team. Few questions for Eric and Spencer. Okay. For our future companies, people who think to build new company in space of enterprise, what do you believe the industry going, what direction is going, but you don't see yet enough companies on this subdomain?
Can I start? So for me, I would say in the enterprise is the whole industrial IoT, because when you look at it, the digitalization of the enterprise is cutting all kind of segments. And even you can have boring industry segment like construction or other industry like that, where innovative company can bring so much efficiency in the process and profitability that we do believe some very strong company could be built. For example, if you look at all what's happening with drones, we talk about drones every day in Silicon Valley, but you apply drones to the construction industry, you have billions of dollars of savings that can be generated and big company will be built.
Spencer.
I haven't seen that many areas that are underrepresented. I have seen areas that are underrepresented with the right teams and the right opportunities. If we look at cybersecurity, for example, I think if we go forward 4 or 5 years, we're not going to see your traditional enterprise security system where you're working on the perimeter and doing preemption. I think you're going to have to get down with the cloud coming, to the fore. You're going to have to secure it at the app level and at the services level. And we see a lot of companies now coming out in that area. And then we're looking at management teams that can execute there. And just one more point on the management team, going back to the previous question. We like to look at teams that understand themselves. Here in the Valley, smart people grow on trees. I meet people that are smarter than me literally every single day. The question is, are they smart enough to understand where they're strong and where they're weak? And are they smart enough and intuitive enough to backfill where they're weak? And we find our best teams come where people self-actualize and really understand who they are. And they put together a team that's not necessarily their best friend, their spouse, their roommate, or somebody they really love. It's more somebody that backfills an area where they're weak. And we find those teams execute better than anyone else.
Okay, great. Thank you for great discussion. And now time to listen for our first company, Benebay, self-funded healthcare on a self-service platform. Wow, Benebay. Welcome, Benebay.
Thank you.
5 minutes. Please run 5 minutes.
Good morning. We are Benebay. Benebay stands for Bay of Benefits. And we are actually leveling the play field for the small companies to play the same game as the big ones. So we make healthcare more affordable for these companies. The problem we are solving, no more, no less, expensive healthcare. If you're a small company, your healthcare is even more expensive than for a large one. Typically, you're stuck with the full insurance model for your employees, and you are paying premium into the black box, out of which you pay expected claims, you pay administration fees, some insurance profits, and that's all included, but that's hidden for you. And it has absolutely no connection with the actual expenses that your company incurs. Now, if we want to save money on something, so we usually, let's say in some different area, for example, let's say on furniture, so we usually agree to do some things ourselves. And that helps us save. So we sort of build an IKEA, a digital IKEA for health insurance for healthcare. We allow companies, small companies, self-fund their healthcare and do it via the self-service platform. Now, if this was the situation with a full insurance company, product, usually the small employers at the end of the year, they face the situation that their rates are going to increase and they have absolutely no impact on this. So they say, okay, well, in the end of the year, your rates are going to be 3, 6, 8, 10% higher than it was. With self-funded care, the employer pays the expected claims level themselves, and they still pay the fees, but in the end of the year, they can get the savings back. And that is the beauty. The solution that we're offering, it has already all components of the puzzle, all the constructor already prepared. So it's all the business solutions like, well, stop-loss insurance, administration services, all these things. Plus, we power it with our proprietary claims adjudication technology, which we brought over from Europe. And definitely, we do have a playful, easy-to-use interface for the employees and some of it for the employers. A market potential for self-funding is huge in the small company segment. We didn't invent self-funding. That was always there, and the large companies are typically self-funded in the United States. Now, for small companies, it's only 20% who are self-funded. The size of the market is stunning. So these $250 billion is it's the value of health benefits of employees of small companies. In the companies between 25 and 100 people, there is 16 million people working there, and we are initially focusing on the market of Florida, which is more than 1 million employees in this segment. This landscape is rather populated, but it's very fragmented, and most of the companies who are working in this space are addressing with a full insurance model, and they are focusing more on large companies, but they are tremendously improving member experience. We are standing apart because we are focusing on small companies and self-funded. The business model that Benebe is offering is a flat platform fee, which is transparent to the employer, but at the same time, we compete on the total cost to the employer of their health benefits. And Benebe carries no risk of health expenses. Historically, the technology of the company was initially developed in Latvia, where we launched it on the market in 2010, and within 3 years, we already achieved 70% market share in processing all health insurance claims over there. So that's the basis, and that allowed us to raise some venture funding from European firms and adapt the software to the US needs and launch in the States. Now, currently, we have the first year of operations in Florida. We have the customers who paid software as a service fees. We generated $500,000 in revenues, and we are ready to move forward. The team in the US company is a combination of American and European founders, but both all the competences in the domain, in the business domain, technology, and entrepreneurship. Now, obviously, we speak about healthcare, so these are very vulnerable times for everyone. So everything is changing. So this solution comes absolutely timely because it is sort of standing apart and protects the small companies and their expenses in the healthcare space. So we believe that we have a fantastic opportunity and a huge market. We have a team, and we just happen to have experience in the market, which is just appearing. So we'd love to see esteemed investors on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Benebe. And now time for our investors to ask questions. Any question from the tables? Yes.
So you're selling to the small businesses, SMB market. And SMB markets, everyone's who's focused on those, typically have lots of costs associated with channels of sales. How do you plan to address that cost effectively?
Yes, the intended channel that we are going to use is PEOs, professional employer organizations, who have already access to this kind of clientele, and then all services, administration services companies who have already services to these companies. We have made a number of discussions with them. They are all very interested, so, well, it's just a question of launching the product further on.
Question from this side?
How long does it take for a company to be onboarded, and what is the experience for the employee of the company to change of provider?
Excuse me, can you please?
You know, how long does it take for the company to be onboarded on your platform, to be operational? And for each employee, what is the difference of experience with your experience versus whatever they have before?
Well, the main difference is that for small companies, self-funding is not really available so much in this format. It's the usual way is a kitchen table conversation, which is kind of causes allergy among the most young entrepreneurs. And that is one way with the brokers, a lot of paper exchanges, etc. But typically the companies, they are tied to their so-called renewal dates. They have the schedule ahead. But the process can often start 2 months before, 1 month before the launch. And then, well, we can handle it in 2 weeks. Yeah.
As I understand it, your benefit to the customer is lower prices.
Correct.
And the reason you have lower prices is you have lower costs than, let's say, United Healthcare. And I don't understand how you can have lower costs than United Healthcare because they have enormous economies of scale. Their per member costs for IT and things like that will be very low. They have negotiated rates with hospitals and doctors at very low rates and with pharmaceuticals. So can you explain how you can, as a small company, have lower costs than these large insurance companies?
There is at least a couple of sources of cost reduction. So one is automation and the cost of enrollment. We do it digitally, plus we have deeper automation, which is coming from our historical market. But the second one is the potential savings of the self-funded model. So the company that you mentioned, they have to be compliant with the insurance regulations, and the insurance regulations require for the full insurance product to be priced at community rates. So if the company happens to be like a tech startup, younger and healthier, that's an obvious benefit for them, and they can save expenses and they can get money back or keep the money that's their own. So that's another possibility. The sample quotes show that we can be up to 40% lower.
Okay, thank you.
I had always thought that one of the reasons small companies were not self-funded is because one employee could need a heart transplant and cost them $1.5 million and put the company into bankruptcy. And I saw that you use reinsurance for that risk. Once you have that employee, if they have ongoing heavy needs, will they renew at comparable rates, or do they then jack up the prices to pay for that patient?
Now, obviously, in the initial stage of this service, in the first year, that's the worst case scenario. They will get up to the level when the stop-loss insurance kicks in, and then the employer is protected, and that's it. And really, you're right, the main risk is possible increase of the rate for the next year for this group. And that can happen, so this group, perhaps it will be good for them to switch over to full insurance.
Questions from jury? Anyone like to ask any questions from jury? Okay. Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Benny Bay.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now my pleasure to invite Comevo, a global chemical marketplace to integrate real data and services for small and medium-sized buyers. Comevo, let's welcome it. Please run 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Oh, excuse me. This is not my. Yeah. This is not a pitch deck.
Please put Comevo. On the back, please put right slides.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Kwang Sit, the founder and CEO of Comevo. Comevo is a global chemical marketplace. Currently, small and medium-sized buyers and sellers waste a lot of time on global chemical transactions. The buyers send 100 emails to get a quote or message before they're buying. That's it wastes a lot of time. And also, seller wastes a lot of time on poorly leads qualification. Time is money. That's why the small transaction is very higher. For example, a pharmaceutical company from the United States, they go to Alibaba, search the product, benzoic acid, they get a Sauron's result. But they have to spend many hours to check what is the real product that they are looking for. And then they are contacted one by one. Get the chemical quota. They have to spend the same time on logistic and other service quota. What's the solution? We build a smart platform to connect the buyers and the sellers, all the information and the data on real-time demand with one click. The transaction time will be reduced from 40 hours to 1 hour. That saves a lot of. For example, buyers just tell us what the product they are looking for. Our smart assistant will collect all the right data and information to generate the solution for them by just to click get a result. Like, buys like people going to online to buy ticket, get the flight ticket and the hotel and the car, all the information just one time. January, our competitor, it's a lot of, like most of January, like the traditional trader and distributor company, and some are information and e-commerce company, such as Alibaba or Mobase. But our solution is different competition because we are buy-focused. Most of them seller-focused. We integrate all the service. All the time, all the data is real. The chemical marketplace is huge. Global chemical market size is more than 5 trillion. The import and the export is more than 2 trillion. We have more than 1,300 users since last December. The transaction will be processed in the third quarter of 2017. Buys are free. Sellers pay lease fee and transaction fee. Comevo will broker all the transactions. The first year we can reach more than 100 million revenue, and we can generate more than 3 million revenue. My PhD in electronic transaction from Hong Kong PolyU, I have more than 10 years chemical trading experience. 100 million invest, we're asking 2 million to develop the marketing, to build a sales team. Thank you.
Thank you, Comevo. Now time for questions. Yes.
Yeah, could you talk to the unit economics? How much does the buyer save? How much extra margin seller makes, and what is your cut of the transaction fee?
Yeah, normally, small amount, like say 40,000 per order. Normally, the margin traditional 5 to 10%. It's depending. If less that, maybe higher, like a pharmaceutical product, maybe 20%, But we normally charge 3%, and some 1%, 10%. Normally, it's average is 3%. Yeah.
So tell us about your team. What experience do you have? Are you from the purchasing side? Or are you from the seller side?
Yeah, we are now have a marketing team. We will hire, sales team, custom team to service all these customer buyers,
But the background of your team, where did they come from? What experience do they have in this marketplace?
Yeah, our current team is for IT team, and mostly for business team, it's me, because I designed all this, the platform, because you needed to combine chemical knowledge and technology together. Yeah.
So back in 1997, there was a whole wave of B2B exchanges, and Chemdex was formed.
Yeah, I heard
raised
about
a lot of money and had a lot of corporations and chemical companies sign up, and they were charging a 2% transaction fee. And the challenge they faced was that suppliers didn't want anybody between them and their buyers, And it wasn't just price, it was delivery, service, and a lot of other non-price items, and the company failed. Good ideas, though, in the internet, sometimes, I mean, the bubble, are sometimes successful 20 years later. So why is it going to be successful now? What are you doing differently?
Okay, today, like I said, 10 years ago, it's harder to get, the price from chemical, logistic, finance, and other service. But now it's easy. Most shipping company or the logistics service, you can pulling their data real time. That's immediately. And also our model, we are not show the price online, like say, your competitor will see that. No, it's only the buyers to send inquiries that pull the data and show you and customize depending your quantity and who you are and where your location, like say the supply from China, okay, they sell the price from Europe, from United States, from India, the price may be different. That's, little different. I think today, most of the young generation to be the manager, they don't want to just make a call, send a lot of email to do the business. Yeah, I think today is a totally different situation. Yeah, thank you.
A question from investor jury.
So you had the competition slide up, and there were quite a few players in this industry. What are they doing differently from the past, and how you differentiate against them?
Now mostly companies, they are like the Alibaba. You can go there, can find the information, like Google, easy. But you can contact them by one. And some company like the e-commerce, like Mobase, and they just sell the product. What do they sell? Only one. But the most, chemical company buyers, they want to compare before they make a decision. So the price is changing daily, That's, you make a decision before you have to get a 10 or 50 to compare. That's a totally different model, We focus the buy, but mostly our competitor forces seller because seller pay. That's pay subscription fee, something like that. Yeah, thank you.
Last question, please. Okay.
I have two questions. Who specifically is your target market? And then the second one, how does this integrate into e-procurement and enterprise solutions to check for inventory balances to make sure people aren't bringing in too much? So 2 questions.
Can you repeat this first question?
Who specifically is your target market? Give me some examples of the kind of companies these buyers work for, and then how are you integrating with their existing enterprise systems?
Okay, for example, it's a water company. They buy some water chemical to purify the water. They every month maybe buy 1 or 2 container. That's a very small container for chemical side, The door or these big companies, they will not handle. Normally, they are just to asking their distributor, like the Univar, to sell that. They are at a lot of margins. But these are our potential buyers, small and medium, like say the annual size less 100 million purchasing. It's our potentially. Sorry,
sorry, we're out of time.
Okay.
So let's thank Camivo. Everyone, Camivo.
Thank you.
And now my pleasure to invite LiveMon is all-in-one AI-powered monitoring tools that allow IT operation to prevent issue before they occur. LiveMon. Please run timer.
Hi, okay. I'm Mark, I'm the CEO and founder of LiveMon. I'd like to start with a quick question. Who here in this room uses Amazon Web Services for their website? Okay, and Google Apps, maybe? And has been impacted by the issues they had last month. And if we have a look at, if we have a look at all big corporations there, they always fail. We all have problems with our IT infrastructure. even the big logo. Amazon was down for 4 hours, and it made a loss of more than 300 million in revenue for the companies hosted there. And that's a real issue. And you would think that all these big companies, they have top-of-the-class monitoring solution. And you'd be wrong, because they have been using the same solution we all used in the IT industry for 20 years now. That's why we have so much troubles on all our IT infrastructure, because it's the same solution. It has been 20 years old now. We've used artificial intelligence on everything but monitoring. So that's what LiveMonth aims to do. An all-in-one monitoring solution, which will show you your system as a whole. We do your external monitoring, internal monitoring, and log management all at the same place. Then we push all that data into an artificial intelligence, which will then predict issue before they happen. Because in about 70% of the case, we can predict issue. And if we couldn't predict it, we can help you find the root cause analysis of the issue. We show you all the data into our LiveMonth platform, so you know exactly where to look at. So instead of having just the usual graph, we give you an analysis, tell you that you're going to have this problem in that much time, so you know how much time you have to react and fix the issue. We detect correlation between graphs and tell you, okay, this is not behaving normally. This should behave this way, not this one. So you have data you can act on. The team of LiveMonth, so I was CTO of Mailjet, where I had a big issue with monitoring, because if an email isn't delivered, well, customers call. And when you send 10 billion email every day, well, every issue is a big issue, because then we'll get a customer calling. Salvatore was head of sales at IBM in the storage division with a 60 million portfolio. Adrien, our CTO, was the CTO of Vestiaire Collective. He launched the operation in the US, and they did 120 million in revenue. And Shemin, our chair of the board, is VP at Pitney Bowes. She's used to very, very big portfolios. Market is huge. Basically, on the last 2 months, there has been 4 acquisitions for a total of more than $4 billion. So I think that's a good sign that the market is changing really rapidly now. Competition, we have a lot of competition. Datadog, Pingdom, Splunk, to name a few, but they all focus on a very specific part of monitoring. You don't have a vision of what's happening right now on your whole infrastructure. You have to use a lot of tools. Basically, more than half of the company use 6 to 7 tools to monitor their infrastructure, and only 11% are satisfied with what they see. We are still quite young. The company was funded 18 months ago, but we were able to sign IBM as a customer. We're signing another one right now, a leader in HPC, because our agent is really efficient. We designed the whole technology stack. We are based in France. All our research and development is there. We are opening an office right now in San Francisco, and we plan to expand in the US this year. And thank you.
Thank you. Now time for questions. Any questions? Yes, Udval. Any questions? Wow. Just
sorry, one question. Could you explain exactly what is the problem you're solving? You talk about generic things like monitoring, but what is exactly the use case you have in mind?
The use case is most of the time when we try to monitor our infrastructure, we have to look at multiple tools that are extremely costly. I have a bonus slide. So basically, the pain points we have, there is an obsolescence. More than half of the market still uses Nagios. It's a 20-year-old software. It was nice at the time. It's not adapted to infrastructure we have now. We always do search and rescue instead of preventing issue. We do firefighting instead of fire preventing. We stack tons of tools that adds to lots of cost, and you get scalability issue. If you have more than 1,000 servers, it won't work very well.
Question from Judy.
Hi, quick question. One of the big challenges in IT is really the abundance of different type of resources that they have. So
the reason there's so many competition, but they're doing only a subset, is because it's very, very challenging to try to solve the whole problem. So how are you tackling that?
Well, if we have a look at the market, if we take Neuralink, for example, they did APM at first. So they would monitor your software. And then they tried to push some monitoring solution. So you would install that on all your servers. What you do with these tools is very specific. You need Neuralink on 1 or 2 servers, not on your whole infrastructure. That's why you don't have a vision of exactly what's happening. That's what we aim to solve. Our APM solution is lighter than what Neuralink does. Our goal is to have 80% of the feature you need in one product, so you can have a look at exactly what's happening right now. If you need to take a deeper dive, you can use other tools, but at least you'll know exactly where to look and how to look at it.
You had mentioned you have a customer who's using this now. Did you say it was IBM?
Yes.
I think you buried the lead, as they say in the magazine business. You're a startup company with 15 employees, and you've created something that IBM finds valuable. That's an extraordinary accomplishment. Could you tell us more about why they need you?
Okay, so I met them. They were selling servers to OVH, and they were having issues to find why the server were not behaving as they should. And I was beta testing Limon at the time, and well, I asked maybe I should try that. So at first they looked at me and said, "Who is this guy?" And you know, the big company reaction. And then I sent them the result anyway and said, "It looks like it's that issue." And then they call back and say, "Hey, who is this guy?" So that's how we got them as customers. That was the first version of the product. So now we're working with other manufacturer on the market. So.
Good. Question from jury.
So, so this piggybacks onto what Lana said in terms of, so this provides you with a monitoring solution that I'm assuming is for cloud and internal, so you can have a dashboard or to be able to see all of it. Do you integrate with the other solutions like a Splunk to be able to easily drill down from the monitoring tool so you don't have to log in separately to go into the other tools?
No, basically the idea is to replace. So for example, what Datadog does, we do it. Because the ultimate goal is to push all the data we get into the artificial intelligence. And for that, we need agent on every platform, on every server you have. So you will need to install our solution anyway if you want to have the big picture of what's happening right now. That's the direction. So, to integrate those to make it so that as a monitoring person, I can just drill down into that. Okay, not yet. It's not on the roadmap for now. We have a lot of feature to add first, but we want to focus and get a good product with a lot of AI.
A very quick question, yes.
So quick question, what do you have that's protectable in IP, and what have you done along those lines?
Sorry?
What is protectable what is protectable intellectual property, and what have you done along those lines?
So mostly it's trade secret. Then we have all our algorithm. We design the whole stack from scratch. So we design our own agent, we design our own database and time series, and we design our own artificial intelligence. We were lucky enough to have enough funding to do that before launching. That's what allows us to be so good and very, very fast to react to any issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Livemon. And now my pleasure to invite Splacer. Splacer help space owner monetize their space. The centralized platform allows space owner to manage their short-term rental business and access a robust marketplace of booking opportunities for events. Welcome, Splacer.
My mic?
Yes.
Yes. Hey, happy to be here. My name is Adi, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Splacer and an architect in training. Splacer is many times described as Airbnb for event spaces, which is only somewhat true. If Airbnb laid the first foundation stone to the understanding that we can share our most intimate spaces with total strangers, we believe that we can take and expand this idea to the thought that we can share our commercial and residential spaces for our everyday life activities with our local communities. Splacer helps space owners monetize their space. We are a marketplace and a SaaS company that gives access to space owners, to companies and individuals who are looking to host events, such as meetings, workshops, parties, exhibitions, productions, and so on. We provide our space owners a smart set of tools and access to a robust marketplace of potential bookings. We are in constant growth, operating today in 5 US cities with close to 2,000 spaces. The opportunity for Splacer is huge. Looking at the demand side and the behavior of millennials, everyone is looking for experience, for the unique, for the other. No one is interested anymore in the traditional event spaces, but look for something which is memorable. On the space side, it's very clear, with the cost of space increasing, people are looking for ways to create more revenues. And a lack of advanced tools for management is existing in this field, and this is where we fit in. So far, we had 60,000 people who experienced Splacer events, and we want to show you just some events we did in the past month. This is a photo shoot in an art gallery. Off-sites and companies, events in a club, in a private club, and in a co-working space. Pop-up sale for a designer in a garage. Album launch for a rapper in what used to be an old cinema. Deutsche Bank event for VIP clients in a collector's car showroom. And one of my most favorite, Vogue with Selena Gomez in a private home for a TV shoot. We have repeating customers, and these are some of the names and the times that they've been working with us. The industry of the event business in the US alone is a $90 billion industry. It's divided between $30 billion on the rent size of the space and $60 billion on additional services. We understand space. We developed Splacer Marketplace for people to list, discover, and book unique spaces. And we provide access to spaces that otherwise wouldn't have been available. But as we were building this, we understood that the seller side, our space owners, lack tools. And we wanted to replace the sticky notes and the Google Sheets with technology that will help them manage not only leads coming from Splacer Marketplace, but the complexity of short-term rentals that they are facing with the multiple listings. With Space Pro, we give them access to management of pipeline, calendars, integrations, widgets and automations with their own personal websites, and a great referral system where they can refer back to the marketplace leads that they cannot accommodate. Splacer and Space Pro together complement each other. They are an end-to-end solution. Imagine Space Pro as this engine where technology happens, and Splacer as the front where fuel comes in and people can come and search. Splacer Marketplace, I mean, people can come and search for events. On top of this, we're creating another layer of monetization for the company with a set of services that are needed, such as digital services, operational services, and extra event services for our participants. Business model is very clear. We have 15% commission on the marketplace side. Tools currently are free, and services depending on type of service. We know how to scale. In the past year and a half, we grew from 200 to close to 2,000 spaces with a cost of $24 per space. We understand demand. In the past 5 quarters, we increased retention and reduced our cost of acquisition, and we are expected to be by the end of Q2 of this year with ROI of 2.4. Looking at the landscape, we are unique in the sense that we are the only SaaS-enabled marketplace who combine these two abilities of the marketplace and of the tools and create an ability for us to grow faster, and I believe in a much smarter and more efficient way. We are also different in the sense that we are designers, architects. We have a strong DNA in the company of design and also of a great R&D team. As you said, it's all about the people. These are my 2 great co-founders. Lee and myself are both architects with international background. Lee in art direction and the event industry, myself also in consulting and real estate. Leo, our brilliant CTO, comes with 20 years of leading R&D teams, together with 18 team members spanning between R&D and product in Tel Aviv and our headquarters in New York. We have, I believe, the most amazing, creative and ambitious team. We believe that space sharing is the unavoidable future to create sustainable cities. And we believe that we are only in this beginning. We want to help the world make the most of their space, and we invite you to join us. We're in the middle of a round, and we'll be happy to talk.
Thank you, Splacer. And now time for questions.
So great presentation, thank you. I'm definitely interested as an investor. Let's talk later. But
if you're interested, pull your checkbook. You could go home, yeah.
Well, one comment and one suggestion. Overall, great presentation. Again, interested. But one suggestion, hopefully this would be useful to other of our fellow entrepreneurs. You have great product, great growth, you know, everything is cool. But one thing, 90+% of presenters usually miss, and I think pretty much everybody missed that, is your growth drivers. And I understand the concern that you don't want to, you know, openly talk about all the secrets, but you could be reasonably vague, and your growth is really great. But one of the things a lot of investors, especially those who screwed up a few times, really know is that the main difference is between not just a great product and bad product, or a small market and a big market, but the ability of the team to scale. And it seems like you know how to scale, but one concern a lot of people have is, yeah, you know, maybe there is some sort of little viral element. So you could be, my suggestion, and maybe others would disagree, my suggestion is you could be rather vague, but say, well, we have the following growth drivers. There is a huge viral element, and, you know, a couple of nice numbers. We're using great affiliate programs, our teammates, you know, build blah, blah, blah. So 2 or 3 little things you can throw in. They don't necessarily have to be very specific, but they need to be a little bit sexy to show to the interested people that, wow, they know how to scale. Overall, like I said, I'm interested.
I can answer this. I think it's a great question. We've been asking ourselves as we were presenting, how much do we want to disclose on camera, and how much do we want to keep to an eye-to-eye conversation. I can say that Splacer is scaling 15% month over month. I just didn't want to go into specific numbers.
Yeah. Yes.
All you need to do is just drop a couple of hints.
Okay, thank you.
Gary.
Yeah, just want to compliment you.
Thank you.
You identified a niche in the marketplace that's high value. You're showing great traction, and you presented the opportunity quite well. So you have 5 competitors in the space. What do you need to do to become the dominant provider 5 years from now?
I think it's simple. I need time. Of course, I have the team. I need time, and time means money. I need to raise enough money to give us the time to complete the, you know, Space Pro was just recently launched, so we are in early days. Splacer is 2 years old, the marketplace. Combining this two is an effort that requires funding and time, and I believe that with the amazing team that we have, we can do this.
Yes, Odalpo.
Yeah, so I feel like the panelists, excellent presentation, great progress, and your numbers are outstanding. 60K users, you said, and 2,000...
60K, no, I said 60,000 people experienced Splacer events.
Okay.
So there are so many people who are experienced, whether it's parties or conferences or...
And 2,000 spaces, you said.
Yes.
You know, what would be good to know is a couple of matrices such that everyone understands as an investor. What is the ARR growth rate? Which is very important because that's one of the key matrices, new and existing. And the second one is, what is the payback period for your customers?
The return period? Well, it really depends.
How many months?
Yeah. It very much depends on the industry. So we work a lot with production. I would say production today is close to between 30 to 40% of our users, and they can return twice a week, or they can return, 4 times a month. Whereas the individuals would return once a year and so on. So you can imagine it's pretty much a calculation of different sectors. The effort and what we want to achieve is, of course, to have retention. And we're working very hard with our enterprise team to work closely with companies that are returning customers. And this is why we are focused into the companies and not to the individuals. And as to your question on growth, yeah, I think I can say in general that the GMV for this year is expected to be $3 million, and we have and this part of it is also because as we were developing the Space Pro, we were putting the marketplace on the side for a second and kind of like understanding this with a deep belief that these two things are going to tremendously, in the very near future, create a greater growth for both.
I know that you have many questions to Splacer, so please meet during the lunch breaks, and we have great place for one-on-one investor meetings. So use the opportunity to put a good check into good investment.
Thank you.
It looks like we're going to have a big competition among investors. And now we have Conversation One is a complete omni-channel platform to develop conversational application in a minute. Build Alexa skills, Google Home action, intelligent assistant, and Facebook Messenger bots in one single flow. Let's welcome Conversation One.
Hello. Okay, hi
Please
everyone.
run timer on the back.
Hi everyone, my name is Rachel, and today I want to introduce you to Conversation One. As you've been all probably experiencing, a whole new market of conversational devices and services has emerged. From Amazon Alexa to Google Home. It's not moving? There you go. From Amazon Alexa to Google Home to Facebook Messenger bots or intelligent assistant, we're all surrounded by conversation. I was just saying earlier that I can't really remember when was the last time I checked up on the weather on a device other than Amazon Alexa or Google Home. So it seems like everything goes great in this industry, right? Well, not quite for the enterprises. Enterprises are still finding it very difficult to adjust for the same good old reasons. The lack of skill set, knowledge, resources, all that coupled with the vast number of devices and services and the variety of vendors. Surprisingly, Capital One have pioneered the conversational market at the end of 2015, offering the first Alexa skill. They were pretty proud to say it took them only 8 months, a little bit more than 40 developer, engineers, and designers to build the first pretty limited Alexa skill. But hey, I mean, at least they did something, right? Most banks and credit unions in the US don't have the capacity or the resources to invest in developing conversational solutions. In fact, ever since 2015, no other bank or credit union has launched an Alexa skill. This is why we've built Conversation One, an omni-channel platform that helps you build conversational apps in minutes. Build an Alexa skill, a Google Home action, a Facebook Messenger bot, or intelligent assistant in one single flow. The platform is intuitive and user-friendly, and it requires no coding, programming, NLP or AI expertise, and definitely no complex integration. It is pre-integrated with existing systems, and we also provide pre-made templates for conversations. You could also, of course, add customized action. Let me show you a quick demo of how our financial institution dedicated product is actually functioning. Every bank can go on our web platform, it's a SaaS product, and actually choose its name out of a list of more than 10,000 different banks and credit unions. It is automatically connected to its API, and they can start building their Alexa skill, Google Home action, or Facebook Messenger bot in one single flow and in 4 simple steps. Once they're done, they can launch the app, the action, the skill, or they can further customize using our visual dashboard. They can also now make it available for their clients. Their clients can go on the Alexa skill, check about how much money they spend on restaurant, transfer money.
What's my bank balance?
Or just check up on their balance account.
Your account balance is $2,300.23.
Usually Alexa talks a little bit stronger. What took Capital One 8 months, dozens of developers, is done in 4 simple clicks using Conversation One. So why now? The conversational market is boosting and is expected to reach $600 billion by 2020. Enterprise share of that market is estimated at $100 billion, which makes a little bit more than 17%, and this is where we want to be. Conversation One can serve any segment and any vertical. But on phase one, we chose to focus on financial industry, where we found a great pain on the side of the banks, but a great potential of more than 1 billion end users. Our business model is simple and includes a yearly license subscription and a cost per user. This way we can penetrate fast into the market and grow as our clients grow. So who are we? Over the last 4 years, we've been helping enterprises to build and deploy their omni-channel mobile strategy, offering fast time to market, high effectivity with no compromising, focusing on complex applications. We were quick to identify this huge potential of the conversational market, leveraging our know-how and technology to build Conversation One. We have an exceptional R&D team, and we've built broad relationship with financial institutions and tech-related vendors in the US. With our technology, expertise, and experience, we plan to make Conversation One the leading industry standard for developing conversational solutions. Earlier this morning, we've launched our MVP, and we are already engaged in 5 large local and international POCs with enterprises. We receive great feedback from our current clients and potential clients, and in order for us to react to that growing demand for our solution, we are right now seeking to raise money to expedite the R&D process, but mostly focus on the marketing and sales. If you too believe that conversations can be done better, please feel free to reach out to me or just check us out on www.conversation.one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Question from the table. Igor.
Any at least hints on where you are business-wise with revenues?
Right, so as I've mentioned, Conversation One is the second product of our company. So the initial company, the initial product that we had, we've been running it for the last 4 years. We've been growing rapidly, and we came to a stage where we decided that there is a better opportunity for us to address. So we're growing month over month, but we believe that right now we're entering the market at the right time with the right product and the expertise that we've learned from our previous product, and we feel much more confident now.
Spencer.
So you have pilots in place, is that what you're saying?
Right, we have 5 pilots with large international banks and other enterprises, although we're focusing on the financial industry. When a really large enterprise approaches you, you're not saying no. I'm happy to say that ever since we launched earlier this morning, EST time, we already have 20 leads of banks approaching us just from that press release.
And is there any pushback on your business model and your pricing, or are they just doing a technical eval right now?
So right now we didn't have any pushback. I think that we're offering a very innovative business model. So if we're looking at the financial industry, we're looking around 9,000 different potential FIs that can use the product. Most of them are, you could look at them as a long tail possibility. And I think that the monthly subscription and then a cost per user is very easy for them to digest. I mean, no one wants to invest in conversation solutions right now so much. But once they grow...
So walk us through that for a second. So I'm a bank, right? Mm-hmm. And I want to put a customized solution in, and you're giving me a tool set to do it myself, correct?
Correct.
And then how much customization are you going to help me with, or is there further services and support? How does that work?
Right, so for our long tail solution, there's an end-to-end product, so there's no need to customize, but we do provide a visual dashboard. Again, no need for programming or coding. We've built it in a very easy and seamless way. Hopefully, we will not be the one to do the customization for you, but your own people at the bank could do it for you. So for example, the POCs that we're holding right now, those are large banks, and they're going to use the customization dashboard as well.
Yes. Jeff.
There are 2 different business models that you might adopt. One is to try to sell to the enterprises top-down. The other is to make it very easy for developers to use it without even selling it. You just make it available, and people start using the tool the way Twilio started. Are you choosing one or the other, or both?
Mm-hmm. So one of the advantages that I feel having from trying to sell and building the previous product was to try and see how we can create a product that requires no touch on our side. So just putting it out there, click, 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 next, and then you have your Alexa skill and Google Home action, and that would probably fit for the smaller industry. But on the other hand, there's a list of 600 banks that we would like to target directly, and they would have, the second business model that you were referring to. So that would be the traditional sales process through them.
Questions from jury?
Hi, I'm a vice president of technology of one of the leading banks in the Middle East, and definitely voice is the new touch. Voice is the future. You're definitely mainstream. I've told my technical guys to look at the wonderful rich APIs that Google Home and Alexa are now providing to integrate our banking service through there. So why should we consider using you as yet another intermediate middleman?
Right. So the product demo that I showed is not a mock-up or anything like that. And you're all welcome to go on our website, do your own sign-in, and see how after 4 clicks you get your full Alexa skill fully functioning. We actually also build the conversations for you. So when we talked with our current clients and asked for their advice, what would they like to see, they said, we have no idea what to ask. So what should be the conversation? This is a whole new UI and UX experience through conversation. So we've prepared pre-made template for a conversation that can offer different functionalities, from checking up on my account, transferring money, and you also have to make sure that you keep the conversation very fluent and natural. So you want to make sure that if I'm asking, what's my balance, how much money I have, do I have enough money, your Alexa skill understands that and gives you the right answer. You don't want to block me into one sample of a sentence. And this is what our platform does. And obviously the fact that you can just build it once and deploy it everywhere and grow with it, I think that's the greatest added value.
Thank you, conversation one.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say hi to my team in Tel Aviv. They're all watching us. Hi, Eric.
Hi. And now it's a pleasure to invite ScribeSense, auto-grades handwriting test, and saves teachers' time. Our patented AI platform provides better data for education. Let's welcome ScribeSense.
Thank you, Stas. Okay.
Please run the timer.
Where is the next? Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Paul, founder of ScribeSense, and today I want to talk to you about something quite important. We're all used to track a lot of things in real time these days, such as Twitter feeds and utility bills and stocks. But what about the biggest investment of your life? Do you know what your precious kids were doing in the classroom today? Can you ask the school teacher to spend a few extra hours with them after school? Well, for most parents, the answer is no, because schools still use a lot of paper, and that creates a big inefficiency. I come from a teacher family, and I was in the classroom myself in the past, and my most useful activity was mentoring these kids. In old times, teaching was about personally engaging and motivating the student. However, I found myself spending a lot of time marking papers and typing numbers into spreadsheets. Grading takes school teachers 7 hours every week, and no wonder they burn out and schools struggle to retain their best talent. It also means that the pile of graded student tests now sits on my desk, and you as a parent cannot easily see it. So to solve this problem, we created and patented the only AI-enabled solution in the market that can work with existing handwritten tests and grade them with human-level accuracy. It saves teachers a lot of time, and it helps administrators make their instructors more productive. All I need to do now is to take a stack of completed tests, run it through a school scanner, and upload the PDF file for grading. Very easy, not much to change in my workflow. And now I can focus on what really matters, which is working with kids and evaluating their critical thinking skills. We also compose an online portfolio for students to make the results of their past work available in the cloud and to show the thought process behind their work. So if your kid is getting B in math, now you can quickly find out why, and you can remedy that situation pretty quickly as well. We've got strong traction. We work over 50 schools right now, and we have saved over 10 teacher years of labor to date for the US education system. We managed to take $500,000 in prior investment and turn it into $500,000 in annual recurring revenue. and we're ready to scale up our go-to-market strategy. Now, ScribeSense is exciting to learning management system providers, which is a $5 billion large market and is growing pretty fast. We've got the best available solution to intelligently blend paper with the digital instruction, and we already heard early interest from large vendors. We'll also create a new $3 billion market for parent analytics subscriptions as well. Now, the reason behind our success, unlike many other K-12 tools, is because we address all key stakeholders. We surely excite teachers by saving their time, and we also deliver value to administrators who are the actual buyers. For them, ScribeSense provides capability to capture all classroom test data and make their instructors more loyal and efficient. We currently offer annual subscriptions to schools and teachers, and next school year we plan to expand our market reach. Beyond that, we'll start offering parent analytics subscriptions and work on channel partnerships and licensing deals. Right now, most schools leverage ScribeSense as their clever way to get digital data without the computers, and that creates a perfect opportunity for us to get into that market early, establish the presence, and then later expand into all digital student portfolio. Because right now, teachers use a lot of classroom tools. It's paper, it's Google Drive, it's Remind 101, what have you. And pulling all that scattered student data together into unified student portfolio and running predictive analytics on it will offer great value to parents, to instructors, and to schools. And we've got the team to pull this off. I've got 3 degrees in scientific computing, articles in top journals, and lots of software experience. We also have a dedicated team of great developers that includes neural computing experts and data system architects. And this summer, we're adding 2 seasoned executives to manage our expansion strategy. So through technology, we give teachers more time to focus on what really matters, which is working with kids, and this is the key to future kid success. We've got a team with big vision and patented technology with strong traction. Please join us to share in our future success.
Thank you. Thank you, ScribeSense. Questions? Questions?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Maybe while she's setting that up, a question here from the panel.
Mm-hmm.
So you have $500K from 50 schools, so it's about $10K per school.
Yes.
Selling school to school is challenging, maybe costly. What are you doing to basically reduce your cost of customer acquisition so it can scale viral?
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Sure. Well, selling K-12 market is certainly tough, and that's what differentiates us from most of K-12 startups out there. I did put that number on the final slide, 1 to 15 customer acquisition value to lifetime value. Selling to an average campus is about $10,000 amount of purchase for us, and it does cost about $2,500 to close a campus, but it's still valuable overall. Now, we do want to grow beyond just the direct sales model, obviously. That's why we rebuilt the product last year, and now we can enable ScribeSense for individual teacher accounts. So what we want to start doing more of is market it to broad teacher audience and reduce the amount of purchase per school. If they can get ScribeSense for a few best teachers in their school for $350 a year a teacher, that will certainly make it easier to work with their budget, and the adoption will speed up.
I have 2 questions. One has to do with the 15% that didn't renew. Why didn't they renew? And the second, are you going after districts instead of schools specifically? Or are you doing teacher, school, hopefully district from a land and expand perspective?
We started working with districts last year. It takes more effort to close them without the Rolodex. That's why we're inviting 2 seasoned execs on our business development team this summer. With schools, what we sometimes discover is district policy may change. So there's some politics involved, and then schools just start, going differently about their assessment. Sometimes school leadership changes too, and that happens. School principal changes, and then the conversations with all the vendors just kind of go in a different direction. We did manage to persist through budget cuts, which is great. We had one instance where school principal decided not to renew the contract because of the tight budget, and then teachers basically came back begging to the school principal, and they essentially forced him into renewing the license, which is kind of interesting.
So if you haven't done so, I suggest contacting the Follett Corporation, Chicago, which is the primary seller into the educational marketplace in schools. That would highly leverage what you're doing. That they can have.
Sorry, I could not hear you very well.
You could leverage your access to the entire academic and school marketplace by coming up with an agreement with Follett Corporation in Chicago.
Yeah, that's a good point. The most immediate next steps for us is to grow in large metropolitan areas because they have highly concentrated schools. Word of mouth helped us a lot to grow in our hometown, and we want to leverage that going forward. Exactly. So Chicago will be one of those big metropolitan areas high up on our list.
So I have a question about which classes you can do grading for. For example, in math, a lot of teachers want to see the work, and there's different ways to get to the same answer. So how, is that a limitation for you? Or are you able to figure out different ways to solve problems through your AI engine?
Yeah, there's a variety of different tests that change through the grade level. We are curriculum and grade level agnostic, but teachers use us slightly differently. So in elementary schools, they like to accumulate student portfolio and just see student growth over years, say how their handwriting script improves. In middle school, there is much more testing going on, and more so in high school. Towards the higher grades in high school, you start seeing more complex tests where there's long solutions and essays. In those cases, we do help teachers to organize all that paper into a neat online digital portfolio and provide a way for a teacher to grade it more efficiently and leave feedback for the student.
Okay. Thank you. We are out of the time. Thank you very much. ScribeSense. And now we have Panda Dog. Panda Dog? Okay, running, not coming. Panda Dog, please step forward. Let's welcome Panda Dog. Helps organization to accelerate the way they transact with digital proposal, contract signatures, and payments.
Hey.
Runs them.
My name is Mikita. I represent PandaDoc. Today we're going to talk about the future of business transactions and the future of commerce in general. That's how we see the future. Moving forward, all the small deals, all the commodity products, all the commodity services are going to be bought and sold in places like Amazon, Airbnb, Kayak, two-sided marketplaces where you can buy a thing with a swipe of a credit card. And when it comes to something expensive, something meaningful, something that involves a human being who needs to facilitate that deal or transaction, that type of commerce is going to happen in PandaDoc. That's how we see the future. So now a little bit about reality, who we are and where we are today. We're at about $7 million in annual recurring revenue. We service more than 6,000 clients. We'll help them to move more than $1 billion a month through our platform in transactions. And the best part, all that happened in less than 2.5 years on very, very little of capital. We did this with less than $5 million raised total. So what is the problem we're trying to solve, and what is that we actually do? Let's zoom in. PandaDoc helps organizations to accelerate the way they transact, the way they do large deals. If you think about a large deal, you guys are investors. You've done a ton of large deals. What's going to happen, there's going to be a lot of paperwork that's going to move those deals. The biggest chunk of the world's economy is actually moved by paper. As of today, we focus on the seller side, And if you're a salesperson, let's play a little scenario here. You're a salesperson. You want to close a deal. You got a customer who's engaged, interested, and what you got to do, you got to send out a quote, right? Or a proposal. You'll go to the stockpile of your old quotes and proposals, copy and paste, then attach the document to an email, send it to a customer, wait for ages for them to get back to you. You will not know if they opened it. You will not know if they interacted with it. You don't really know what they're doing with it. Then they're going to get back to you, hopefully. You're going to go back and forth on pricing, negotiate over email and phone, get your manager involved, CC'd, BCC'd. Then there's going to be like a ton of those versions of quotes and proposals. And then you're going to negotiate terms. And that's the best part, right? Who loves negotiating on legal terms, and who loves when lawyers get involved? Nobody. Why? Because this process takes even more time, even more effort, even more attachments and communication over email. That collaboration is very, very inefficient, ineffective. That's why it takes months to close anything that has a substantial value, substantial size. So you go back and forth over email with a bunch of red lines. Finally, you come to terms, and it's time for them to sign on the dotted line. They'll do it however they can, probably print it out, sign, scan, email it back to you, or mail it back to you. And the deal is closed, right? You did it. No, you didn't, because the money are not in the bank. Your company did not acquire the revenue yet. So what you got to do, you got to go to your accounting department, and they're going to take their sweet time, raise an invoice. Then their accounting department is going to take their sweet time. And then finally, they'll transact the money. It will arrive in the form of a check in the mail. And all together, the whole process is going to take you a few months instead of a week. So no one really likes to deal with paper. No one really likes this paper trail and going back and forth. And how do we solve this? How do we shrink this gigantic workflow? And the way we do this, the way we shrink this workflow, is by actually using documents, things that facilitate transactions, as a place where everyone collaborates. What PandaDoc does, we turn transactional documents, documents that move deals, that move dozens, hundreds, and millions of dollars, into a vehicle where you can collaborate, where you can execute on the dotted line, sign them electronically, where you can build things like price quotes, where you can redline, so on and so forth. And now, thanks God, it's possible, because everyone involved in any meaningful deal has a smartphone. Everyone is capable of redlining and highlighting and leaving comments, because that's what we do in Google Docs and Word 365. Moving money through documents, large chunks of money is now possible because API-based ACH solutions are coming out. And then finally, we all adopt cloud-based CRMs and ERP solutions so that the workflows that start in ERP and CRMs could be easily extended with products like PandaDoc. There are a lot of products on the market, and there are a lot of folks that solve pieces of the puzzle, not the entire puzzle. What we do is we solve the entire puzzle. Boom. All right. We're here for money. We raised the bulk of our Series B, and we're looking to raise from prospective advisors and believers in this vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So actually, you practically close this round. You just need a little bit on top.
Probably.
Questions?
You had very good growth on, as you said, 2.5 million raised. How are you acquiring your customers?
5 million raised.
5 million, sir.
5 million. 2.5 years, 5 million raised, and most of the customers that we acquire come through inbound channels, because naturally when I send you a document that you can collaborate on, that I can collaborate on, that you can sign on and you can submit a payment through, you get curious of what the hell is going on. So a lot of the sellers also, become buyers, and buyers become sellers. So we get this natural virality, natural viral bickle that turns recipients of the documents into senders of the documents.
What is your typical customer?
Do you mind repeating it?
What is your typical customers?
The biggest customers.
Or
yes.
untypical, What is the sweet spot for you?
Since we're a horizontal product, we focus on SMBs. In order to do 20% of work and provide 80% of value, we have to start low. However, there's a number of departments within large organizations like Tata Steel or Riverbed that utilize our product and deploy it across hundreds of users.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One is, what is your typical sales cycle? How long did it take to close customers? And then how easy is it to install your product? How many days or weeks does it take?
Half of our customers are self-service, so 14 days trial is sufficient. And the other half is sales assist. And there we got 28 days as the average length of the deal.
One question. One more question. No question. Probably just address where to send check. Thank you.
Clear.
Thank you, Panda Docs. And now I ask our investors on the table to discuss between three of you to name the one exciting company. This is the time for our investor jury to finish your score sheet, and we use this time for few announcements. So, 1 minute announcement from our expo companies. Please step forward. Your minute already started. Okay, your minute already started. So, guys, no. Okay, you already have 50 seconds.
All right, hello. My name is Vladimir. I came from Belarus. Our company, CMakers, creates scientifically intense startups. Our last startup is a 3D simulation software. We launched it 3 years ago, and now 3 major oil and gas companies already using our product. Now, here we are for entrepreneurs with interesting, great ideas, wanted subjects VR, AI, image processing, and parallel computing. Please visit our expo table, and it's called Looking for Startup Partnership.
Okay, thank you. Next. No,
My name is Dr. Isaac Elias. I am the CEO and founder of Elias Therapeutics. We have an innovative breakthrough. I'm a medical doctor, innovative breakthrough in the treatment and reversal of inflammation and fibrosis. We have been developing this for 5.5 years. We remove galectin-3 via apheresis. We have a proof of concept in large animals from Harvard MGH. We have invested the first $1 million. We raised $2 million, and within $12 to $15 million, we'll be able to complete our CE mark and start selling in Europe, and then move to other indications like congestive heart failure and cancer. Technology is patented all over the world with multiple patents. Thank you.
Thank you, and see you on Expo. Okay. Next company. Your time is going. This is the way to do it.
That's good. Hi, my name's Renee Arvin. I'm the CEO of Voice Acuity. We founded the company about 9 weeks ago. We're already a leader in unified voice technology. We integrate natural language technologies, speech recognition, voice biometrics, and other. You can think of us a little bit like a Nuance or IBM Watson. However, we're a lot more flexible, we're a lot more integrated, and we're a lot less expensive. We're looking for strategic investors, and that's what we're here for. We're in the corner on the right in the general room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next company.
Hello, my name is Eugene. I'm from Shortly,
we created an absolutely new kind of investment alternative, and we call it crowd vouching. Basically, it is similar to peer-to-peer lending, but our customers do not lend money to borrowers, they just vouch for them. I mean, they promise to repay the loan if a borrower go to default. Our application looks like Tinder. You can check here borrower card with his photo, risk group, and amount what you can earn if you vouch for him. If it fits you, you should just swipe right his card, and at the time you'll receive an income. Of course, if a borrower will not pay for a loan later, we charge your bank account instead, but not for all loan amount, just for small portion, cap it at $10. Thank you.
Great. So you're on an expo as well?
Yes. We are located in a great hall.
Okay, in large expo room. So now announcement from Anna.
I know you're all in the anticipation of lunch, and lunch is ready and waiting for you. So we're here for a couple more minutes waiting for the judges' verdict on the companies. One quick announcement. So we're going to have lunch, 45 minutes, and then I want all of you back here. Why? We will have amazing fireside chats. Let me just list them pretty quickly. So one is we're going to talk about growth. Very important topic for startups. And we have Andy Jones, product and growth at Welshfront, and the guy who grew Facebook, Quora, and multiple other companies. So I'm sure you will want to hear from him. Now, next one, we're going to have a fireside chat with Kevin Hartz, who is the founder and chairman of Eventbrite. You all bought tickets today to the event. This was done through Eventbrite, and we had a couple of investors already who are on board of Eventbrite. So here we will have a founder of the company. Then we're going to have Andrew Ng, the founder of Google Brain, and Kira Makagon, a successful entrepreneur, talking about the best practices. And then, of course, another session for startups.
Thank you, Anna. What time we have to be back in this room? 12:45, yes? Please be back at 12:45. And now time for our judges to give us kind of a preliminary idea, the most exciting companies they see at this panel. One.
I don't know if it's the most exciting company, but we liked Conversation One. Not just because it's a great idea, but because she accomplished the goal that each entrepreneur should have. This is a difficult format, right, in front of a bunch of people, and it's a very short time period. And the goal of your presentation here is to try and get a meeting. In other words, to try to get people to want to talk to you afterwards. It's not the same presentation that you would give to one of us individually or to our partnerships. And I think that she accomplished that very well.
So bottom line, it's your invitation to Conversation One to
Yeah, I'd like to talk to him, sure.
Yeah, on one of the best startup conference in Silicon Valley, SVOD. Simon, just let's talk about your startup. Please tell a couple of words about it.
Oh, thank you so much for having me at this great event as well. So I'm the president and founder of FanWide, and we are a social network for sports fans.
Wow.
So we organize viewing parties for every sports team in every city, and we bring people together at bars and restaurants so that they can watch their favorite game as a team, as a community.
You mean some team sports or any sports?
So currently we focus just on team sports, so the professional and the college sports for American football, basketball, hockey, and international soccer. But we are going to be adding pretty much every sport to the platform soon. And what we're really trying to do is find people a community. We're not so much looking at the local sports fans for that team, but we're looking for the out-of-market sports fans. So people that have traveled to the city as a tourist or for business, people that have moved there as a work transplant, people that are students, people that are military. So what we're trying to do is help people find a sense of home, a tribe, a community, wherever they live or travel. And sports is a great way to bring people together.
How can I become to your community? How can I use your application?
So we are an app, and it's pretty straightforward. You just download FanWide, FANWIDE. You specify your favorite sports team, and then we show you where the closest viewing party is, wherever you live or travel. And from there, you can check into the bar or restaurant and get discounts as well.
Let's say I'm interested in several sports. How will look like my profile?
So you can add as many teams as you want. We have about 850 different teams on the platform. Again, all the professional and college sports in the US. You simply say, I like this soccer team, this American football team, this baseball team, and whatever the season is, we will still show you a great place to meet up and, you know, really help you find friends. One of the things that really inspired me to do this, I graduated from Duke, which is one of the top basketball schools, as an undergrad. I moved to Seattle to start working at Microsoft about a decade ago. And I was a work transplant. I didn't have a lot of friends out there in that new city. So for me, a great way of finding people that had the same set of shared interests was to start attending these viewing parties that were organized by my alumni association.
Super.
I started organizing them myself, but I realized it was a lot of work. You know, I'd have to call up bars and restaurants and say, would you have the channel? Will you play the game? Can I get a private viewing area? Can I get a food and drink special? And then I'd have to go and promote it. And I realized we were adding a lot of value to the bars and the restaurants because we were bringing them dozens, sometimes hundreds of people, and they're all new customers.
How your monetization model look like?
Well, we make our money from those bars and the restaurants. We're completely free to our thousands of fans using us, and always will be for the sports fans. And we basically work with the bar and restaurants and say, hey, I'm going to bring you 50 people, a couple hundred people, whether that's one game or an entire season. And they pay us to bring them new customers. And we also make our money from corporate partners. You know, we work with organizations such as Anheuser-Busch that owns Bud Light, Red Bull, different types of ticketed merchandise apparel companies, because we give them a way to do targeted marketing both through our digital platform but also in person at the event, because we can give them access to a dedicated audience of sports fans for 3 hours at a time. So it's really tough for a lot of these you know, sports companies to have that type of tight engagement for such a long period of time.
Sounds interesting. By the way, about the funding, on what stage are you currently?
So we did our seed round, well, we bootstrapped it ourselves. Myself and our leadership team, we put about $250,000 in to get things up and running. Since then, we're doing a $2 million Series A. We've closed about half of that, and we still got about $1 million more to go. So part of the reason why we're at SVOD, meeting investors, getting connected within this great community here in Silicon Valley, and hopefully finding some accredited investors that are willing to write us checks. Only $25,000 per unit, so not a big ask, right? And help us close our round soon.
So thank you so much for being here. I wish you good luck. I wish you find all investors and all investments you're looking for.
Thank you so much for having us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it as well. So Simon, tell us about this very captivating story, and what can I say? I can invite our second guest, which is Paul from Cinemood. Let's applause to the Paul. Paul, hi. Let's plug in the mic to your T-shirt, which is, by the way, says I'm Paul. Correct. It's easier way to communicate with people. Yeah. What is this? Can you please tell about this stuff? I know, by the way, but tell.
Yeah, sure. So this is a smart and safe cinema for entire family. You can read, listen, watch, and stream immersive content onto any surface. So basically, it can be projected to the ceiling. It can be projected to the wall.
Can you project it here?
Yeah, correct.
I can see the stuff.
Yeah. Wow. And we have a digital books like you see it right now.
So I can read from this?
Correct. A lot of parents buying this one because they can read together with the kids, and they can actually motivate their kids to read and read faster and get to the reading.
And this stuff can be like social stuff, because not only one kid can read from the wall.
Correct. And that's very much about it, because a lot of parents are just saying that, you know, I need to buy 2 iPads because one kid cannot, like many kids cannot use one iPad.
Unshareable stuff at all.
Yeah, correct. But this one is more like a social experience. So you sit around, it's like a family tradition. You watch your family movies. You watch basically animation, cartoons tailored to the kid needs. And you also can stream anything. You can watch, I'll just put it so my hands are not shaking. And you also can upload your own content, so there is no problem, you know, like, for example, during the Christmas, to upload some Christmas movie, and just make it that just make it that you watch it together.
Super. It's like nice device. How much it cost?
That costs $399.
$399.
We're selling exclusively on Amazon at the moment, but we're about to launch with all big retailers here in US. And by holiday period, you definitely would be able to buy it everywhere.
What about these covers? I see some covers on it because I've already seen this device without this cover.
Yeah, correct. So the covers are not the simple covers, not only simple for protection. As you can see, the cover are characterized. So this is a character like a bunny.
Yeah.
So the way how it works, every cover have NFC mark inside.
Wow.
So actually storyteller knows exactly which cover you put on top whenever you put it. And when you put it on top, it actually downloads the new content which is related to this character. So this particular one is a Kikoriki, very famous, famous series. And basically the Kikoriki, when you put the Kikoriki cover on top, it will automatically download 42 new cartoons of Kikoriki to the device.
What about the sound? How it's spread?
So it sound and microphone here. So the sound is actually quite loud, so you can hear it very well. And also there is a Bluetooth connection. So
I can use my
you can use anything. You can use earphones, you can use your home theater system, like if it's Bluetooth enabled. And
is it friendly for iPhone and...
oh yeah, we have iPhone app for remote control too.
And for Google-based devices like Android and some other stuff. Super.
And you also can stream content here. So at the moment we have YouTube streaming, so you can basically watch anything what's happening on the YouTube. And we're working hard to add online content distribution platform like Netflix, for example. So a little bit later on, we will just push update to the device, and then you would be able to join the Netflix and watch the Netflix, hopefully.
Super. By the way, how many people currently work in your startup? But I couldn't say it's really startup. You have so beautiful device.
We're still startup in a sense. We have a team of 40 people.
40 people.
Yeah.
It's pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. We have a big sales and marketing, of course, but also our biggest team is product development. Because we're working hard to make this really unique. One of the projects we're working right now to enable VR content on this device.
Wow, it's on a trend now.
Correct. And also, first of all, it's a trendy, but in second, the VR is not available for the kids.
It's
not allowed.
For underage.
Yeah, correct. And this is basically the gateway to the virtual reality. So it's like a beam, and if you project it on the ceiling, you will see the star sky. If you project it to the wall, you will see like boundaries of the countries. If you project it down, down Earth, you will see like, I don't know, the Earth structure. You will see dinosaurs, something like that. So we're working on this one and on a lot of awesome features. We push releases every 2 weeks. And the users get it automatically. So actually, they're used to it and they're waiting. So what next cool thing will come?
You can become addicted to this nice device.
Yeah.
How are you on the money? On what investment stage?
So we are raising round A here. And we successfully raised and just closed our seed round in December this year. December 2016. Yeah, correct. And right now we are raising round A because we already got entry to all national retailers in the US.
Super,
so
good for you.
Thank you, We've built the distribution network, so we're pretty much sure that we will sell 20,000-30,000 this year. But actually the plan is we want to sell 150,000 next year. So the whole idea is that we need to raise round A to make it possible for us to sell 150,000.
But this device is not cheap for some markets. Who is the decision maker of buying this device? Because if I go to some store and my kid sees this funny device, maybe some of people are ready, some of people not to buy this purchase for 400.
$400. If you think this is not that much, so in the kid space, like kids gadget, there is not that many things you can buy, and let's say the money is not a problem and you decide to buy it. I mean, basically there is nothing you can buy, and like you can buy iPad,
yeah,
but again, you don't want to.
Sure.
Like everyone
Because
hates it. Yeah, hates to give it to the
become
kids.
like
Addicted.
switcher,
Correct.
some
Swiper,
addiction.
Yeah, but so in different markets, different decision makers. Like in Russia, our home country, fathers are definitely like decision makers. The one who writes the check. Here it's true for certain sense, but we see a bigger power in the mother hands too. So they also decide quite a lot about this one.
Because it's not only entertaining device, it's just some educational device.
Yeah, correct. And also like to justify the cost, think about it, you can use it in multiple ways. So people like aware that yes, they buy it for the kids and it's good for the kids, so they finally have alternative. But nothing wrong to put your own content here and basically use it as a home theater. Nothing wrong to use it as your companion for the travel when you're traveling. And
sure, it's so handy to you.
Exactly. A lot of people just saying we are camping, and you know, like in camping, there is nothing.
There's nothing to do, but reading or maybe.
Exactly. There are stars, and you sit outside, you just watch the nice movies, and you enjoy it.
Super.
So
and
a lot of
can
people
do it
buy.
Together. It's like
correct.
Super. Where are you assemble this device?
We assembled this in China, so it's a first projector on the market which is designed not in Asia. So all other projectors in the world, they designed in Asia. And I mean the small portable projectors.
I read about some stuff. It's not really projectors.
Correct. So we are the first one who actually designed outside. So and we're proud of it. Some people call us iPhones in the projector world.
Wow.
So you can see that it's a high quality, sleek and slim design.
That's good.
So we assemble it in China, but the parts coming all over the world. We have the Texas Instrument partnership. We have people from South Korea who are working for LG, Samsung.
Super.
Who is actually produce all the components. So it's a very high quality device.
Super. What about your future plan for this year? Because startup world is so hectic and.
Yeah, you're right. We have so much to do. Educational part is a very big challenge for us.
It's content connected part.
Yeah, correct. So we are working hard on making it smart education and attractive learning and all of this stuff. So we will focus on this one. Obviously, sales and distribution network is our focus for this year. As I said, the next year will be VR, AR enabled. And also what we're working now on the extent of the product line, extend the number of SKUs so that you can buy the premium product for 400, but you also can buy a low-cost version for 250, for example.
Super.
The big part of our strategy is cooperation with telecom operators. And
it's kind of interesting steps.
Because if you think about it, they have a very unique asset which they need to utilize, which is the content. So all telco operators, they have almost everyone have OTT video platform, which they distribute. For example, AT&T, they have DirecTV. And basically what we're speaking with them, let's put the DirecTV here so that you have extra screen in the kids' room, basically, where they can access to the AT&T content.
From the side of content owner, you can pay for some extra screen. Sounds good.
Correct. And they're selling it already, like you can buy DirecTV. So why not you have DirecTV on the device which can support it. So this is a big part of the strategy for this year too.
Super. I wish you get all your strategy goals. Paul, thank you so much for being with us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I wish you good luck.
I shouldn't run with this.
You should not. Hi guys, I just remind you that we are on one of the best startup conference in Silicon Valley. We have our next guest. Please sit here. I just plugged in mic to your jacket and let's talk.
Sir.
Please introduce yourself and your startup.
Should I address you?
It's okay.
So I'm Mark Bronez. I'm a CEO at OnSwitch. We provide solar electricity systems to commercial building owners to save money compared to what they're paying the utility today.
Wow. what do you have? You have an application, you have a system, you have what your business is.
Right, right. So what I just described, people have been doing for 20 years. You're right, it's how we do it, which we feel is quite new and innovative. And so the first thing we've done is I can get into it, but we've established the lowest price in the market for these systems. And that leads to the second thing I'm going to say. So with the lowest price in the market, that's why people buy solar electricity from one provider from another. They want the one with the lowest price. So it's very powerful for us. 80% of the time we've won the proposal in the 2 years that we've been selling. And so there's various things we've done with design and our business model to get to that low price, which I can describe.
Super.
The second thing I wanted, more in line with your question, is we're developing a product now, a software product, where in the end, a building owner can go to a website and simply put in the address of their building. And because of what we've done, they get an instant accurate quote.
How
solar.
are you estimate this data? It's just address-based estimation?
Right, because in advance, way before that, we will have done aerial surveying of large, hundreds of square miles at a time. And so for anybody in that region, we will have high-resolution 3D data of their rooftop, of the trees that may shade it, of the structures on the roof. And then with that, our software can quickly and easily design a system. And then, of course, the easier part after that is you price it, you do savings analysis, financing. That part's easy. It all starts with this geospatial data collection at high resolution.
Super. Sounds very good. Who are your customers?
So our customers are any non-residential building owners. So it will actually probably move into the residential market in a year or two. But initially it's commercial building owners. So it's nonprofits, it's public agencies, your federal government, state government, companies, anybody with a building and they own it.
How are you on money? Are you self-funded? You have some rounds of investments?
Right. We got seed money a year and a half ago, and we've used that to generate $3 million of sales. We'll do $12 million this year. But now so we could grow slowly on that, but we're looking for $1.25 million now. We're starting to fundraise. Primarily, we're going to use that to finish development of the geospatial software technology I described. We've piloted that technology in a 1 square mile up in Vacaville, California, and we've submitted a patent. So we have a provisional patent on that as well. And now we're looking to develop it and then introduce it to the market in a year.
This business is pretty complicated. What about your background? Have you?
Right, thank you. Yes. So my co-founder and I, we each have about 15 years in doing exactly this, commercial solar electricity, the old way, or the way others do it now. And we failed enough time, or lost enough time, or got frustrated enough time, or looked at our cost of customer acquisition and just hard to make the numbers work in our company. We struggled enough that I think we've come up with, we realize what we really have to make happen to kind of change how solar electricity is done, to do it at low cost, to make sure it's something that's going to save the customer money, to get the projects ourselves, and to make it really easy for the customer. One thing which I didn't mention, I probably should have, buying a solar today as a commercial building owner, it's a long, multi-month process, and it requires hours, it requires a commitment, kind of excitement, and there's a lot of people like that, but really in the end, I think we lose a lot of people, we, the industry, because they just don't want to start going down the path with salespeople, bids, and trying to figure out what we provide. The way I describe it to you, you get your instant accurate quote. You spend little time and you have all the information right there. So the next steps are pretty easy if you want to go solar.
How do you find this conference?
I found it on the web, actually. I think I was looking for investors or venture. Just found it like 2 weeks ago. So.
And what's your take on about the conference?
I think it's excellent.
Super.
It's the first one I've done of this type, but I was heartened to see that there would be a lot of investors, and I think that's shown true. We've had a lot of good conversations so far. So we're really happy to be here, and wish we'd learned about it earlier and gotten in to do a pitch, but we were too late.
Okay, I wish you'll be there next year and pitch and find as much money as you like.
Thank you so much for the support.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to talk.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Just a sec. I plug out the mic. Yep, you're done.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye. Oh, we introduce our next guest just in a second. I plug in mic to his jacket and unmute it. Okay, please let's introduce yourself and your startup.
Yeah, my name's Renee Arvin. I'm the founder and CEO of Voice Acuity. What we do is we have a significant amount of speech recognition and voice analytics and voice biometrics and natural language processing technologies, which we are integrating into what we think is really the first complete unified voice intelligence platform.
So who are your customers?
So we're building the technology framework around a web-based services model, which basically allows any type of workforce optimization or workforce management or unified communication vendors to basically use any and all of the various technologies very simply.
And I have my contact center, which I'm responsible for. How can I become your customer? What is the way?
So typically, we're not going to be selling directly to the banks, although with our voice biometrics technology for fraud detection and protection, that's a piece of technology that we might actually deliver, in fact, can deliver directly to end customers. But typically, our technologies are all going to be integrated into various workforce management, contact center management platforms, analytics platforms, and a lot of other type of solutions that are built by enterprise companies.
Got it. So you're more focused on B2B markets, yeah?
Yes, although we do have a project right now that will help both showcase our technology as well as generate revenue, which is basically we're going to create some very simple speech-related and voice analytics-related services that we're going to be offering through different marketplaces like a Twilio marketplace or the Salesforce.com marketplace.
So you can operate with different APIs and adopt them. Sounds good. Are you self-funded, and how you run this business?
So I should probably mention my co-founder and I, Jeff Adams, who was until about 2 years ago the head of research and development at Amazon for the Alexa platform. And before that he ran the research and development for the speech, for a part of the Nuance speech recognition technology group. We came together. Jeff has significant technology which has been directly contributed to the company, and we have a third partner who originally started off as a customer of ours, a company called Ambisource, and they have begun integrating our technology, but their CEO, Ray Naini, got very excited about our technology and the opportunity, and he became an investor directly in our company. And sits on our board, and so we've raised money through the strategic partner, and now we're also raising about $1 million incremental from strategic investors that we're hoping to find here, and really to help build out our sales and marketing organization.
So you gather so much data, and how are you on the security side? Because now on the word of the mouth that some hacks been last weeks, for example. How are you on a security question?
Yeah, so for very secure applications, typically you're going to find our software sitting behind a customer's firewall. So really it becomes the company's responsibility, obviously. Then in the scenario where the services are being delivered by the cloud, we're building everything in Amazon Web Services, and again, we're relying really on their security framework.
Super, super. Thank you for being here. I wish you and your partner good luck, and I think you guys raised enough and develop your business to one of the biggest platforms in the world.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll mute your mic and plug. I'll do the stuff for you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Have a good one. We have our next guest, which told us about his nice startup. Please introduce your business, your startup, and yourself.
Yeah, okay. My name is Zenzi. I'm the co-founder of my startup called beepbeepnation.com. It's basically a mobile app that enables a user to get help from another user within a 5-mile radius. The help can be anything. It could be getting a ride from point A to point B, or it could be recommendations for a good plumber or a good restaurant to eat in. And the good thing about this is it's not just the type of help that you can get, which is any help you can think of, but it's very instantaneous. It's right now, at this point in time, when I'm sending out a request, everybody with the same app will be able to receive the same request for help, and then you can then offer to help that person.
But it could bother me if, let's say, I have this application on my cell and I do some job, and it could be like a bit.
Well, you can actually filter out the beep that you don't want. We call it a beep. Every request that you send out is called a beep. You can filter out the request that you don't want to receive. For example, if you don't own a car, don't receive beeps that request for a ride.
So, but it cuts your audience if you focus on some big amount of people. And
yeah, so it's up to you, because you can actually turn the notification off if you're busy. But if you're not busy, if you are on holiday or you are unemployed, you're looking for, or you're just basically looking for to meet new people, you can actually check the app to look for people who are looking for help, and you can actually decide who to help.
Is it free of charge for people?
Yes, it's free to download, and but it's not free to send out. You send out every request that you send out costs one credit.
How much cost one credit?
One credit is 10 cents.
10 cents.
To a
so
dollar.
10 credits is $1.
To $1, depending on the type of help you require. You can also request for medical emergencies, medical officers, for example. Somebody is in front of you. He has, he's fainted, and then you don't know what's wrong with him. You can immediately send out an emergency request for help to find out whether there's
like
any.
911.
It can be like that. Whilst your colleague is looking to call is calling the ambulance, they may not arrive within the few minutes. So that few minutes is crucial for someone with a heart attack. So you could save somebody's life.
Sure.
Or if you have a child who's missing in a mall, and all of a sudden you couldn't see your child, you can now immediately upload a request for help. Have anybody seen my child? Or even a pet.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it can be anything,
Yeah. How many people currently work with
We
you?
have about 10 to 12 people. There are two co-founders, and the core team members, there are about 4, and then we have a development team, about 4 people, and another 3 or 4 people that we outsource certain tasks to.
Oh, sounds good. Where are you guys located?
We are in Florida, Fort Myers. We might relocate to San Francisco. You never know. It's a nice place.
How you find?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, I love it. Yeah.
How you find the startup environment
the startup
here?
scene is very exciting.
It's uncomparable, yeah?
Yeah, it's different.
Any city around the globe,
Yeah.
I agree with you. Okay, how much are you looking to raise?
Yeah, we have done, our initial funding was done by angel investors. We are looking to raise $2 million for us to start launching this app and marketing it in certain selected cities in the US. So you might start with New York or LA or even San Francisco. We need the money to do a big blast of marketing and some money for operations as well.
It costs now marketing.
Yeah, we think it will work because we have tested this. We tested this with SMS, incidentally, about 3 years ago, where we have a list of names that we are blasting out to. Now, those people don't know who we are. We just did it as a test. It's not legal to actually do it that way because they didn't ask for to receive any SMS from us. But we wanted to know how it works. Whether people, if they don't know you, would they still offer you help? It turned out that they do want to help, even though they don't know who you are.
What is the monetization model? Because just 10 cents, it's not too much.
10 cents to $1 for individuals, but you could be a business owner later on, so you might upgrade to a business account. And now you want to look for employees in a certain location. So you blast out to that location, and within a 5-mile radius, all those people who are accountants, let's say you're looking for accountants, will receive your job offer, and they can then respond to you. We charge maybe $100 to $500 for that.
or even $1,000 for that. So for individual users, it's cheap, a very cheap cost to send out a bit. But for business users, we charge a little bit more. But you think about this, SMSs are sent around the world. Even now, it's paid. There are 21 billion SMSs sent out every single day.
It's a huge amount of data.
That's a lot. We are like SMS, except we do it in the form of an app. And everybody who downloads it agrees to receive bips from other users, so there's no privacy issues there, right? So we can actually reach out to, like, even at the end of this event today, if I like to get a ride from someone who's going to Cupertino, I could just ask, can anyone take me along?
By the way,
I can give you a tip or not, it's up to me. You can take me for a ride for a tip or not, it's up to you. So if you're unemployed, you look for those with tips. If you're not, if you don't do it for the money, you might want to do it because you like to meet new friends, socially or for your business. Yeah, there's always a motivation to help another. And people, especially Americans, we are all generally very helpful people, right? So and we've proven that. We have actually tested this. We know it works. So now it's a matter of just letting the entire world know that we have this thing. But we know they will definitely want to use this. Yeah.
By the way, what is your take on about the conference? How you find it?
I love this. It's a good place to actually meet a lot of people and a lot of interested parties and met as well.
Have you already met?
Yeah, we met quite a few already.
Super.
They say it's an excellent idea. They want to follow up with us.
I wish you good luck in your startup.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Let me plug out your mic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Hi guys, let me introduce Sergey from Frontendi. Please tell about your startup.
Yes, my name is Sergey Generalov. I'm with Frontendi.com. We're basically not really a startup. We're more like a group or community of engineers, entrepreneurs, designers who focus on creating high-quality user interfaces. The main problem of technology space is that it's progressing so fast, and we see a lot of products over the last couple of years, but the user experience of these products are really not that good, especially with enterprise.
After your point of view,
Yeah, but like only big companies like Facebook can afford to spend tons of money on engineers and designers to really polish the interfaces. I've been doing this for over 10 years, and what I saw is it's really about sometimes you just need somebody who can say you what's good and what not, and like give you advice or can help you find great people.
So you play like expert in this area?
We play more like a place to go if you need the help with your front end, with user interfaces. And we try to focus on being not a service company, not a startup, but more like your friend who will give you advice, who can provide you services if you need it, but more to...
Friends usually provide advices for free. I assume you are not too free.
Well, we're trying to launch it as a community. So we have a Slack, we have a newsletter. If you go to frontendi.com, you can click a button here and subscribe to our newsletter list. We will launch it soon.
What information I can get?
Well, let's say that you are like entrepreneur, right? And like you just want to know like what's the right technology to use for build your next startup idea, what kind of technology you should use for web or for mobile. This kind of information we like want to give you and like advise it to you.
I can be flooded with information because how I can make this information like more specific if I have just Slack channel?
Well, yes. So like. I mean, that's what I said. We have like a different levels of engagement. So if you are just looking for like newsletter, you can just subscribe to our newsletter. Slack channel is more for people like internal members. We have engineers who is professionals in this area who just talks to each other like and share the latest feedback
and have something to talk because the topic is hot.
Sometimes
for them.
I want to ask advice like how do I do this feature or how do I do that. So it's more like this, and like we've been around for a long time as engineers, like if you combine the experience of great people together, you will get really interesting things going on.
Big value.
Like for example, we just launched this official app for this particular conference.
Yes.
So for the SVOD.org, for the SVOD of Silicon Valley Open Door Conference, we developed an application.
Guys, you can look at the application and figure out whether it's good or not.
Yeah, you can go to getsvodapp.com and download Android or iOS application. It's actually built using our experimental platform that allows us to build applications for Android and iOS faster.
What technology do you use for?
Like we leverage their new technology trends, like React Native.
Oh, it's on a hype now, yeah.
Yeah, it's on a high, but it's still kind of even with our experience, we learned that you need to have a knowledge of how to do things, and we're trying to kind of like abstract, build on top, build a platform.
People write that it's a bit rough technology. It's good, it's time saving, it's multi-platform, but it's a bit rough now, yeah.
Yes, it is, but you know. Like, for example, that's the challenge. In the technology world, everything is like rough, everything is new.
So you live in a hectic world and you have to debug this.
For example, we know that Facebook uses this technology for 3 years already, and they like Airbnb use React Native, Facebook use React Native. All of the big companies are adopting it, so it's evolving really fast. And now you have this small startup with limited amount of resources, and you ask yourself,
as usual, yeah. On a humble in the beginning, yeah.
And like some of these startups are not even have expertise in the front end. Maybe some of them are business focused, maybe sales focused, technology focused, but not really in the front end. And for them, it's really hard. Like, how do you build it? What do you use with React Native? There's like the space is really huge. So we're trying to kind of build the tools and the community to help these people. Like for example, you probably talk to many entrepreneurs.
Yeah, that's
like,
correct.
Everyone have a prototype. Everyone have a business idea on stage. You know, we're kind of trying to see how we can help.
The main challenge to make it live. Yeah, it's super.
SVOD app, for example, was an interesting experiment for us because now we see that we can build an event application.
With some traction.
Yep. Super. Yeah, we can get like event application for conferences like this, and like compared to like usual schedule of development, it's really long to develop both Android and iOS. That high quality takes time. We can get it much faster, like 10 times faster.
What is the main purpose of you being here?
It's my third conference of Silicon Valley Open Doors, so I just meet
Not
people.
just because you are addicted or
Well, you get addicted to the conferences at some point, right?
So
you hear how long?
Second time.
Second time, so yeah.
I'm deeply involved in this stuff.
Yeah, but you know, you meet very interesting people. That's really addiction, and also we just want to know what people are looking for. But like, you go every year and you meet new people, and
absolutely.
Sometimes you meet the same people and you just like become
more
closer and develop your network.
Super.
Yeah. So, but
Sergey, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I wish you good luck in your new venture.
Thank you.
I'll mute your mic and plug out it. I'll do the stuff. Yeah. Thank you, man. We have our next guest. Please sit here. Wow. You have some interesting stuff. Let me plug in here. Is this okay? Yeah? Okay. Please introduce yourself, and I try to play this interesting stuff. I'm not familiar yet with. Okay.
Yeah, be careful. It shoots paint.
Wow.
that's what it does. And
should be wrong.
Well, I am Richard.
Richard?
Yes.
Good to meet you, Richard.
Nice to meet you too. Well, this is a smart handheld printer that works with spray paint.
So the device you have is there. The can is not your part, yeah?
Yes. You attach a can of spray paint here, push the button, and it starts shooting paint. But when it gets where it gets a little bit more interesting is the fact that you can connect this device with your smartphone. So you can upload your
Bluetooth or
via Bluetooth, and you can upload your images to our mobile application. Choose from there what to print, and you can actually bring real images to the real world.
So what could be on my side? What should I do?
What should you do? You should hold the device very strongly so you don't drop it. push the trigger and then just move alongside the wall. And your smartphone does the positioning, shoots the paint to the right place, and now how the pattern appears and how the outcome actually looks like, it's all up to you. It's a combination of a smartphone and your own creativity.
But I have only one color in the can.
Yes, our application divides your image into different layers, and each layer is different color. So one color at a time, you just shoot images.
Sounds good, guys.
Yes.
Who is your target audience?
Yeah, well, we started a year and a half ago with just the idea. Now we have tested very different user cases. We have users in 46 different countries. We have
it's huge.
Yes, we produced those in our office, just assembled those. And we have looked at how people would like to use the technology.
Sure.
Actually, not only how, but who is the main question. We have lots of use cases, but right now we see there are this small group of people, actually not very small people, over 20 million people around the world, who consider themselves as a makers.
Yeah, this is a trend now.
They are people who like to do stuff with their own hands.
Yeah.
Well, that's what. Well, there are lots of fear that at some point in near future, artificial intelligence and robots will be smarter than people.
Yeah, because if I have to just wave it with my hand, it could be done by a robot, by any.
Yes, exactly. Yep. But the will to create something beautiful into our environment that comes from us, and as long as we want to create, then computer never be stronger than us.
How many people currently work on your startup?
Well, we have, as I said, users around the world. Some of the users are a member of our hacker club. Basically, they are the first ones who now test the product and find different use cases. In our core team, we have 10 people. We work in Estonia, and currently we are relocating the headquarters to here, Silicon Valley.
Silicon Valley. Because there are market here, there is a market.
Yes. And well, we are currently raising our seed round. We have first investors committed from here.
How much?
Well, the seed round altogether is $2 million.
Sounds impressive.
Yes. Well, we have raised funding already from Europe and got it pretty far. We have found market fit. We have engineered the product ready for production. Now we have to do the tooling and just hit it on market.
Sounds good, guys. It's super interesting. Thank you so much for your interview. I'm mute your mic, plug out it. I wish you good luck. Thank you for being here, Richard. Bye. Yeah. We invite our next speaker, next guest. Please sit. Oops. Guys, let me introduce Willy. He has a nice application that like Match.com for businessmen. Please introduce your application.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Ville Vanhala, and I'm running a company called Prella.io. And it's a networking tool for events. So you know how people participate in events, and the main reason is and the main reason is to find the right connections. Can be customers, investors, startups, or even a job. And then when you come to the conference, there are thousands of people. So how do you find the most relevant connections? It's usually based on pure luck.
I use LinkedIn.
Yeah, but when you are at the conference and there's thousands of people, it's hard to identify. I mean, you can do networking, but it's hard to identify who's actually the most relevant connection for you.
What about Angel.com?
If you participate in an event like SVOD, you can see who's actually participating as SVOD.
You focus on events?
We focus on events.
Super.
Yes, and so we built this software which basically matchmakes all the attendees before the event according to their interest, and then you can book one-to-one meetings with the ones you actually want to meet. So when you come to the event, you already know that who you're going to meet, what time and where.
What
So-
about scheduling? You have a shared schedule, yeah?
Yes, so we also integrate the event agenda, and the event organizer can define which slots are open for meetings, and our tool will oversee that if you are busy, then I can book a meeting with you, but if you are available and I'm available, I can book a meeting.
How requests look like? I just push the button to right person in some time slot?
Yeah, so basically when you sign up into the tool, we have a LinkedIn integration, so it's really smooth. And when you sign up, you define what are you seeking, what are you offering, and then the tool is providing you the list of attendees who you should be meeting. Based on your interest. If you're looking for a job, then it will show you companies that who you should meet. And then there is a button such as a meeting. When you click that, it shows the agenda of the event, and then you can pick a time which is the most relevant for you. And all this happens before the event. So we call this really strong pre-engagement.
Super. How you gain your money? What is the monetization model?
Yeah, so we started this 1.5 years ago. Now, it's been going really fast. There's a big need for a solution like this. The customer is the event organizer, and they pay us based on the number of attendees.
So super, it's fair.
And then we can provide on-site service, so giving them premium kind of feeling of the whole
That
package.
is the reason why are you here, yeah?
That's the reason.
Super,
Exactly.
super. I've seen the application and I'm really impressed about it. Okay, how many people currently work in this startup?
Yeah, so we are 8 people.
8 people.
Yeah, 2 of us are here in Silicon Valley, and 6 of us are in Finland.
In Finland.
In Finland, yeah. Finland's a good place to have your tech team because you know how Nokia went down.
Yeah,
so
I remember this.
So we have a lot of unemployed, talented engineers.
So you try to grab the brains. Good for you guys. Good for you. What about the future plan? You told that you have significant growth, but what about the plan? About the 1 year? What you would like to achieve at the end of this year, for example?
So we started the company from Finland, so obviously Europe was our number 1 market at first.
Because it's close.
But this year we are turning. The USA is becoming bigger, and we have more focus on this market. And within this year, we are moving towards doing more aggressive sales in the US and growing here. And we are bringing along our SaaS platform, which helps this sort of like a smaller event organizers to be able to utilize our tool, so it's self-served. And then we are doing a research with the University of Tampere about AI and machine learning. That how can we provide you better matches in our platform when you use it.
That's on what Match.com and some other engaging applications spend money.
Exactly.
About US, is it a more lucrative niche in comparison with Europe?
I mean, here in the US, there is even a bigger need for something like this. If you ever been doing business development or sales, it's super difficult to reach the right people. There's so many emails, so many buzz in the digital field. So that's why people go to events, right? And currently there are some tools, but they're not actually focusing on the networking side. They just provide a list of attendees and you can chat with them, which is usually spamming. So when they get to use something like our tool, they use it for fullest.
Yeah, it's very focused.
4 weeks ago, we did an event in New York called Lend It, and we facilitated 3,302 one-to-one meetings within 2 days. So it was crazy. People absolutely love it.
What is the next step? Let's say I use your application, I find some right people, and I met with them. And what is the next? How can I use this application?
Yeah, that's a good question. So basically, at the moment we are in a business of helping you to find the right people at the events you participate.
My main idea.
Exactly. And of course, of your history data will remain in Prella, so next time you use it, you will see who you met and you can evaluate. But in the future, we try to build a tool which helps you to maintain those business relationships. Because today you have LinkedIn, email, but what about if you would have a business communication tool that the people you met, you have something in common, you could be in touch with them. So this is something where we are heading in terms of the user engagement and maintaining those, maintaining the network effect in our tool. So basically, you don't have to stop the conversation with them. You can continue.
It's clear, yeah? The question about investment round, how you earn the money?
Yeah. So we raised 250K pre-seed round.
Pre-seed.
Yeah.
Sounds impressive.
Actually, we're hitting this year already 400K in revenue, which is really good for.
It's just revenue, yep.
Yeah. So
wow,
it's
really cool.
It's really good for B2B SaaS.
So many startups work like just wasting money, and fund burning, and it's so I'm so glad to hear that you gain money.
Yeah, we did 100,000 last year, and we doubled that revenue in Q1. So it looks really promising. But obviously, we want to move faster. We know that we can build a better platform on this. So we are raising $1.2 million.
Super.
And we have already committed 250K.
It's like fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you, William.
Thank you so much.
I wish you good luck with your startup, Milan.
Thank you.
I'll see you on the conference, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right.
Найди мне Энди Джонса. Он где-то здесь стоит в коридоре, разговаривает.
Хорошо.
Я ему позвоню. Welcome back, everybody. So we continue with the next session that will be focusing on growth of your company. And I'm pleased to welcome here my very good friend, Roman Simonov, who is a partner at $11 billion fund called Siegel Gov. It's a global fund investing all over the world. He's going to moderate Andy Jones. Andy Jones is a VP of Product and Growth at Welshfront. But before joining Welshfront, he was an executive in residence at Greylock Partners, which position was basically created for him. He's an advisor to incubators and venture capital funds such as Cowboy Ventures, Homebrew, Maven Ventures. He's been advising to multiple startups, including Facebook, helped growing Facebook from 100 million users to 500 million users. Twitter, he joined Twitter when Twitter had 40 million users. He helped grow it to 140 million. Quora, from 20,000 to several million. Should we applaud? No? So currently he's with Welshfront, helping grow it from 300 million in sales to 6.5 billion under management. My very good friend Stan Chudnovsky, who is the head of product for messaging at Facebook, said this, I'm going to quote him because I think it's extremely eloquent and true. Andrew is one of the very few people out there who really understands growth. Not primitive, elementary school kind of understanding, but deep, sophisticated view that one can only get after spending days and months and years thinking, executing, winning, failing, and thinking again. Also, Andy is a real pleasure to be around, kind and caring, which is super important in a stressful and high-charging environment. I enjoy every minute I spent with him. You will too. Well, Andy, Roman, welcome.
So let's get started. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, everyone.
So first panel after lunch. So we have only 20 minutes, and we're going to talk about growth. It's everybody wants to hear about growth. It's more important than profitability. Everybody wants to grow. Grow users, usage, retention, revenues, and profit, obviously. So you have been at many companies, very successful. From 50 to 500, or from 40 to 140, now at Welshfront. So please share your experiences and different methodologies, starting from Facebook first.
Sure.
How do you get users first? How you keep them engaged? How you keep it going? And since we have so many people here from many countries, any different metrics Facebook used when going abroad?
Sure. Happy to talk about that. To begin with, when I look at any company and I think about its potential to grow and scale, I come back to what I consider a bit of a fundamental framework for evaluating whether or not this thing can grow at scale for a long period of time. And it's a very simple equation. It's sort of an A times B times C thing. And the first is, does it have a top of funnel? Meaning, can you acquire traffic through multiple means? Can you convert that traffic into some form of usage, like a registration? And then the second part of the equation is what I call the magic moment, which is we can't forget that when we're building products for people. And when you give somebody a product, there must be an early part of that experience which creates an emotional response. Where it's like the first time that I got into an Uber, I'd heard about the app. I thought, okay, this sounds like an interesting alternative to just taking a taxi. I requested a car, a black car showed up. I got in, the person gave me a bottle of water, greeted me by name. I got out of the car and I thought, okay, that is way better than what I used to have to use in the past. And that's what I mean by the magic moment. There has to be some emotional experience that's created in your customer's mind very early on with the product. And in the example of Facebook, they did that by composing a news feed for the first time. For an awful lot of people, we forget that that was the first time in which you could log into a product and easily see how you could connect and share with the people in your life that matter the most to you. And for an awful lot of folks, well over 1.5 billion of them now, that for them was the aha moment. And so it's top of funnel, magic moment, and then the last part of it is what I call core product value, which is whether or not your product is offering some form of fundamental value to people that meets some core part of their life needs. And in the case of Facebook, that was the ability to connect and share with the people that you care about. And if you don't have the B and C part, which is magic moment and core product value, you're not going to have top of funnel. And that's sort of the way the equation works. And so in the case of Facebook and Twitter and Quora and some of these other businesses that I've had the opportunity to work with, they got the magic moment and the core product value right, such that building the top of funnel for the business was very, very easy. And in the case of a social network like Facebook and Twitter, you have this amazing loop of whenever somebody joins the product, they create a profile, they create and share content, and that grows the corpus of content across that entire social product and ecosystem. And as that grows, each one of those profiles and pages is capable of fetching you more traffic. And as that traffic comes in, that leads to more users and so on and so forth. And that's the network effect that we come to know. But that was the key to it, is like that the ability to propagate traffic in that way is directly derivative of that magic moment and the core product value. So that's how I think about it.
Okay, thank you. And internationally, same concept?
Yeah, certainly international, same concept. I think there are different approaches to different markets, that's for sure, and I got to see the difference across Facebook and Twitter as two very stark examples. So in Twitter's case, what was interesting about growing that business is it was really about connecting people to things that they found interesting, and less so about connecting them with people that they knew. And it turned out that some of the early adopters of Twitter's platform were actually sort of second and third tier celebrities. And it makes sense because if you were a tier 1 celebrity, think of somebody that you see on TV or what have you, or an international sports star, your time is finite. And you spend that finite time only leveraging social platforms that operate at the greatest scale. But if you're a tier 2 or tier 3 celebrity, that's not necessarily the case. You're scrappy because you want to be a tier 1 celebrity. And so you're more willing to adopt these nascent platforms in order to become a power user of that platform, because that's where you can establish your distribution to grow your brand as a tier 2 or tier 3 celebrity. And so in Twitter's case, in growing in international markets and domestic markets, it turned out that establishing relationships with organizations or with people that sort of fit into that tier 2 or tier 3 was essential. And then the consumers or the users of the product had the ability to connect with those people, and that would grow the audience. And then later on, the tier 1 celebrities would decide, oh, okay, it's big enough now for it to justify my time, and then they would go ahead and adopt the platform.
Okay, so we'll talk about celebrities a little bit later. So obviously, when Trump tweets, it helps, tremendously Twitter, right? Twitter generates a lot of value out of it. But let's go back to your magic moment, I think. To me, as an investor, magic moment is to catch the company, then actually network effect just kicks in, and it's actually very hard to do. So network effect, it's when users create value for another user, and new users join, and that brings you scale, and that scale brings you more value, and that more value brings more users, and it's really that magic moment. So how do you get to critical mass? How you define critical mass? Because it has implications how much money you raise to get you going to this magic moment. Yeah. So what's critical mass usually?
So what is critical mass, in particular for the network effect businesses, and how do you get there? There isn't a hard and fast rule around or a specific equation that says, oh, you've reached critical mass. Now, what I can say from experience is at Facebook, we noticed that when we reached 3 to 5% market penetration, that was enough in a particular country, right? That was enough for other growth effects to begin kicking in. That's when we would see viral growth start to accelerate. That's when we would see organic growth by people going to a search engine and searching for Facebook by name begin to kick in. Was really at like that 5% tipping point. And so then the question was like, how do you get to 5%? The answer is whatever the hell you can do to get there. And we worked tirelessly, and we threw tons of ideas against the wall. And in most cases, those ideas completely failed. But there were some very interesting ideas that happened to work, and I'll give an example. So at the time, I was overseeing organic search, SEO, for Facebook. And a significant portion of our organic search growth was a byproduct of name search. So somebody would go to Google and they would search for Andy Johns because they wanted to find that person. Turns out that there are an awful lot of people searching for other people by name in search engines. And then you would see a profile show up in the search results, click on that profile, and hopefully you would go ahead and register, be it Facebook or LinkedIn or something else. And so back in 2008, 2009, 2010, that was a meaningful portion, actually close to 15 to 20% of Facebook's growth came from that mechanism. Now the challenge was, I thought, well, that's great. So long as I continue to elevate conversion rates from this search stream, I can get more and more Facebook users. But the challenge was, how do I get that traffic for somebody who doesn't yet actually have a Facebook profile? Because if they don't have a Facebook profile, then we don't have a page to show up in the search results. And so there are billions of other names out there of which I didn't have a profile for yet. And the solution that we came up with was, well, we can bid on those names as basically an ad in Google search results or in whatever search engine is relevant to that country, for example, Yandex. And so we started the process of building absolutely massive ad campaigns, bidding on people's names in other countries. And we, at one point, actually managed to figure out how to get a list of people's names in other countries, either through public census data or other forms of data gathering, and compose these lists of 100 to 200 million names, which we then broke into massive ad campaigns and bulk uploaded into Google AdWords Editor. We actually had to work with Google engineers at the time to get them to make adjustments to the APIs such that we could build campaigns that were as big as we wanted to build them. We were well above the keyword limit that they naturally supported in the product at that time. And so after weeks and weeks and weeks of bulk uploading these ad campaigns by hand using Google AdWords Editor, we started bidding on people's names in multiple countries around the world in the search results. And it wasn't an occupied search space at the time, and so the cost per click was actually relatively low. And after several months of optimizing these campaigns to elevate the quality score and to improve conversion rates, we managed to get the cost per acquisition, that is buying a new Facebook user, down to 70 cents on average. Now the ARPU of a Facebook user today is significantly greater than that, but we set a hard constraint to buy one new Facebook user at no more than $1 per person. And we managed to pull that off, and we scaled that up, and we operated that across, I think, 22 or 23 different countries, in particular targeting those countries that had less than 5% market penetration.
Okay, so to get to 5% or to 3%, you need, in certain markets, you need early adopters, right? Those guys who embrace the technology. But early adopters, since the network effect hasn't kicked in yet, they get less benefits from the network, right? So you need to either to subsidize them or bring those celebrities or some other magnets or special features for them or create some sort of scarcity factors. Like in old days, you have to have .edu account to sign up for Facebook. So people actually naturally would like to feel the privilege to be part of the network. So what techniques here with early adopters?
Yeah,
from
so
0 to 5%.
The early adopter thing is very important. I can give two examples, one with Quora and one with Wealthfront. We'll start with the Quora piece. So Quora, in a nutshell, we wanted to build a platform where it's easy for people to share the best bits of their personal knowledge, like the knowledge that they had based on the experiences of living the life that they lived, right? And that was a unique form of content that we wanted to pull out of people's minds and put this into Quora. And that's what it's known for today. And so we cared about quality and experiential knowledge, right? We didn't want Quora to turn into Yahoo Answers, where it's just terse and useless. Sorry if that was harsh. I have nothing against Yahoo Answers, but And so we cared about quality, and we needed to demonstrate that this was what the product was about. So us as early employees, we leveraged our own personal network of friends, family, and previous coworkers that we'd worked with, and our own time and effort. And we reached out to them, about 2,000 to 3,000 of us total, and we started building the early corpus of content that existed in Quora before it became a publicly used service. So we wrote the content ourselves, and we leaned on mom and dad and aunt and uncle and brother and sister and all of our coworkers to try and help us do the same thing. And that was really important because if there's one thing that I've learned about a product is that that first session in which a user comes in and uses it, it imprints a mental model in that customer's mind as to what you are for and what you're about. And that's why the quality mattered, because we wanted them to in turn write high quality questions and write high quality answers, because that is the expectation that we demonstrated in the product ourselves. And so that's what we did. We wrote tons of stuff. I think I wrote the equivalent of like almost a full-length book of questions and answers into Quora, and there are a ton of employees that did the same thing. And that was just the first couple thousand users, and then we opened it up. And since we had this content, Google started to crawl it and ingest it, and they put that in the search results, and then that started to fetch us traffic, or some really interesting questions and answers were shared on social media because people found it fascinating. For example, we managed to work with some of the inmates at a local prison, and they would write questions and answers down that they had on pen and paper, and we would transcribe that into Quora itself, since they weren't allowed access to a computer. Like, we went that far, and they produced brilliant content. And that was the sort of stuff that, in terms of an audience of early adopters, helped propagate the content engine that is now Quora, and I think they're doing over 200 million monthly unique visitors. And so it started by hand, like curation of the exact people using the product and demonstrating an expected behavior that we wanted everyone to see after that. Now, it turned out that at some point in 2013, 2012, we started to experience organic growth in different countries. India, Indonesia, a couple examples. But then in Indonesia at the time, we hadn't gotten ahead of it such that we could put high quality questions and answers into the system before users started to join. And so they came into it, and it was basically this blank platform that just said, ask a question and write an answer. And so they started to use it as they saw fit, and they started using it like it was Twitter. And so they'd ask a question like, how's your day? And then 30 other people would chime in and say, well, it sucks, And we're like, no, that's not it at all. That is not what Quora is about. And so we had to take drastic steps, and we nuked all their profiles, we deleted all their content, and we shut off signups from Indo IPs for like 6 months. And then we were able to build up the corpus of the content, open it up, and allow it to grow in a way that was healthy. And sometimes you have to do that. So that's what we did on the Quora side. With Wealthfront, if you're not familiar with Wealthfront, we're basically building something that we think replaces the need to ever use a traditional financial advisor or private wealth manager, right? It's all your finances made available directly on your phone. And so we're effectively a financial advisor in most people's minds. Now, the challenge for most financial advisors is the chicken and egg problem of how do you go from managing $0 to managing more than $0, because who's going to trust you to manage their investments when you're not already managing somebody's investments, right? That's the chicken and egg problem. And we literally built the customer base by hand to begin with. We figured that, we're building a product for the underserved investor. And we're building it for young technologists, for people who expect a software-based solution to some of their core life needs. Right? They don't want to sit down with a financial advisor and fill out paperwork and deal with all that stuff. That's just not what we want. That's not what I want. And we were building a product for us. And so we said, there's probably going to be other engineers at Silicon Valley companies that probably feel the same way. And so we built the product, and then we reached out to some of our personal network, and we went to engineers at Facebook and LinkedIn, and we booked a conference room there, or they booked one for us. And we would literally give an investment seminar for like an hour to like 2 engineers sitting in a conference room at their campus. And the seminar wasn't about Wealthfront, it was about how to invest intelligently. And then we would show them that Wealthfront would execute a really good investment strategy. And because they were technologists and they saw what we were doing with software to automate personal finance, they thought, okay, that's cool. I want that. And that's how we started it. And we grew to $1 billion in assets under management entirely organically. And today, 90% of our growth still comes from organic sources. Only 10% of it is through paid marketing.
Let's talk about monetization strategies. So network effect kicks in, so networks mature, and emphasis shifts to curation and monetization. If you monetize too early or too aggressively, it can crush your network effect. So at what moment you actually start monetizing and how? And please also compare free-to-use networks like Facebook or Twitter, supported by advertising dollars, versus paid services like Wealthfront, when people pay from day zero, a quarter of a point.
So the question is, when do you monetize? Well, before you run out of money, that's for sure.
Or before you raise next round,
yeah,
you need to show.
Yeah, at least 12 months before you're out of cash. That's a hard one to answer. So specific to network effects businesses, I mean, if you don't establish the network effect such that your growth is putting you on this trajectory to win the market, it's a natural monopoly, like that's what a network effect is, then focusing on monetization before you've established those growth curves is pointless, right? Because you're not going to win the market. At the Facebook side, Twitter side, Quora side, in all of those cases, we basically didn't care about monetizing any market until we had at least 10% penetration in that market, at least. And I say 10% because that meant that we probably established some curve that suggested that we would grow well beyond 10% penetration in that market. And I can recall, and we were fiercely defensive of making sure we grew the user base and drove engagement of the product before we drove monetization. And I'll give an example. In 2010, and this is at Facebook, the ad sales side of our business started to evolve and grow. And we weren't making a ton of money yet. I think we had just passed the point at which we're doing about $1 million a day in revenue, which is significantly less than what they do now. But that was a big milestone for us. But I remember that in Brazil, in particular, we had less than 5% market penetration-ish. But somebody on the ad sales side had managed to land a big deal. There was a significant multinational company that said, you know what, we're going to pay you $5 million. I can't recall exactly. It was something like that, 5 or 10 million. And we want to buy all of the ad inventory on the homepage of Facebook.com in Brazil for a week. And if you're making $1 million a day in revenue and then somebody comes in and offers to basically give you 5 or 7 days of revenue in one ad deal, that's pretty significant. And so they're excited. And then we came in as the party poopers, right? Because here was the issue. If you bought all the ad inventory on the homepage, it turned out that at the time, the ad inventory directly competed with the product component that would generate friend recommendations. And so if you bought out all of that inventory, you literally removed the ad friends unit. And that's like the lifeline of Facebook's business, right, is connecting you to your friends. And since we were low in terms of market penetration in Brazil at the time, we decided to really, really fight against that and said, no, it's too early to take away the ad friends module in service of a monetization unit because we're not there yet in the market. And so we canned the deal. We didn't take it. And instead we ramped up the friending functionality and drove friending within that market in service of driving penetration. So to recap that, I think across all three of those companies, I've seen them be very, very, very patient, and they know that it's a natural monopoly, and unless you establish these curves in a given market, you're pretty much wasting your time thinking about monetization. I actually think that's one example of the cognitive dissonance that led to the demise of businesses like MySpace.
It's good because you have VCs to finance all of that, and you don't need to worry about it. So we have a red light here, so we're out of time. Anna, do we have time for one question from the audience? No, sorry. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you, guys. right. It is my honor to welcome on stage Andrew Ng, the founder of Google Brain, chief scientist of Baidu, co-founder of Coursera, and professor at Stanford University. Basically, this is the person who moved machine learning from the lab into business.
Thank you.
And our moderator is Alex Webb, reporter at Bloomberg. Welcome.
So yeah, I'm not entirely sure why it says Roman Alex Webb, but I'm Alex. I'm a reporter on Bloomberg's tech team, and of course it's a great honor to have Andrew here on the stage. And of course has run through some of the key points. If you don't know who he is, well, it's a good thing we have him here today. I think that maybe it would be a good point to start. I'm sure a lot of you know the answer to this already, but maybe just explaining 3 of the buzzwords that go around in tech a lot of the moment. We hear a lot about artificial intelligence, we hear a lot about machine learning, we hear a lot about deep learning. And a lot of people use these terms sort of synonymously, but could you maybe break out really, well, like, what's the difference between all 3?
Yeah, so I guess AI as a set is the biggest category, and machine learning is a smaller subset, and deep learning is an even smaller subset. So I would say the recent progress in AI, deep learning has been this shiny, rapidly growing thing that is working much better than it was compared to even a couple of years ago. So of all the things in AI, it's gotten the most attention. But as learning algorithms, they can absorb huge amounts of data and learn patterns. Machine learning is a bigger category, just software that can look at data and learn things from it. But really the part of machine learning that's growing the fastest is deep learning. And then finally, the biggest category, AI, includes all sorts of things as well, such as a lot of work in robotics to figure out how to move an arm from here to there, or logical reasoning, or probabilistic reasoning. Given diseases and symptoms, can you have software that can estimate your probability that you have this disease or that disease? So AI is that bigger category. It's all good. You should use all of it.
Of course, at Baidu, you were leading a 1,300-person team in artificial intelligence, and at Google, when were helping develop Google Brain, these huge companies have seemingly bottomless pits of resources and also bottomless pits of data. We've got a lot of startups here. What are the advantages that the big companies have compared to the smaller ones, and what things can startups do which maybe bigger companies might struggle to do?
So we're making this analogy that AI is the new electricity. Just as about 100 years ago, electricity transformed every industry, right? Actually, 100 years ago, we wouldn't have had electric lighting or refrigeration for our food. There were so many industries. Manufacturing, healthcare, transportation, communications are all transformed by electricity, starting about 100 years ago. Today, if you look at pretty much every major industry, I find it difficult to think of one that I don't think AI has a good chance of transforming in the next several years. So I think that both big companies as well as startups could play a big role in transforming these future industries. And today, the scarce resource is really talent and the people with the ability to go after these problems. I feel like maybe there are like 1,000 great opportunities, but only 100 leaders with the know-how of both AI and business to go after all of these huge numbers of opportunities. So I think there's plenty of room for both big companies and for startups to do a lot of meaningful work.
Is it hard for smaller companies to get the data sets they need to do what they want to do? If you're starting from scratch with a blank piece of paper, how do you go about sourcing the data, irrespective of the field, which will allow you to develop the algorithms to reach the solution?
There's been a lot of hype about the importance of data, and data is important. So some startups ask me, right, if the big companies have so much data, could a small startup possibly compete? And I would say that for the giant categories such as speech recognition or web search that are squarely in the bullseyes of the giant companies, the big companies have accumulated so much data that I think it is difficult for a small startup to go head-to-head with a giant company in one of these categories. So for example, take speech recognition. For general purpose speech recognition, the large companies train on anywhere from 5 years or maybe sometimes north of 10 years of audio data, and it costs millions and millions of dollars to accumulate those data assets. So that might be difficult for a startup to do. But I think that there are a lot of new categories. For example, if you want to do some work in medical imaging, maybe there's a category of medical images for a specific disease where globally there aren't that many images taken. And by partnering with a hospital or by clever data acquisition techniques, even a small organization might be able to acquire a very significant data asset enough to launch a product and start to get traction. Having said that, a big company could do this too. So I think for those new verticals, big companies as well as startups could, be playing your cards right. You could capture that. And the very common pattern is if through cleverness or data acquisition or whatever, or partnerships, acquire enough data to build a product that's good enough so you can then launch it into the marketplace and start having users use your product. And that then starts this positive feedback loop where having a good enough product lets you have users, lets you get data, so your product then gets better. And over time, you can then accumulate enough data assets to then build a defensible business. So I think this pattern is one that many startups, as well as perhaps a team in a big company, could successfully execute.
In tech as a whole, we've seen, disruption is a horrible term, but we've seen the way that startups and new companies have come into markets originally which perhaps less regulated. So we know very well in the media that there's been, the classic newspaper is dying or even dead, and gradually it's moved into increasingly regulated industries. So healthcare is perhaps one of the last ones which has really been hit in a big way by the tech industry because it's so heavily regulated. Do you think with artificial intelligence as a whole, how do you see the roadmap of what are the industries which can be first tackled and how does it develop from there?
Yeah, I think it's very, I don't know, it's a great question, it's a very complicated question. I think there's some properties of a field that makes it easier for AI to come and transform the field rapidly. I think that actually if you take the taxi industry, right, that's a relatively fragmented industry, and a lot of the taxi operators do not have a strong technical background. So I think that's been relatively easy for the ride-hailing companies to come in globally, really, be it Uber, Lyft, or Didi or Grab, these global players, or multinational players certainly, to gain significant market share. I think retail is another industry where a lot of the operators or a lot of the players have been less sophisticated about technology. Healthcare is an interesting one because a lot of healthcare individuals, like the deans of the medical schools, they're very sophisticated. I mean, the deans of medical schools, they are thinking about AI. So how much AI will enter healthcare versus how much healthcare will figure out AI, I think is something to be seen. Historically, tech has figured out these other fields rather than these other fields figuring out tech. One challenge I'm seeing right now is that an AI person has, 500 things they could be working on, whereas a healthcare person, they see AI coming, so they're highly motivated to figure out AI. So I think it'll be interesting to see what types of models end up evolving.
I'd like to dig into healthcare a little bit, if that's okay. I mean, in my previous existence, I was in Germany for 5 years, and one of the companies I covered was Siemens, and they make MRI scanners, CT scanners, and they are very aware of all the data and imaging they can pull and a way of capitalizing on that. And both they and then Philips, which is another maker of medical scanners and medical equipment, they want to build platforms which can aggregate this data. Then on the flip side, we also have Apple Health Kit and Google Health and coming at it from the tech side. Now, the health companies are very well capitalized and they can raise debt very easily and fund vast efforts quite easily. What kind of hurdle does that present to people trying to get into the healthcare space afresh?
Yeah, I think that there is, honestly, there's so much capital, right, floating around these days, both in the US and in China, that while I don't want to trivialize the work it takes to raise capital, that feels to me less of the bottleneck. I think that in the AI era, the strategies for AI are very complicated, right? We're all learning new ways of thinking about how to grow our businesses. So I feel like the scarce resource is actually the executive talent that can sort out these really complicated things. And I think the appropriate executive talent, either in a company like Siemens or Philips, or the executive talent in a startup, could make a very good shot at it. Let me give an example of what I mean. Look, capital is definitely helpful. Capital is one source of power, but other things are important too. To make an analogy to an earlier age, if we take a shopping mall, I don't know what's your favorite shopping mall, but say your favorite shopping mall builds a website, right? A shopping mall plus a website does not equal an internet company. And if your favorite shopping mall CIO says, I built a website, we're just like Amazon, you would say, no, I think there's some differences, right? And I think what I believe in the current era, a internet company plus supervised learning or plus machine learning, that does not equal a truly AI company. So what are the differences between a shopping mall plus website versus a truly internet company? Well, it turns out that with the rise of the internet, we found that we could do A/B testing a lot more and learn really quickly. So part of the DNA of internet companies is to just run a lot more experiments. And if you don't run a lot of experiments, well, your competitors will, and they will kill you off. So, surviving internet companies tend to be very good at experimenting because of new capability that the internet enabled. Internet companies tend to push decision-making power down to the engineers because there's just a lot of knowledge and know-how in decision-making that needs to be made by the engineer and not by the CEO. So I feel like these, pushing the decision-making power structures, the philosophy of A/B testing, these were the more fundamental changes that makes a company a truly internet tech company. Now, with the rise of AI, I think we'll see a new wave of truly AI companies. And we don't know yet what it means to be an AI company. I think we're all sorting it out. Companies like Baidu and Google are, among the thought leaders in this, but I think we're all trying to sort this out. But for example, AI companies tend to be much more sophisticated in the way we think about data acquisition. Sometimes you launch a product for the purpose of getting data, not for the purpose of revenue. AI companies tend to much more build centralized data warehouses because if you know that a user did this on your map product and the same person did that, on an email product, or the same person did that on this other messaging product, being able to pull those data assets together makes your data much more powerful. So this is another workflow process that truly AI companies tend to have. AI companies think about automation systematically, much more systematically than non-AI companies. The old job descriptions we have in Silicon Valley of what's a product manager, what's a designer, what's an engineer, those job descriptions are breaking down. I think in an AI company, part of the job of a product manager is to come up with a test set, right? So the workflows are changing and maybe we'll need new job descriptions that didn't exist. Honestly, I don't think, I certainly haven't figured this out. I think we're all trying to figure out how to architect this new AI company to leverage the new AI capabilities that we now have that we didn't have just a few years ago. Just as, maybe a decade ago, it took a lot of work for us to figure out how to architect an internet company to leverage the internet capabilities that we didn't have in the previous era.
It's interesting that you're talking about these changes in the way that the technology has evolved. You've interacted with top C-suite executives at some of the world's biggest companies. Obviously, without going into any specifics, which might get you into trouble, but how have the conversations evolved, and their approach to AI? I assume perhaps maybe 10 years ago there was more skepticism, but it would be interesting to hear how those interactions have developed.
Yeah, I think among the technology executives, the C-suite executives have certainly, come around to seeing the value of AI dramatically over the last, I don't know, maybe 5 years or so. Really, you guys know as recent at Baidu, to give Robin Li, CEO of Baidu, credit, he was really the first tech exec globally, as far as I know, that clearly saw, first large company exec, as far as I know, to very clearly see the value of deep learning. I give him a lot of credit for that. And this was before I joined Baidu. I think that one interesting thing is that we're seeing non-tech execs also come around to seeing the value of AI. So, and again, to be really honest, I'm seeing this happen faster in China than in the US. One thing that's happened in China is that the PC revolution or the IT revolution hasn't finished yet, and neither has the mobile revolution, and neither has the AI revolution. So it's all happening at the same time in China. And I think in China, a lot of the seasoned, chairpersons, the really titans of industry, the magnates of traditional industries, non-tech industries, they've seen fortunes made in their lifetime, they've seen fortunes lost in their lifetime. It all happened, it can go up and crash very quickly in China. It just happens very fast in China. So because a lot of these tech execs, C-suite execs have seen it, in the last decade or two, when they see this AI wave coming, I have had, CEOs or chairpersons of major titans of industry in China and outside technology come to me and say, hey, Andrew, how can mobile help their business? Or how can AI help their business? And there's this very strong desire to embrace the latest bleeding technology because they know that they don't embrace it, one of the competitors might, and then their business could be destroyed in a very, very short time. I think the US is also getting there, which I think is great.
Has there been any one turning point or technology? I mean, New York Times, they did a really interesting story, not that I'm loath to give our competitors credit, but there was a really interesting story they wrote about Google Brain and when machine learning was used in Google Translate, and that was really a sort of sea change in seeing how this kind of technology can help products. For these executives, was there one thing where they looked at it and said, now I get it. This is what really has made me aware of its potential.
I'm not aware of any one sea change like that. And maybe speaking more broadly outside AI, frankly, here in Silicon Valley, there is a little bit of an echo chamber, right? There is this effect that one leading tech company says something is hot, be it AI or VR or chatbots or blockchain or whatever. And once one tech exec says it's really hot, well, then everyone else, it makes it safe for everyone else to jump onto that bandwagon. And once the second person is on the bandwagon, well, then everyone else jumps onto the bandwagon, which is why I think we have seen waves of hype with really all the big companies, or almost all the big companies, jumping very quickly to do whatever is hot that year, frankly. But having said that, I think as an AI technology leader, I personally see relatively clear roadmaps for AI to transform multiple industries. So I personally rely on that judgment my confidence in AI is based on that, not based on what people say. So I'm not worried about AI's ability to create tremendous value.
Of course, Baidu has an autonomous car project, and this idea of hype is interesting. Do you think that autonomous driving technology is overhyped, underhyped, or just right?
Boy, I don't. But full disclosure, my wife is co-founder of Drive AI, a phenomenal team, founded by my students and my wife and some friends. I think that autonomous driving is coming, and I think a lot of the details need to be figured out. For example, I think that autonomous driving will take a public-private partnership. We need to make some changes in regulations. For example, I've said this elsewhere, if you're driving along and a construction worker does that, you need to stop. Construction worker does that, you need to go. I don't know any AI team that has a clear roadmap for distinguishing between these crazy hand gestures or a construction worker yelling at the car, no, go that way, right? None of us have a roadmap for building that technology at a level of reliability high enough to make this critical decision that you had better get right about whether you should stop or whether you should go. So I think the solution to that is not to say, well, let's try harder. I think the solution is to give the construction worker an app so they can communicate much more clearly with their vehicle. So I think that with changes like that, I think that it will be possible to make autonomous driving a reality on a reasonable time scale. But I think a lot of the details still need to be worked out. I mean, it will clearly transform the way all of us get around. So I have a hard time answering your question because I don't, as a technologist, sometimes I see these strategy people come and say, there's this wave and there's this hype. As a technologist, I actually look at those market trends very little. I tend to look at the customers and the technology, because in the end, when I build a piece of technology, who decides if I succeed or fail, right? Is actually not investors, is not the market analysts, although I have a lot of respect for them. In the end, there's a million people out there, or the tens of millions of people out there that are my boss, because by the way they vote, they decide if I succeed or fail. So I tend to pay a lot more attention to my ultimate boss, which is these tens of millions of people that I can help maybe, or that I'll either succeed or failing in helping.
There are clearly a lot of people here who are from the investment community, and they've got to work out the best way of spending their money. And do you think that AI has a role in investing, and what could that role be?
I think AI as a category to invest in is a phenomenal category. I think that.
So please give you money, basically.
No, not me. Just invest in the category. There are lots of great startups that have nothing to do. So look at all those startups and go invest in them. I think that using AI to invest in the very early stage, people talk about this idea. I think it'll be challenging. I could see tools coming up to help investors evaluate facets of a company, like better tools to figure out how good is the software, or what's the pedigree of the founders, or whatever. I could see things like that, but I think fully automated, very early stage investing, I don't see that easy to realize on a short time horizon. Although, of course, for the public markets, I think clearly automation already has a very large role there.
we're running out of time. Just one final question. I realize you may not want to give away the family jewels, but can you give a hint of what you're up to next?
You know, my wife Carol just said to me just a couple days ago that she said, Andrew, you are the hardest working unemployed person I know. So I am working hard, but I don't have a specific announcement yet.
Well, on that note, thank you very much for your time. Please put your hands together for Andrew.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks very much.
All right, so to come to this event, you all had to go through a registration process, very easy, very quick, called Eventbrite. And in the morning, we had 2 investors in this company, Jeff Clavier and Keith Rabois. And now we have the person who is responsible for all of this, Kevin Hartz, who is a co-founder and chairman of Eventbrite. Now Kevin is a partner at the Founders Fund, an early stage and later stage, right, investment fund with $3 billion under management, which invested in companies like Palantir, SpaceX, Facebook, Lyft, Asana, and AltSchool. But Kevin's list of personal investments is terrific as well. So what should we name? Airbnb, PayPal, Pinterest, Trulia, Uber, and Yammer. And this is just a few companies. So Kevin, welcome. Our moderator is Leslie Hook, correspondent from the Financial Times.
Thank you, Anna.
Hello and good afternoon. With that introduction, I think I don't need to introduce Kevin any further, but I'd like to just begin by asking about your recent change. You are the newest partner at Founders Fund. You joined in September. So now you're sort of on the opposite side of the table after being a serial entrepreneur. And why did you make that change?
Well, I'd been at Eventbrite for over 10 years, and I've moved into the executive chairperson role. And a lot of that was, I felt that one of my co-founders, who also happens to be my wife, Julia, it was really her time to be CEO. I felt that, or we all felt that she was, it was almost like day zero for her.
So did you guys have a deal? Like, I'm going to hand it over to you at a certain point?
It was never set from beginning on. We were always very flexible in our roles, and it just became a very natural transition. I think that the lesson here is with all startups is that you want to have these kind of transition or these plans in place, or just think about how things can shift. And I think it's a testament to Julia's talents and the strength of the team that she has done wonderfully. I like to think of Eventbrite finally being under competent management, and that she is in her first full quarter of Q1 as CEO, the business is profitable. So that's wonderful, and the business has actually reaccelerated in growth.
And so were you sort of thinking, I'm tired of being an entrepreneur, time to be an investor now? I mean, I'm so torn. It's such a wonderful thing being part of a really tight team at a startup, at a company where you're working night and day. There's always some type of emergency, and it's very different from the investing side. However, they're kind of complementary goods, I would say. There's the investment side is very exciting, and the level of intellectual like stimulation, the great founders I get to meet every day is very different from operating a business, but a wonderful complement to what I was doing before. Now here in the room, I think we probably have a lot of founders, and raise your hand if you're a founder, an entrepreneur. All right, so Kevin, what advice do you have? What are the 2 or 3 points that you would say you've gleaned in your that you like to give to sort of early stage entrepreneurs?
Yes. Well, I think that you know, if I think of my parents' generation, the track, there's this notion of a track, of following like a safe course, a safe path. And in my parents' generation, it was to become a doctor or a lawyer. You know, my father was an attorney for many years and loved the practice. You know, my generation was more investment banking and consulting, like McKinsey. And today, the track is actually, the mainstream is becoming a company founder. And so what that means, I mean, I think it's wonderful in the sense that we have, that this is no longer this kind of odd niche area, but also you just really need to make sure you're in it for the right reasons and that what you're doing is something truly unique. I would say that, you know, the maybe cynical or the adverse view of this new track is that you have people that feel that they can now go at something to pad their resume to get into business school or take a track of that nature. And so really, are you ready to take this jump? Do you have the right colleagues, partners to do it with? And are you really willing to do something different and impactful? So really ensuring that your motivations are there to do this. And that's what we look for at Founders Fund.
So don't just do this to pad your resume. So how was your, I mean, one of your first groups was called Connect Group. That was
Connect
your
Group,
first
yes.
startup. How did you come down this path and avoid this sort of doctor, lawyer, consultant?
You know, I guess I like joke that maybe I was unemployable and so that starting a company was maybe my only option. But no, I you know, had the good fortune and luck to be at Stanford University and live in the Bay and be in the middle of the internet revolution. And shortly after graduate school, I reconnected with some people, some friends from college, and we started this little business Connect Group and had a quick flip. And it was, we didn't build an enduring business, but it did give a little bit of liquidity that then actually when I reconnected with Peter Thiel and when he came back to the Valley, got involved as an investor in PayPal.
And you were also founder of Zoom, of course, which had a close relationship with PayPal. Subsequently, many years later, was acquired by PayPal. How did that come about?
Yeah, well, Leslie, it's you know, I think that the lesson from that is that we were looking, or when we were starting Zoom, it was really on the thesis of building upon a platform. So today we think of, you know, Stripe as a platform to build applications at the top. In those days, we were actually, my co-founder Alan Braverman and I from Zoom, we saw PayPal as a payments OS, and that its first incarnation was in auctions, and they were seeing quite a bit of success in empowering the payments and payments between merchants and consumers on the eBay marketplace. And we saw remittances as a new payment application, and we were the first developers on their API. In fact, I knew someone named Dave McClure and had referred him over to David Sachs, and he became head of the developer program. So it was a little inside baseball there. And Dave McClure and Dave Sachs helped open up this API, and in our thesis was that payments on the internet will be very big and it will grow, and we're going to go after this area that Western Union dominated at the time. And Western Union, if you're familiar, is this big, lumbering, horrible monopolist at the time that just charged egregious fees to immigrants, and we felt took advantage of immigrants. And so we were very excited to go after that market and provide something better, cheaper, faster.
And then your subsequent business was quite different, Eventbrite, sort of different sector, and you co-founded it with your wife, who you just mentioned. What was it like in the early days of running a startup together with your partner?
Well, first to your earlier point, it was very different, Eventbrite and ticketing, but it is a transactional platform. In the case of Zoom, we help somebody send money back to their family overseas, whether in Mexico or to the Philippines or India, and we take a small fee. In the case of Eventbrite, we help sell a ticket. We help our merchants or event hosts sell a ticket, and we take a fee as well. And so, our thesis was, again, to this point of PayPal as a platform. We started entirely on PayPal and used that to kind of ride our growth early on. But again, it had this similar thesis. Starting in the earlier days, it was really the three of us for over 2 years. So we kind of toiled in obscurity for quite...
The three of you being...
Julia, myself, and Renaud Visage, our third co-founder. Unfortunately, Renaud he's our CTO and remains our CTO today. But when you have a husband and wife team, poor Renaud, he always gets left off.
He's always the third wheel.
Yeah, he's the third wheel. And so I have to give the shout out to Renaud if you're watching via live stream. He was a critical part of the team, but the three of us, it was a time when tech was quiet. In the 2007, 2008, and of course there was a 2008-9 meltdown of the economy, and so we really just bootstrapped it. We used some of our own money, but we really focused around building a great product for our customers. We weren't thinking about running around raising money. We were just laser focused on building a great service for our customers.
Mm-hmm. And how did you balance those interpersonal dynamics? I mean, three can be kind of an awkward number to begin with, but then when two of them are married, it gets even more unbalanced. So how did you make that work?
I think there's a chemistry that it just worked. I would say I always, my parents have been married 50 years, and they love each other dearly, but they could never last 5 minutes working together. So it's just, in some cases, these relationships, and it's no condemnation of a relationship, they just work. And we found a certain operating rhythm. We abided by certain principles. And in fact, I think this is a lesson, whether it's, you don't need to have a husband-wife team or brother-sister team or anything else, but you should follow these same rules of we would divide and conquer. We had complementary expertise. And so Julia would work in one area, I would work in another, and Renaud a third. And that complementary expertise really helped us form this cohesive unit, and really was, for the amount of time that we spent together, there was very little conflict and a lot of harmony.
And when you see teams today, teams of starters who are co-founding with their romantic partners or with family members, are there certain questions that you ask them or advice that you give?
I'm always, I think I'm more concerned about the relationships that are formed of co-founders when they met, 2 weeks before at some networking event, and are going to make this leap that could be a lifelong or should be a lifelong pursuit with their partner. So really getting to know your business partner is most important. And so in a lot of ways, I'm almost more partial towards sibling or teams where there's a lifelong relationship. And that is actually strong signal, whether childhood friends or college roommates or some other relationship.
Interesting. Now, I also wanted to ask a bit about, some of the lean years. You referenced that at Zoom, you guys were kind of bootstrapping for a while, and you also lived through the dot-com burst of 2001. Are there lessons that you learned from those hard times that you still sort of carry through today?
Yeah, it's always to head in the opposite, swim against the stream. In those hard years are really the best times. I'm certain you may have heard this expression before, but you want to be going one direction when everyone else is going the other. And during the 2000 dot-com collapse, the worst thing to have done is to have given up. If you'd stay in, it was an incredibly important time for the people and companies that stayed in the game during that period. And similarly, in this 2008-2009 period, you saw Dropbox, Airbnb, Pinterest, all these Uber, all these great companies come out of that period. And so the lesson is to really focus on your business, not be distracted by the craziness around, and not be wooed by the conventional wisdom that, oh, the economy is too bad, it's a terrible time to start. It's a great time to start. I had the good opportunity to be I wrote the first check in Trulia, and that is a real estate company, and they were just getting going when the real estate market, residential real estate market, absolutely collapsed. But it turned out to be great growth years. Competition dissipated, and the movement online was just beginning. And so you could say that the real estate industry shrunk from tens of billions, to 40 or 50% lower. But if you're a small company growing into that, you're actually capturing and growing quite fast within there. And looking at the P&L of Facebook or Google or others, you saw these were great growth opportunities, markets consolidation opportunities for those companies.
And how do you know, you founded companies, you've also left them. How do you know when it's the right moment to step back or to step away from a company that you've been, devoted to for years? You were at Eventbrite, I think, for more than a decade.
Yeah, it's a hard question. In some cases, you don't have much of a choice. Zoom was a little more contentious in stepping back to a board role.
That was in 2005 you became...
I moved onto the board of Zoom from being CEO. In the case of Eventbrite, it just felt like the right time. It felt, again, like this is my co-founder. It was her time to take the baton and run, and I'm very excited to still spend a lot of time as chairman of Eventbrite, and also now be able to hopefully help startups and instill some of the lessons I learned on the investment side.
So moving to your current work, as you referenced, now that you're on the investment side, what are some of the trends that really interest you right now?
So the trends, I think this almost maybe references back to the track question, is like when Founders Fund sees, and maybe to step back and tell you a little bit about Founders Fund, we are, our newest fund is $1.3 billion, so it's a rather substantial fund, but we write checks all the way down to $100,000, which we just invested in Epitome, and I think the founder is here today. As low as $100,000 all the way up to a few $100 million. So we're stage agnostic, we're segment agnostic, meaning that in Fund 1, the fund invested in Facebook and Palantir more on the software internet side, but in Fund 2, there was SpaceX. We were the first institutional investors in SpaceX. So segment agnostic, we're really looking for those extraordinary entrepreneurs, and they can appear in any area, not just consumer internet and enterprise, although we invest in those segments. And geographic agnostic as well. So we invest all around the world. We were seed investors in DeepMind. We were first institutional investors in Spotify in Sweden, so we have a global perspective. And the point here is that we don't look at segments. We really look at founders, and we look for things that are yet to be defined. If I think about, again, having the good luck of being involved in Airbnb at the seed level, that was not an investment in some type of thesis of a sharing economy or what's become, what seems to be a very obvious segment or trend. It was an investment in Brian, Nate, and Joe, three extremely talented founders, taking a very unique approach to a very large market, the hotel industry. And so, in some senses, and this is before my time, I've just been on board 8 months, but when we invested in DeepMind, people were not talking about AI. We were trying to explain to our LPs, our limited partners, why a computer that could play Space Invaders was important to the world, and frankly, that was not a buzzword. Or when we were the seed investors, maybe perhaps the first investors in Oculus, VR was not a thing. And so in some regards, when I hear an AI investment or a VR investment, I turn off to that, because I want to find the road less traveled. I want to find a company where there's maybe the best way to explain Founders Fund is we're looking for companies that don't have competitors because they're so unique in nature.
And you mentioned that you guys are location agnostic. What's your, and I know you just spent some time in Russia, in fact. Are there particular areas of the world that you're sort of personally focused on right now?
I would say the only place that we haven't really dug into is China. That's been a bit of a black box, so we haven't made investments there because of the complexity and dynamics of the market. But otherwise, we've been open to investments all around. And as you referenced, I and my colleague went to Moscow in February, and our thought there was that here you have an economy that's I'll say in shambles. You had the Crimea event, and you just had what I think is almost the environment where great companies are there to be found. It's these really tough environments. Survival is really difficult, and the true entrepreneurs really persevere. So we went over there because when we see investors kind of fleeing a segment, we want to go in and investigate for ourselves and see.
So still swimming against the stream, which seems to be the theme of many years as an entrepreneur and now an investor. Please joining me with a round of applause for Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you.
This way, guys. Kevin, this way. Leslie, this way. That's not the end of the session for you guys. Thank you. All right. Oh, now we'll have on stage my very, very dear friend. And it's my pleasure to talk about her. Kira Makagon, who is an executive VP of innovation at Ring Central, which is a business communications platform. Ring Central's market cap is $2.5 billion. And she is responsible for this growth. Kira has a few startups behind her back, one of which was sold for $3.2 billion. And a lot of times, Kira was the only woman in the room to run the company, to negotiate, to find investors, and she had great investors, funds like Greylock and Norwest Venture Partners. So Kira is going to share with you her experiences, young entrepreneurs, experienced entrepreneurs. I think this is one of the sessions that you do want to hear. Kira, welcome.
Thanks, Hannah, for a great introduction. And it's great to be here with you all. This is my fourth year here. How many of you are here for the first time? Good, a good show of hands. This just gets on more and more exciting. And Anna and Stas are doing a phenomenal job of bringing entrepreneurs, investors, advisors together in one room to do all this, which is what Silicon Valley is all about. It's about it's about the environment. It's the machine that we're all part of, an exciting machine that could be sometimes extremely challenging. And we all love it, otherwise we wouldn't be here. I assume there's a clicker someplace. Is there a clicker? Okay. Do I have a clicker? How do I advance the slides? Well, we'll keep on going. So one of the things I want to move to the next slide. Whoever's moving the slides, please. Great. Okay. Everybody can relate to this quote, I think. You never fail until you stop trying. And that is so true for the entrepreneurs in the room. It's true for the investors in the room. We all know how hard it is to start companies, and the odds of us succeeding are stacked against us. Lots of companies fail, but we're here to succeed. And we believe in our own success, and this is what drives us. You just heard from Kevin Hart's like what an incredible story of the Eventbrite success. And I believe in the morning you heard from Keith Robois, and these are the people who make this possible, the companies that get funded. And RingCentral, for example, was an example of a company that was funded by initially by both Khosla and Sequoia. And I believe Eventbrite was funded by Sequoia Capital, and Keith is from Khosla Ventures. So we're kind of one big club that keeps on growing, and I'm sure lots of people here from Russia, India, China, etc. This community just keeps on growing, even though I think it's still kind of grounded in Silicon Valley. So what is it to succeed? It means to not be afraid to fail. Can we move to the next slide, please? And I've been fortunate to be part of companies that have grown from being very much startups some in my own garage, some in other people's garages, to great exits and eventually have become multi-million-dollar enterprises. And it's a great journey. And today I'm happy to be at RingCentral, the company that started out with a vision of essentially taking a phone system that used to be this clunky box in the basement of a building or in some server room, and replacing all of that was wonderful. Thank you, Stas. Was a system in the cloud. The idea was move your phone system to the cloud, leverage the infrastructure that's being built by the internet and that affords over the internet voice, and make it easy for people to install, to run, and administer a system that was previously relegated to legacy providers like Avaya. Well, I don't like to sort of enjoy other people's demises, but Avaya just recently declared bankruptcy. And it just tells you how disruptive RingCentral has been in the space, that the legacy providers are essentially just, they're going away because the cloud is here to stay, and voice in the cloud, including other services in the cloud, have become predominant ways that people think today of running their business systems. So again, huge kudos to the founders of RingCentral, Vlad Shmunis, Vlad Vendrov. And clicking to my next slide, I guess I'm going backwards. How do I go forward? Green button. Oh, there you go. I'm staring at it. There you go. It's hard to believe I run technology, right? I have kids for that. They deal with this. So the tough odds are stacked against us, and yet we persevere, and that's what makes us into who we are. And so what I really want to share with you today is my ingredients for success. These are some of the methods that have worked for me. You may have others. There are many successful people here in the room. I see some of my friends who've had great exits here. So, this is just one way to approach it. So I always like to say, start with a pain point. And, the venture guys in the room will probably nod at that. Start with something that is discrete and needs solving now. Then a team. You're only going to be as good as your team, so build a great team. And build a great product. So find a strong product market fit and figure out what your growth strategy is. Those are the four things that I think are essential. Another way that I like to think about it is in terms of 4 questions. And sometimes that's just easier when you can ask yourself a question. What does it mean? So first question is what? Like, what do I do? What's my idea? Who do I do it with? Who's on my team? How do I do it? What's the actual product? And and then what? So start with what to do. Ask yourself, what do I want to do? What you're about to undertake as an entrepreneur, and those of you who are doing this for the first time, start with something that's discrete and timely. Certainly Eventbrite was an example of something that was very timely. You heard from Andy Johns from Wealthfront, like what an incredible timing to democratize basically very complex and elusive in its benefits, private wealth management. You know, some of you guys are clients of private wealth managers, but what they're doing is amazing. You know, they're making it possible for everybody to participate and at lesser cost. And so all of these things are possible because they're also timely, because now you've got access to the internet, because everybody has a smartphone, because now you think of banking as mobile first. Certainly, I can tell you in its time when RingCentral thought of being mobile first, it wasn't quite clear that you're actually going to be running your phone system on your mobile phone. Nobody's surprised today about the fact that you're running everything on your mobile phone or your smartphone. And you know, Uber wouldn't be possible. Uber wouldn't be possible, think about it, without having navigation, GPS, maps, ability to communicate very quickly with the driver. So timeliness of an idea is extremely important. And just to counter that, I'll give you an example that was true over a decade ago. How many of you here have heard of web-ban? Couple, all right. That kind of dates us a little bit, right? Because so web-ban did really well. And they did really well with a very interesting value proposition that appealed to those who could take advantage of it, which is, wouldn't it be nice to bring groceries to your home? Wouldn't it be nice to go online, order them, get them delivered? Seems like, okay, well, that's done today. That's Instacart, and that's many other services that have you know, smaller, more specialized deliveries. But back at the nascency of internet, the idea was great, and the company did well on the premise of its promise, but eventually did not survive. And the reason it didn't survive is that, you know, internet its penetration was low. So supporting that cost of infrastructure of running events around the country in each city required a lot of demand. And demand just wasn't there because not everybody had a smartphone, because not everybody had access to internet. So that's my point here, is timing is everything. So who to work with? That's a really important question. You need a team that's going to work really well together, that's going to function like a family, not a dysfunctional family. A very closely knit family. Because you're just about to get married for God knows how many years, and divorce is very expensive in this case. So I have a couple of thoughts, really 4 things that worked for me in terms of how to select a team or how to build a team. One is, you know, somebody that you've worked with, somebody that you know, somebody that has something common in the past. And if you don't have that, then get to know them, right? And then when you do that, empower each individual role. The time horizon for a startup, you know, the time to market and all the things you got to do, it's way too difficult to have, you know, grovel on the team in terms of who does what and whether they're empowered to do that. So that has to be all well defined. Once you've got that, I think your team will execute much more smoothly. And make sure that you know how to share the vision. Not just in a room full of partners where you're presenting to a partnership to get funding. That the initial team can communicate the vision, and then beyond that, that every employee in that company, every early employee, and as you grow, understands the vision, mission of the company, and can relate to that, and that you're all together in it behind one goal, or marching to one goal. Then the next question is, you've got your team, you've got your idea, how do I do it? And probably many of you here have heard about a notion of a minimal viable product. That's what you go to market with. That's the start, but then you gotta go from there, and you gotta build a sustainability in the company, which means that you got to evolve your product. It's the responsibility of every entrepreneur to find a way to build something that people want and need, And I sometimes think about it as kind of a dance of sorts, kind of a tricky dance, where your customers, who you are learning from, are your dancing partners. And you kind of learn the steps, and you adjust as you go. And so as you do this, what you're looking for is a way to find your product market fit. And another way that I like to think about it is learning how to dance the product market fit tango, because it's like a dance. And it's not a static process. You don't learn once. It's a very dynamic process. You continue to learn. The market moves, your customers move, and you got to keep on moving. And by the way, as you move, what I would suggest is measure every one of your steps. And there are plenty of tools today to enable measurement of what you do, from product engagement to website traffic, to how your sales is working, how your marketing is working, what is the return on your search expense, etc. Everything you do, measure. And when you do that and you put those processes in early, it helps you to then what? Which is really planning for strategic growth. Planning for strategic growth is about planning your future, how to scale. How do I scale from being small to being large? And today, and there's a secret sauce for the early entrepreneurs and not so early entrepreneurs, for all of us, to be honest. The secret sauce is the cloud. Long gone are the days when you have to do everything on your own from scratch. You can focus today on building, running, growing your companies instead of focusing on building the initial infrastructure. And there are really kind of several categories of that every startup can benefit from, and I think larger companies do as well today. And just to go, obviously, infrastructure is at the core of it. I mean, how many people today are going to go buy a box and install software on them? Great. Not one person raised their hand. You're going to go to a public cloud like Amazon, Google, there's others, and you're going to be able to start working on your product by leveraging an existing infrastructure and the stacks, the software stacks that come with it, should you want to take advantage of it. So you can get to market faster, with less cost, and to some extent more predictability. The other one is you're now building in the cloud, but you've got all these systems that you got to put in place. Well, my answer is turn to the cloud again for your ERP system, your CRM system, your HR system, and of course your phone system. You wouldn't think today of going and buying a box, I hope, any more for your phone system than you would for any of the other tools. And by the way, when you do this, these things usually run on, they make you untethered to your office. And also for small companies, that now enables you to start companies and be global almost on day one, because you don't have to be by your desk, because you don't have to wait for that phone call to be in place. All that is possible wherever you are, with whoever you are. And so my last point on what helps you how does the cloud help you? It's the global workforce, the global and distributed workforce. And there are tools that help you do this. They are collaboration tools like Glip, Essential brings to market. There are GitHub, a code repository. There are tools to help your developers coalesce together, although as though they were in one room, basically. There's no almost virtually no difference today in terms of making product progress. And finally, it's very hard to scale a company in Silicon Valley. It is really hard to hire talent in Silicon Valley. And so to be able to grow, to be able to succeed, you got to be able to leverage the global workforce. And all of that is possible because of the technologies today. Because you can be, you know, we're all here, we could be almost having this meeting and be all in different buildings, and that could all be translated where we some sort of a webinar. That virtual presence is essential for today's growing businesses. So, to summarize, my recipe for entrepreneurial success are really 4 things. Timely idea that solves a specific pain point, a great team, a strong product market fit, and a strategy for growth. You may have others. These are mine, so I thought I'd share with you. And I wish you all the best with your startups and your careers. And most importantly, as you take these steps, don't forget to innovate. Whatever stage of the company you are, keep on innovating. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira, for great words of encouragement.
Thank you.
And now is the time to start our panel. It's a machine learning and edtech panel. So please, everyone with the blue tags, our investors, please join the investor jury tables. And I calling on the stage David Waxman, John Yu, Ken Elephant, Vitaly Golub, Lion Wong, and SC Marty. SC? Oh. You know, guys, let's put lady in the middle. Ken, I believe. Okay. Everyone with the blue tags, our investors, please take the front row, and we're starting our panel with traditional reverse speech. We're checking, first of all, to be a good judge, if you could do 30-second reverse speech. So let's start from this table. Any volunteers with I need volunteers with the microphone. Okay, perfect. So let's start from our investor jury. 30 seconds, introduce yourself, your fund, and investment focus. Okay, go.
Hi, I'm a founder of one of the biggest banks in the Middle East, and I've got a fund basically specializing in fintech and technology and innovation based in London.
Good afternoon, Carmen Palafox. I'm a partner at Make in LA. We focus on hardware tech.
Jeff, DCM Ventures, we're a $3 billion fund across US and Asia, specifically China and Japan, and invest seed through B stages.
Hi, Maya Vardi Shoshani from the Bird Foundation, a US-Israeli R&D fund providing non-dilutive funding for joint R&D projects between US and Israeli companies.
Next table.
Marco Marinucci, MTS Fund. We work a lot with international companies to set up their operations here in Silicon Valley. Seed Fund.
Paolo Rubato, I'm Start Capital, sector agnostic, early stage seed and Series A, and based out of London, but investing globally.
Thank you.
Brad McManus, Motorola Solutions Venture Capital. We invest in public safety startups.
Very good. More investors. Volunteers, please, this side of the table. These 2 tables.
Hi, my name is Alisa Yaffa. I'm with Step Up Funding. We invest in seed, and we like to follow our companies through C. We invest in various different areas, anything that we really believe will make us a lot of money.
Hi, I'm Ben Loffer. I'm an early stage angel and impact investor with a portfolio of companies as close as Silicon Valley, as far as Cameroon and China. I'm also a technology investment banker. We focus on helping advisors with private placement as well as M&A transactions.
Andy Wong here, partner at Sand Hill Consulting. We are a M&A advisory firm looking for investment opportunities.
Hi, my name is Victor. I'm with SG Innovate, a strategic deep tech fund from Singapore. Our only LP is the Singapore government.
Hi, Christina Koo from NTT Docomo Ventures. I invest on behalf of NTT Docomo, the wireless carrier in Japan, taking startups to Japan. We have a $100 million fund and a $250 million fund for the NTT Group in enterprise cloud AI.
Greg Kidd from Hard Yakka, focused on
seed round for healthcare, mainly med tech.
Okay, volunteers, I need microphone. Introduce.
Hi, I'm SC Moati. I am managing director of the Angels Forum. After building products for a dozen years, I now invest in them. Just like all the investors out there, we look for stuff that makes a lot of money.
Hi, I'm Leon Wang, founding partner of Spectrum 28, a new 170 million fund, investing multi-stage, but I think with a few industry and technology focuses.
Vitaly Golub, reformed entrepreneur, now investing from HP. We're the corporate venture arm of HP, Silicon Valley's original startup. We invest globally in areas strategic for our company, which are 3D printing, immersive, education, healthcare, and some other core technologies and things. And we invest Series A, Series B.
And Vitaly actually also not just reform entrepreneur, he's still mentoring many young companies in all around the world, from East Europe to North Africa and South Africa and so on. And he also author. Show your book. Don't be shy. Please, show your book.
Yeah, you can.
It's a just published, so.
Yeah, you can check out my book later. So, but that's not what I'm here for.
Can we have microphone?
Vitaly, I don't know how you have the time. I can barely go from Santa Clara to Mountain View. So I'm Ken Elephant. I'm the managing director at Intel Capital, covering the software and security groups. We invest about $500 million a year across all stages, seed to late stage. And we invest in data center technologies, IoT technologies, connected car, and many other spaces.
I'm John Yu from Oriza Ventures. We are early to mid-stage investment fund based in Santa Clara. So we are technology investment only, from seed A and B round, and looking heavily in the last 2 years, we invest about 40 companies so far.
Hi, I'm David Waxman. I'm one of the founding directors of 10110 Ventures. We're based in Los Angeles. We're a seed fund. And I feel, is it me or I feel a little bit like Sean Spicer, kind of hiding in these bushes. But we do a lot of AI, data, a lot of hard tech that you wouldn't actually think is in LA, but is there.
Okay, now I have a very quick question to our panelists. All of you invest in round A. What criteria for your space for start considering company? What company in terms of revenue, users, team, whatever else has to achieve to start talking to you, to get some interest?
So generally speaking, Series A these days, and this changes every 5 years or so, are companies that figured out their unit economics and are really ready to push the gas pedal and scale, so invest a lot into sales and marketing. From our perspective, as a corporate, it's also important for us to understand how we can help the company, right, as a very large company. Are they really ready for that kind of a partner?
So for us, I think one important aspect are the customer references. How significant are the pilots that they might be exploring, and how many additional customers in the pipeline, looking at a lot of that. Often for Series A, we engage a bit earlier, so they may not have all the revenues from them, but I think the potential of that revenue should already be visible from the excitement from the customers they've already engaged.
So we have the most misleading name out here, Angels, because we don't invest at Angel stage at all. We invest at Series A stage. Our criteria, there are 4 of them. We look at the team. That's the most important criteria. Then we look at the financials. Then we look at the market and product and environment. And then finally, we look at whether there's a fit for us, for our partnership, and basically alignment of people. We invest in companies that are based in the Bay Area only.
Please, any comments on criteria for round A? Your fund.
From my point of view, on Series Seed, normally we invest ideas. Sometimes the strong teams with prototypes may not have customers, but definitely you need to have some small revenue and customer attractions.
Yeah, I think at the Series Seed, it's 95% about the people, and as the last speaker said, you need less equipment and less upfront capital expenditure to get something started. So if someone hasn't started something, it's a big red flag unless they're literally just coming off of their last gig.
Ken, I have a question. You're probably running the biggest fund of all sitting here. Did you have any experience investing round A into company with no revenue and you're not sorry about it?
Yeah, we invest all the time in seed and Series A companies that are pre-revenue. And the only other thing that I would add on to what the other folks have said is that I think it's really important from an entrepreneur's point of view to find a small but rapidly growing market. Whenever entrepreneurs walk into our office with these great Gartner slides in terms of the market that they're going after, it means that that market already exists. So what I like to do is I like to work with entrepreneurs that are seeing the vision of the future of what the future Gartner graphic is going to look like with them in it.
Okay, thank you. Now, about this panel, we call it machine learning and edtech. Many people ask me, what's the connection between these two things, yes? We apparently, when we start selecting our company, we focus on machine learning, and we realize that there is a number of very interesting companies that use machine learning to human learning. So this is the reason some of the companies going to be pure AI, but some of the companies going to be machine learning to help humans. And before we start, actually, I like to give the stage for a very short announcement to companies that stand on this stage exactly 1 year ago. They won human learning side, and they like to say a few words of encouragement to startup to show that they could do it. Where are you? Okay. Cinemod.
Hello, my name is Mike. I actually have just 1 minute, and I want to encourage all startups which will have a speech just to do it again next year. Actually, last year I was here. Maybe somebody remember me. We are making a Cinemod, a series of portable mini cinema projectors for entire family. It's content enabled, and you can see at our booth here. So since last year, we got many results. We released the product, shipped to Indiegogo backers. We started talking with Disney, Warner Bros., and AT&T, and we are available on Amazon, and soon Toys R Us and Target. We raised seed round last year, and we are going deeper and deeper to edtech because we are thinking the part of our value proposition is attractive learning and imagination development and VR for kids. Just imagine. So we're looking for new partnerships, and next year we're going to sell 100,000 devices through telecom markets. And this fall we're raising round A, so we can talk about this. Just the last question: who has kids here? Okay, come on, let's do it more and more. So if you have kids and you are falling in love with Cinemod, please come to our booth. Let's have a talk about content, partnerships, and about investments. Good luck to everybody.
Thank you. Success of SVOD of last year. Success to Cinemod. And now my pleasure to invite, just a second. Please, every investor, you have a score sheet. Don't forget to put your name of the company, and put your notes and scores for every company. We needed to find the best one. And if you're leaving some notes, if you like to meet company, you could put it on the and I will connect you. Okay, now it's time to invite Captive Voice, a universal, accessible, personalized literacy support platform that removes barriers between people and information. Welcome, Captive Voice. Can we have Captive Voice? Okay. And please, 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yevgen Borodin. I'm the CEO of CharmTech Labs, and our product is Captive Voice. It's a personalizable literacy support platform. So we have a literacy crisis in the US. Supposed to go forward? Green. Okay. Oops. We have a literacy crisis in the US with 66% of students reading below grade level. That is 36 million students struggling with reading and comprehension. About 8% of them are English language learners, another 8% are classified special ed, and 50% of other students are struggling for a variety of different reasons. Every teacher is a literacy teacher, so they have to support students with different needs in the same classroom. Unfortunately, there's no one tool that they can use to do that. So instead, they tell us it's a circus out there. They're juggling multiple tools instead of focusing on teaching. As for students, they're falling behind the curriculum, they're performing poorly on state exams, and that is a huge problem for schools whose funding depends on student performance. That is why principals and administrators are seeking integrated literacy support products. They're already spending $200 per student per year on EdTech, and with CAPTI, for just $10, we can be the one product that helps teachers focus on their subjects and helps students catch up and keep up with the curriculum. Here's how it does it. CAPTI is a multi-platform app and a web application. It enables teachers to support, monitor, and assess students with different needs. CAPTI enables you to create a playlist where you can throw content from a variety of different sources. You can then read and listen to that content. You can look up contextually relevant definitions and translations. You can attach homework assignments and tests. You can distribute playlists. You can play adaptive vocabulary games with the text that you read that are dynamically generated based on the student model. And you can switch between different devices. So just there, CAPTI already replaces 5 different tools that educators are using, or more. The main innovation of CAPTI is in practical applications of AI, machine learning, and natural language processing to provide personalized supports to students. Some of the things that are still in our innovation pipeline include the automated personalized text simplification to specific student needs, automatic generation of questions so that teachers don't have to do that to create tests, and as well as natural language interface like an assistant, think Siri for education, reading specifically. This all has been possible with an amazing team that knows how to create products, that knows how to innovate, and understands education problems. As for me personally, I've led research and development teams for the last 12 years. I'm a trained ESL instructor and a computer scientist with over 50 research publications. I've got lots of awards, including the MIT Innovator Under 35. Our advisor team has decades of EdTech entrepreneurship experience. For example, Kevin Custer has started, run, and exited multiple startups. He raised over $80 million in funding, and we're working with principals, teachers, and other educators. We have a software-as-a-service model with at least 50% profitability. There's 130,000 schools in the US alone. For $4,000 per school or $10 per student, there's a market of at least $500 million in the United States, $5 billion globally, and because consumers are also using our product as an assistive technology, language learning tool, and productivity tool, there's a market opportunity of at least $10 billion worldwide in the consumer market. We sold $30,000 worth of product in just 2 months. In the fall, we're projecting at least $300,000 of sales this year, and if we scale at the end of this year, we can reach $3 million and cash flow break even next year. Within 3 years, our advisors are saying we can, without a problem, reach $25 million of sales. We have been in 50 schools this semester. We have 500 schools in our pipeline, and 50 of them, or 25 of them, already committed $50,000. We have 60,000 registered users, and they're already paying us money in the consumer market, even though we're not really focusing on that market right now. We've been recognized by NSF, Department of Education, EdTech Digest named CAPTI the best special needs solution of 2017, even though we're not really a special needs solution. To date, we have raised $3.4 million in SBIR grants without any dilution. We put $100,000 of our own money to jumpstart our sales and marketing team, and we have reduced product and technology and customer risks. We're now looking $500,000 as a bridge round to demonstrate a working business model on the way to a larger round, $1.8 to $2.5 million for growth. So come join us to change education and remove barriers between people and information. Thank you.
Let's end CAPTI voice. Everyone, applaud. And now time for questions. I see.
One question for you here. Sorry. Question. What's your customers' engagement with the tools? How much time each person spend on the tools? Do you have the numbers?
The average length of a session is 30 minutes per day, per session. So they could be using it once a week.
So I have two questions. One is, how have you built your pipeline so far, your sales pipeline, and how do you go 10x from 50 to 500? And then the second question is, where's the budget coming from? Is it a zero-sum budget where you're taking from somewhere else, or is it new budget that's appearing somehow?
Sorry, what was the first question?
How are you building your pipeline, getting to from 50 to 500?
We employ a variety of different channels. Email marketing has been extremely successful, but also going to conferences. We're doing lunch and learn events. We're trying direct mail campaigns. We have signed several partners who are referring customers to us, and we're paying them royalty as a result. So there's no problem for us scaling to that level of sales without even looking for new channels. My two-person sales team is currently overwhelmed, so I need to scale it. And the second question, sorry.
The second question is about where the money.
Budget,
yeah,
yes.
where does the money come from to pay for it? What budget?
Educators are using free software tools, and they're also spending a lot of money, $200 per student, right? So if you're spending it for 5 different products, you're paying more money than if you just buy one product. Their budget is coming from different places. We're selling to principals, we're selling to directors of special education, directors of English language learning, that's Title III, Title I money, and they're also getting grants, so this comes all over the place.
Vitaly, please.
A couple of questions. So how long is your sales cycle? And because schools are notoriously long to sell to. And how do you see scaling that? And then also, you didn't really cover competition. Who are you competing with, and how do you think your system is differentiated?
There are quite a few competitors in the market, but we're talking about the tool that does one thing. Some tools do 2 things to support students, and we're replacing at least 5 of them. I couldn't show one slide to cover even the categories of different competitors. But we have very many differentiators, a lot of innovation in the platform. We're not competing with LMS systems, for example. We are competing with literacy support platforms for special education, but we're going beyond special education. Those are very limited, and they even focus on one specific disability very often. I'm having problem remembering the first question, though. Sales cycle, sorry. The sales cycle is notoriously long in education, but we're seeing sales done the same day and sales that are done within 1 year. You have to follow up with educators. It really depends on how much money you're asking for. If you're asking for under $5,000, then a principal can write you a check with just a single signature. If you're asking for a district sale of, let's say, $40,000 or $50,000, it's a bigger lump sum of money, but it takes a while to get in. And one of the difficulties is that probably 60% of money is paid in August-September timeline, even though you can sell throughout the year.
So the main question is, are you tied to the school years, or are you able to sell any time of the year?
We're able to sell any time of the year, but there's certain distribution of received cash. So most of the cash comes in August, September, because their selling cycle, the budget ends in end of June, and they receive money in July. So August, September is when they give you the money.
What's your exit strategy?
Thank you for asking that question. Of course, we can be acquired by one of the competitors. Maybe I should mention publishers, right? Publishers are focusing on their content, but they also need the platform to make it accessible and usable for everybody. So we have seen acquisitions by publishers in the range from $100,000 to $100 million to $500 million. Also, we could go public if we're successful.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we're out of time. Thank you. Thank you, Captive Voice. And now it's a pleasure to invite Find Solution AI, Emotion Sensitive Intelligent Learning System. Please, Find Solution AI. Let's welcome Find Solution AI. Give your support. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Viola. I'm the CEO of Find Solution AI. What we do is using AI and emotion sensitive for smart learning application. So what is the problem for education so far? Normally, a teacher or a trainer, if you see so many people right here, some of them they may get stuck, or some of them they perform really well. But can you have an overview? No. And how long does it take if you wanted to see a performance for a kid? It takes at least 3 weeks. And if you want to have a full overview, you take 6 months. It's a long, long time, right? And one more thing, make a guess. How much kids does a teacher need to handle per week? Make a guess. 100? Raise your hand. 200? Right. Get tired, right? Normally, a teacher normally has to teach more than 240 headcounts per week. And can a teacher have an overview of one of the kids? No. For sure, they cannot tell how they're doing, if they're doing well. And the most important thing is, when you learn something, when you get stuck, you really get stuck right there. So how we help the people, we find out the emotion, especially where they get stuck. For example, when you look confused, when you look tired, so our AI can find out where they look confused, and we can help them out right away. So it's like you have a virtual teaching assistant right next to you every day in, day out. So this makes a big difference. So this is how we do. In a classroom setting, there has a lot of kids, a lot of people, they have all kinds of learning issues, but we can find out right away, and we can solve it directly. And this is my son, a little one, right? Yeah. And we can see their emotion, especially we're using big data analysis, and we can find out how they perform. So how are we going to do it? We have adaptive learning and interactive learning, which means if they're confused, we help them out. So it's like you have a virtual assistant in your iPad, day in, day out. And we're using AI. We found our pattern lately. And the most important thing is, so far we have been working on this for more than 6 years, and we have more than 90,000 data already. So we know how people learn, and we can predict how they learn, and we can help them out when they get stuck. So what is the most important thing is, we can find out where they get stuck, what kind of learning troubles they may have, and we can also proven to have 10 points increase within 1 semester. So these are our competitors. You may see Sentry and Zelbo. They are really famous in London or in the States. They have a lot of people using it. They found it 3 years ago. And the big difference we have is we're using emotion sensitive, and most important thing is we're using AI. We can find out where they get stuck, and they cannot. So it makes a very big difference, especially for the performing wise. And we are not new anymore. We have been working on this industry for more than 6 years. We have our own free education centers in Hong Kong. We self-invest by using our revenue for more than 500K so far. And this is our 5th version. And once we launch it within these 2 quarters, already have 3 schools send us for pre-order, and 10 schools coming up very soon, in coming September. So now we are trying to raise money in order to work on other aspects as well. And we also work on corporate training, because this software, it can be used in many aspects. Now we use in Hong Kong for math teaching, and corporate training also can be used. For example, sales training, enterprise training, you name it, we can do it. And we have get several awards already. And in 2015, we already win an international award because of our learning methodology. And we also has been named as top 25 AI company. And this is our team, a bit messy, but our CTO have more than 10 years AI experience. He worked in NXP and Philips. And we also, in our team, have 2 IPO experience. So we are a really solid team. We wanted to go bigger and further. And we have a very good partner with Hong Kong U. We will want to have a functional MRI research with them. So our market is really big. It's $100 billion US. So far, we self-financed 500K, and we're looking for $2 million US, especially to go to China market or worldwide for more than $50 million US revenue. So now we're working in schools and tutoring center. We want to work on further things. So I hope you guys can help us out so we can help more people enjoy learning in a better way.
Thank you. Time for questions. Line, it's on.
So on the business model, can you walk through the unit economics for the how much you charge for the unit economics?
Okay, we do B2B and B2C, and we charge around $100 US per year per kid. So this is how we charge them. So we do it in monthly subscription. For corporate training, they also do similar things, but it depends on how much users. So we have some scales in order to charge them.
And do you have performance metrics on how well the students perform with your system versus a benchmark or whatever they're comparing with?
We're comparing it because we have our own free centers, and we have been working with 30 schools in Hong Kong. Without the software, it takes more than 1 year to increase 10 marks. But with the software, some of them, they can perform better within 3 months or 6 months. They can increase 10 marks of the learning performance, especially for engagement-wise. It can improve for more than 50%. So it's a big, big difference because we're using emotion detection.
So then, if it has that level of performance, why not go direct to the parents, since they would be motivated to have their student performance increase? Is that a potential go-to-market strategy?
For going to market strategy, now we work with schools, tutorial centers. Parents is also one of our channel. We're working with them at the moment, and meanwhile, we want to go for other market as well. That one is what we're looking for as well. That's why we raise the money, because if we go to B2C, it takes a lot of marketing budget. And we work with schools. It's easier for us because we have some strong strategic partner. They have been working with 25,000 schools at the moment. So we partner with them. So we choose school first and then parents later on. But it's the same market anyway.
Yes, please.
So my question is,
Yes.
The classroom is very messy, right? How do you install it? How do you support those devices installed in the classroom?
In Hong Kong or in China, most of them, they equip with their own iPad when they're learning. Most of them. And we also support if they use it your mobile or your computer at home, which means you can use it in class or you can use it after class as a homework. So for a teacher, they don't need to do any grading anymore, especially on math. So we can do it in this way. And in Hong Kong, more than 30% of the schools, each kids, they have their own iPad already.
So you mean the kids has to record their own videos?
No. They use their own iPad already. So the iPad, they have a front camera. When you're using it, we can directly analyze how they work on it. So no need to do any video recording. And for the privacy issue, we don't record any videos. We directly analyze it on the spot with the local device. So we're using cloud service. So if you're worried about privacy issue, we solve it also. So that's why the school will love to use it.
But when the kids use it, the camera may not be focusing their face, right? So how do you guarantee that the software can focus on their face and recognize those emotions?
Normally, when they use the software, they will use the iPad in this way. So they're literally looking on the iPad when they're doing it. So some of the math questions or some of the questions, they require they have some sketch or anything. When they put it down, we also will alert, and we will know when will they put it down, and we analyze it. And the most important thing is we find out the negative emotions, because most of the people, when they get stuck, for example, if you look confused, also can see it right away. So the AI will know where they get stuck, and we can help them right away on spot. So it's like you have a teaching assistant at home.
So quick question and a little feedback. How many people do you have on your team?
Now we have 10.
10 people, okay.
Yeah.
So it seems like you're doing a little bit of premature scaling. You're going after too many things.
Yes.
You need to figure out who your primary customer is and what the problem you're solving, and nail that before you try to scale. And also, kind of rhetorical question of why you're fundraising here for China when there's plenty of money there and high valuations. And then I'll let
This is a good question. This software, it can be used worldwide because if you put other kind of material in it, Chinese, English, or anything, it's plug and play. So the money, it can come from anywhere. So, and then we're thinking to move to US because we have a very solid strategic partner. They have been using education, edtech for American schools for more than 25,000 schools. So we partner with them. So we want to move here as well. So that's why we're here.
Okay. Thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Thank you for great presentation. And now it's time to invite GradTrain, AI-driven guidance platform for international students, currently used by prospective students from over 150 countries. Welcome, GradTrain.
Thank you. You ready?
Please run.
Okay, good. Hi, I'm Jacob Bacon, co-founder and CEO of GradTrain. International students have a very hard time when they make decisions about where to study abroad, understanding the impact of those decisions on their life and career. So we built an AI-driven platform to help them navigate that complicated process. So it's not just an idea, it's working. This is what we've been able to achieve with less than $350K spent so far. I think the most interesting number on the slide is on the top left side. We have about 25% user engagement on our platform compared to about 1% to 2%, which is the industry standard. We've been growing consistently at least 3% per week since launch. We have users from over 150 countries. And we have some pretty cool success stories, like this guy from Yemen who says, I hope you would tolerate it because you're considered as the only hope for me after Allah to finish my master's degree. I think it's pretty cool to be second to Allah after just a couple of years in business. So why is it working? First reason is the market. So this is a $175 billion a year market. There are 5 million international students every year who spend at least $35,000 on their studies. This market is growing. Just last year, it grew at over 14%. The second reason we think it's working is the team. I have over 12 years experience managing large, complex tech projects in Fortune 100 companies and big organizations. My co-founder, Dr. Lital Hellman, is a Fulbright scholar, was nominated as top 5 Israeli female entrepreneur. And basically, she was the inspiration. Her story of moving from Israel to the States to do her PhD is what instigated the starting of this company. My CTO, Roy Ben Sasson, is a developer hacker from birth. Pretty much, he's been developing since he was 8. He's a full-stack developer, built our web, Android, and iOS platform. He's like 4 people in one, and we're lucky to have him. And his previous company, where he was a tech leader, exited as well. The third reason we think is working is the product. Let's see if this is going to work. So I'm going to tell you what the product does because the demo didn't load. So basically, we have admissions predictors where our users go in and use machine learning algorithms that tell them what their chances are of getting into schools abroad. We can cover all schools in the US and the graduate level for engineering, business, and law for now, and we're expanding to other fields as well. Once they get those predictions and they share all the information about their background, we serve them with different offers. One of the first things they can do is meet with someone through our online video coaching platform who's studying now or has studied in the past where they want to study. And after that, they can get a whole set of other services, which you can see in how we make money. So most of our money comes from the B2B side. There's a whole ecosystem of service providers, including universities, test prep companies, housing companies, health insurance companies who are interested in these international students. And based on the data that we get, we match them with offers they need at the right place, the right time. The minority of our revenues come from the B2C side. Directly from our revenues, we have a premium predictor, which tells you we build a portfolio of schools for you based on your background, and directly from our coaching fees through the coaching marketplace. This market is ripe for disruption. There are currently 3 very big information portals that are working, one from Australia, one from Europe, and one from the US, that are together generating over $100 million in revenues. And they look like AOL from 1999. So thankfully, we're better than them, and we think we're going to win this market. We just closed our seed round a couple of months ago. We've raised $750K to date. We're ready to scale big time. That's why we're here. We're ready to raise the next round. We're lining up investors for our A round, where we're going to raise $5 million in order to become the most dominant player in this market. So I want to leave you with this slide, which talks a little bit about the stickiness of our machine learning admissions predictor. And just one thing that I'd like to point out before we move to the questions is the last point here. We found that without spending $1 on marketing to American students, 18% of our user base are US undergrads who want to know what their chances are of getting into grad schools within the US. So only imagine once we go into the US market, it can be an even much bigger proposition here. So I'll be happy to take any questions. I see I finished a minute early, so more time for you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, GradTrain.
Thank you. Let's go back.
I have a question. What's your exit strategy?
What is the exit strategy? Okay, so I'll share a little secret with you. We actually already got an acquisition offer very early from one of our competitors, so that's one way of doing it. We said, no, don't worry, we're still here and we're going to grow.
Why not?
Why not? It was too early, and they wanted only a certain part of our business. We want to go big time, and once we'll be the major player in the industry, I think we'll be much better positioned to be acquired by some of the bigger players, like companies like Princeton Review, Kaplan, some of those companies which are on the fringes of this business. There's a company from Australia that IPO'd at the end of last year for $330 million, which is directly in our industry. I don't think we'll IPO. It's probably going to be an acquisition. And there are other big publishers who would be interested in getting into this market, and we already know we have a very detailed exit strategy, which I can share with you more in detail afterwards if you want. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Congratulations on going after a market where the consumer actually has a lot of money, and all the service providers have a lot of money, and they want access to that client. So good job on that.
Thank you.
My key question centers around distribution. How do you get access to this many grad students to make this a viable business? I really like the idea that you have a freemium model, so you can get people going through the funnel directly, but I really wonder if distribution is going to kind of limit the size of the company.
So I can be thankful to a guy named Mark Zuckerberg, who collects all this data for me. So we've been very effective marketing on Facebook, because students share pretty much everything about who they are, what they're doing, what they want to do, and it's been very effective. Our cost of acquisition for a registered user that we can monetize has been below $1, and we're already making $5 a year on each one of those users. So Facebook is a great channel, and there are other channels as well, like there are big student conferences, and there are portals where they look for information. But so far, the most effective tool has been Facebook for us.
And so the conversion rate to a registered user to a paid user, what percentage?
So from the top funnel to a registered user, it's 5.5%, which is pretty cool as well. And any user who builds a profile on our platform is monetizable, because we get enough information that we can use that lead to monetize through our whole ecosystem of service providers. So every single one of our registered users is someone we can make money on.
So this is a well-defined market, and there are a lot of companies going after this, because essentially the for-profit schools are they're hungry for students. They'll take all of them. What's your mix? I mean, you kind of showed two business models. One is going for profits, and they'll pay thousands of dollars per student. And the other are students that are undergrad, maybe, that are doing research on colleges.
So we focus first on the grad level, which is, as you mentioned, the more high-paying people who have the funds to be able to go after their dreams. And later on, we'll also try to tackle the undergrad market more seriously. But as a first stage, I think we're, as you asked, going after the graduate students who have well-defined goals, and they have the means to fulfill those goals.
So with the for-profit universities, what's the saturation point? How big is that market? How much are they willing to spend every year?
So they're already spending, there are about at least 2,000 universities in the US alone. And the nice thing about the way international graduate admissions work is that it's decentralized. So we're able to close multiple deals within one university. So we've already had instances where we have a deal with the business school and with the law school and with the general international house. So each one of those runs admissions exclusively, and they have their own budgets. So within those 2,000 schools, we can have up to 18 or 20 schools that we can work with.
So what do you think is the total market size?
Total market size in terms of money?
Yeah.
So if you do the math, we have 2,000 times 20 times about $10,000 a year, which we can get for a subscription, which is the basic model. So I'm not going to do the math on stage, but if someone's good at math, just do it for me.
Maybe a few questions from our jury. Anyone question from jury? Let's continue.
My question is, do you have to sign the agreement with the university in order to get the $2,000 per student? Let's know how hard it is, and that's probably the...
Okay, so one of our previous presenters talked about the sales cycle in the education space, so it could be long. So far, it's been between 3 and 6 months per university in terms of the cycle. The sales process is really straightforward because we're doing something unique, and we can show the value very quickly and how our users are engaged and how we have all the data that the university can get, which is much more detailed than any of our competitors. The deal is closed after 1 or 2 meetings. And now it's a question of scaling up our biz dev operation to close all those deals and be stronger than our competitors very quickly.
No more questions? Thank you. Thank you, Grad.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks. Thank you.
And now my pleasure to invite IMNA Solution. IMNA Solution is redefining phone communication security. We provide solution to secure phone and voice interaction while maintaining the highest level of privacy. Let's welcome IMNA Solution. Please step forward.
This one is forward? Okay. Hi, everybody. Hope you all had a great lunch. I have a question. In the past 24 hours, how many of you made a phone call that you wanted the contact of that phone call to be private? Well, sorry to tell you, most likely somebody that you didn't want to hear heard that conversation. Professionals, businessmen, private people, financial industries, and celebrities. No one is protected. In today, we live in an uncertain world where privacy is a non-existent thing. Hi, my name is May Neor, and I'm the VP Marketing and the co-founder of IMNA Solution, the creators of Listen Up, a mobile communication platform that uses our patent audio analysis technology to give you real-time alerts to whether your call is being recorded or that you have privacy breaches. It's amazing that today we still use phone-based communication as our #1 way to communicate where you want to divulge private information, yet 82% of all that information is being either recorded, monitored, overheard, or stolen because we're not using private lines. So up till now, there is no solution that can actually let you know what's going on the other side and whether your call is private or not. Until today. This is where Listen Up comes in. Listen Up is a mobile communication that sits on your operating system. And what it does is once you receive a call, it gives you pre-call indicators to let you know if the other side has Listen Up. If they don't have Listen Up, you know that you're not using a secure line and your call is compromised. Once the call becomes active, you will receive real-time alerts and indications to changes within the call, whether your call is being recorded, whether a third party intervenes that call, whether the other side actually turned to a speakerphone or a Bluetooth. And the great part is that only you have to have the application to be protected. The other side doesn't have to. But we provide a lot more than that. Listen Up provides you with a secure capsule. If both sides have the application, which most organizations have, what we do is actually a secure call where all information is being shared through a voice tunnel that gives you a complete ability to see who is with you on that call, what their situation, and share files, images, and data. Once the call is done, all information disappears and you cannot capture the screen. So basically what we did is we took the sonar effect and moved it to mobile. We know today how to analyze the voice tunnel and let you know what's going on in that channel and predict what's going to happen within the privacy premises of the organization. So you become a learning organization, a preventive organization, and nothing is going to happen to you as far as privacy. Today, in the healthcare industry alone, 17,000 files are being breached every day. That's $7 billion. $3.4 billion out of that are fines to HIPAA, which means that if you look at it, it all comes to the fact that 67% of all organizations lost total control of their phone-based communication. $45 billion a year in the United States alone. We decided to penetrate the market within the healthcare industry. Today, we have 3,000 alpha users, active users. We have 5 business partnerships within the healthcare and the finance industry. We are 9 people and growing, and we have 3 provisionals. Our business model is simple. It's divided to 4. Freemium to all private consumers. You can download it on Google App. Subscription, which is for companies. You pay a monthly fee per user. Brand extension to service provider. You take this and you actually put it on the security system that already exists. And the part that we cherish the most is the data analysis. We let an organization become a smart organization by knowing and predicting what's going to happen. Our team is combined of people that do the impossible possible. Our CEO and founder, Israel Chaikin, has 26 years of experience in the intelligence business. Our CTO has 2 exits. Our board has Avi Noor, who founded Amdocs, and he's a serial entrepreneur. So if you cherish your privacy, listen up. We've got you covered.
Thank you, listen up. I bet you have a lot of questions.
Why not go after the federal and government market? Why go after healthcare?
We're actually working with the federal and governmental market. It's what we do is we actually take the platform as is and customize it to them because they have special needs. So we do that, and they have different recommendations. The selling cycle within the government is very long. So we know that over there we've got it covered because our CEO has been in the intelligence business for so long. So we have an advantage over there, and we already have market penetration, and we're already working with 4 organizations. So we decided to take the healthcare because what's happening today, you have to be HIPAA compliant, which we actually are. And medicine and healthcare is going into the mHealth and eHealth. And most doctors, like 92% of all doctors, started using their mobile devices to give advice, but it's not secure. So information is just being transferred out there.
So is my mobile phone not HIPAA compliant? If I'm a doctor and I speak to somebody on a mobile phone,
yes,
that's definitionally non-HIPAA compliant?
Yes, because what happens is the app sits on your operating system, so it's in your phone. But if, let's say, your phone is stolen or lost, you have the ability to actually delete everything that has to do with Listen app. And because the file transfer, we do it in 2 ways. If it's a small file, we can transfer it over the voice tunnel, which means that you don't need any data. It's not kept anywhere. And if you do it over data, then it's encrypted. It's a peer-to-peer thing, and it doesn't stay on your phone. So there's no records. So if I'm a patient and you're my doctor, and you transferred sensitive information to me, you are completely covered. Whatever I do with it, it's my choice, but you are covered.
So I was a little surprised to hear that you're ad-supported. That seems like a little bit jarring with the security premise. Have you gotten customer validation that that's going to actually work, that people are cool with that model?
Customer validations within the government or the
Within
private?
any vertical that
Yes,
ad-supported is going to be okay?
Yes. One of our board members is a certified, world-renowned transplant professor, and he works in Israel with a major hospital and a private clinic. So we're trying our product over there. We have a law firm that we integrated into. So we finished our MVP and our proof of concept. We're pre-revenue. We're launching on actually in 2 weeks. It will be available to all companies.
Yeah. It's the consumer product that throws me. It's the idea of having an ad on the front of my private call with a lawyer seems counterintuitive.
Excuse me? I didn't hear you.
Maybe I'm not articulating well.
Okay.
It's mentioning advertising put on the phone with privacy kind of enforced tools that counterintuitive about the purpose.
We keep the privacy because I'm not going into your phone. All the analysis that we do is, like I said, is a sonar effect. You talk, it goes to the voice channel to the other side and comes back. When it goes out from my side, I fingerprint the little packets that goes to your side. When it comes back to me, I know how to separate your voice, my voice, and the background noise, and calculate that delta. With that delta, I analyze it when it comes back to my phone. So I have no integration with your phone. I don't really care what you do with your phone. Once it's on my side, I know to calculate it in a way that every nano change, I know if it's a speaker or if a third party intercepted. It doesn't have to be a mobile application recording you. Anything that has to do, as long as it doesn't sit on the cellular tower.
So the quick question for technology side is, so you can analyze the voice and see who is tapping into the conversation and who is tapping your voice, something like that. Is that true?
Yes. What we do is, we have a patent. What we do is we learn the system. We know exactly what are the changes, and we go into the deeper level, the kernel level of the operating system, so that way we have the ability. We don't keep anything on our side. What we do is actually sample the voice, and it's enough for us to sample the voice and know exactly what the changes us, and later on within an organization actually integrate it into the legal system and know if somebody who recorded them sued them, and have other information that gives the organization enough data to know how to actually predict what's going to happen within their security.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, listen up. We have personas, holograms, projects, a brand personality in the physical world to help attract, automate, and analyze customer engagement. Let's welcome personas.
Thank you, Sas. Hi, I'm David Rose. I'm the CEO of Personas. At Personas, we make holograms that scale the one-to-one human user experience. Now, before we get started, I'd like to ask the tech enthusiasts in the room to consider this question. What does the face of technology look like? That's a question I'm going to help you answer here in just a minute. We got our start when Biogen came to us with a problem. They were launching a new blockbuster global drug. They wanted their lead researcher, Kate, to be able to attend a series of worldwide events to make personal connections with her industry peers and help support the drug launch. Of course, Kate has a critical job and is very important and can't leave the lab for any kind of marketing. So, nor can she be in one place or two places at one time. So Biogen is looking for a technology solution to solve this problem. The technology solution our team originally developed was our 1.0 holographic presenter. Holographic Kate could deliver her research on her drug, and she could disclose all the required regulatory information, and she could do it as a scalable one-to-one human user experience. Now, after this implementation, Boehringer, and Novo Nordisk, and AstraZeneca, and Baxalta, and several other pharma brands bought the product. Now, we kept improving the intelligence of our software and the user experience. And our 2.0 version of our product included things like multilingual support, analytics capture, and even the ability to deliver sign language. And we kept selling more customers. It turns out a lot of brands are really struggling to find a technology solution that can effectively deliver human-to-computer interactions. To date, we've generated over $1 million in sales. We've deployed 55+ units, and our monthly recurring revenue is growing at over 300% on a compound annual growth rate. And we're just getting started in pursuit of this $4.7 billion market opportunity. Now, this is a difficult product to describe with words, so I'm going to show you a video that Microsoft shot in their Seattle retail store, our product interacting with customers.
Hey, I'm Ben, and this is Kathy. She's a virtual retail pro, and today she's going to help people find the perfect Windows 10 device.
Oh, then you'll love Windows 10.
I liked Kathy. Yeah, I did. I thought she was quick-witted and helpful. Her questions were very direct, so I thought she was great.
You know, I walked up to her, she asked me what I needed, I answered, she explained it just as someone in here would do.
Nice work today, Kathy. High five. No? Okay.
So that's pretty fun. Give you a little background on our team. I began my career in Fortune 500, where I got to do a startup division that became a billion-dollar business unit. I've also previously had 3 venture-backed startups that had exits. My co-founder Chuck began his career in Black Ops technology development and later became the game director for the EA Sports Madden and NCAA football video game titles. All the AI and CGI graphics that goes into a world-class video game make up the foundation of Personas. We're a software company. At our core, the Personas platform is a personality engine. It'll take individual inputs and deliver the appropriate human-based response. Now, these one-to-one human interactions our software creates will not run only on our device, but it can also scale across any AR or VR platform. Now, there's a lot of really exciting technology in the market right now, things like natural language processing and bots and AI, and they all have one thing in common. None of them have a UX layer for human interactions. And this is the opportunity we see for Personas, an opportunity we can take advantage of right now. Remember that question I asked you earlier about what does the face of technology look like? Well, it looks like Personas. Personas is the UX for human-to-computer interactions. We're actively raising a $3.2 million round to help build out our UX platform, take advantage of this market opportunity. If you would like to join us, we'd love to talk to you this week. Also, Google announced this week that Personas is one of 13 startups that's been selected to present at this year's Google Demo Day. So I'll be back in the Bay Area the week of the 5th, if you can't talk today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Personas. Now time for questions. Questions, this table.
So is there hardware associated with this? It sounded like...
There is.
Okay.
There
so
is.
It's getting projected right from...
He wanted to stream internet videos, but the infrastructure just wasn't there. Right? So we had to have that DVD for distribution. I think about our device is the DVD. So we have to have that today because my mom's not going to start wearing a Magic Leap headset to the grocery store just yet. But ultimately, I think that those user experience, our device will go away and ultimately it'd be in a digital setting.
Got it. And so what are your margins today?
So our gross margins on a quantity of one is about 70%.
Okay.
Vitaly.
So beyond retail, where do you see this going?
So we've done some financial services where compliancy is an issue. We've done some retail. I really like the healthcare market. So we were at a major hospital here in this state earlier, and they have two problems we think we can help them solve. One is a productivity problem. Every person in the hospital gets constantly stopped and asked the same 5 questions all day long, whether it be the $300 an hour surgeon or the candy striper. Where's this room? Where's billing? Where's the closest Starbucks, right? So they built a mobile app to solve this problem, but guess what? No one knows it exists and no one uses it. The other problem they have is a multilingual support problem. They have to support 12 languages. The number 2 language spoken at this hospital, Farsi, right? So the idea is you have a Personas unit be your concierge. You can answer those same questions all day long, every day, and all those questions in any language, and provide that kind of user experience.
And what are you using for natural language processing and understanding? Is it your own technology? Are you incorporating things out there?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So we started down that path and I stopped it. I mean, we're not going to compete with Amazon and Microsoft and Apple and Google and NLP. So our plan is just to integrate third-party tools to use the NLP part and just focus on the user experience with our platform.
So your patents, your IP, is it the hardware projection or the algorithm? Like, so I'm trying to understand what is
Great question. So we're a software company, so we don't have any IP in the hardware. It's all off-the-shelf stuff. So our IP is around the software. The 2 patents we filed so far are the creation of CGI animation in this format, and the other one is the delivery of sign language through CGI animation.
Okay. Any questions from the jury? No? Let's thank Personas. Thank you, Personas.
Thank you.
And now we have deep cognition. Deep cognition AI takes AI from the labs to the real world. Deep cognition, please.
Thank you, Stas. All right, so I'm Mandeep Kumar, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Deep Cognition Labs. You have heard earlier that a lot of companies are sprinkling AI in their business, but AI is a main course for us, so that's all we do. What is the problem we are solving? I think Andrew has made my life a bit easier. He has already explained the problem. There are only 100 data scientists, but thousands of problems that need to be solved. So, and TensorFlow, and then a lot of the frameworks, APIs, you have to get used to it, you have to learn it. So that's a complicated business over there. So what we want to, and there are some more problems in the AI. There's so many of software engineers, but there are very few data scientists, for example, and also learning takes time. IoT is emerging as a next kind of technology where AI can be used, but as of today, there is no good platform for it. So our vision is to basically create a easiest to use cloud-based deep learning platform. So where somebody can actually create the whole deep learning model, upload their data set, and then actually kind of create an AI. And then we even go one step further. We have integrated the deployment part with IoT devices. So you can actually push the model to thousands of IoT devices out there. And many times this AI need to be updated in those IoT, maybe because new information comes or new trained model need to be sent. So we have all that. We have all that technology built into this, and this system is live for last 3 months. So here is just a screenshots. This is how the data set looks like. We have even made a life easier for the pre-processing, because sometimes it takes a lot of time for pre-processing the data. We can do augmentation, like share the image for image data. For numerical data, we can do different types of normalizations and things like that. Everything is just you click and specify the parameters. You don't need to necessarily know APIs or any kind of NumPy stuff, which typically is needed. This is another screenshot shows how it is helpful, even for a data scientist. So when you have basically a layer, when you click on it, it shows all the parameters that it has. Not only parameters, it also shows the help, like what does this particular field mean. So when you're working with the newer types of neural layers, and you really don't need to go to the API manuals and stuff like that. You just drag and drop here, and then you just basically all the help is right over there. You don't need to go away from your design where you're designing. And once you're ready to train, you basically start a instance, a GPU instance in the cloud, and then basically we have an on-demand pricing, and you start training. And it has a streaming dashboard. Even TensorBoard basically is not streaming. Basically, you have to refresh. And in addition to that, we basically report GPU load, memory consumption, and stuff like that. This is another screenshot. So this is how you can see the results. And we basically just make it simple. You don't need to analyze one by one. So here is the market size is huge. It's $1 billion in 2016 for ML as a service. So that's where we are, and it's growing rapidly. We have a big competitors, but at the same time, we have basically huge advantage over them. We are the simplest tool to build the AI, and we are very flexible. We basically can do RNN, CNN, LSTM, any kind of neural nets. Here is one concrete example. If you just want to make a, let's say, hand digit recognizer, even if you're expert, you're going to take 30 minutes to write the TensorFlow code and run it, and it won't even give you any visualization here. So same exact thing you can do without knowing Python, NumPy, scikit-learn stuff. You can just do by just having the basic concepts, design the network. It just doable in the 3 minutes. And we have videos on our website which shows exactly this. Why would we be the right person to do this? I have co-founded a company earlier and took that company to $3 million per year revenue. It's a completely self-funded company. So I'm not very new to the business. And I have a very strong team with a strong experience. And we have been working 1.5 years. We believe that we can actually pull this off.
Okay.
All right.
Last.
So So we have 1,000 customers.
Last slide.
Okay. Oh, how to go back? Okay. So I'm looking for $1.2 million to basically expand the core team, and also have the enterprise. We have some enterprise customers and Fortune 50 customers whom we are building the POCs, and then we want to get more.
David, questions?
Okay, question.
This is cool. This is something that I would like to play with. I'm curious who you're selling to within an organization, because while you're not asking people to program, you are asking them to understand deep learning.
Yeah. So our initial context is generally with the CTO team. And basically, I was very surprised. These are Fortune 50 companies, and I go and talk to them. They know traditional ML, they know statistics. But when it comes to deep learning, they don't know anything. They want to learn, but they got problems in their hands sometimes. They really, don't have enough time to actually ramp up on the deep learning and solve the problem. So sometimes these kind of tools are going to help them ramp up faster and solve the problem, and also their engineering force can now also augment the data scientist team in building the solutions. It's just, even for a data scientist, time is very valuable. If you, instead of 30 minutes, he's doing 3 minutes one model, and he can iterate different types of models, and that's the big time-consuming part where you have to iterate, change hyperparameters. So we simplify all that stuff.
Does this make human-readable code, or is there? Can you only use the UI? Does this create human-readable code after the?
You can download the code, yeah. After the training is done, you can download the code, deploy anywhere you want. Like I said, we are building the IoT part also, where you can just push it to the ARM devices. We have shown full-fledged system running in the Raspberry Pi, analyzing like shelves where products are there, like we can detect which products are out of stock and stuff like that.
Okay, quick question here. So how many in the audience understood what this company does?
How many?
How many in the audience? Okay, so that's a problem for you. You did a product demo for not so sophisticated audience. So the question is, and remains, who is the customer and what's the problem you're solving?
So we have two customers. One is enterprise customers, which are the customers who are going to most likely deploy our system in-house and have their internal teams ramp up on deep learning and solve the internal problems. Like Andrew said, there are a lot of problems to be solved. And the second customers is in the public domain, where we have a SaaS deployed. Right now, I'm seeing we have 1,000 signups already, and radiologists, algorithmic traders. There are all different types of people are coming and bringing their data set, and they are analyzing themselves, self-service model.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have more time. Thank you. And now I will ask our judges, just quietly discuss between yourselves, what's the most cool company you see today on this table, and this doesn't have to be the same. Please, judges at the tables, finish your score sheet. Don't forget to put your name and name of the company. And we have a few short announcements, 1 minute each. Come forward, your time is starting right now.
All right, thanks, Stas. Hi, my name is Jude. I'm a serial entrepreneur. My last startup I sold in 2012. I'm also a commercial real estate investor. And I'm the founder and the CEO of Trading combined with peer-to-peer marketplace. We are raising $1 million. So far, we are raised half of that. We have traction, 1.6 users from our affiliate network, and waiting list order from $6 billion from 200,000 users. We have a table right here outside, so we'll be happy to answer more questions and introduce Jointer to you. We don't have much time, right?
No,
few seconds.
15 minutes. 15 seconds, sorry.
All right, so please swing by, let us explain you more about Jointer, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Wow, you're good in elevator speech. Okay, they just outside of these doors. Next company, please.
"75% of internet use will be on smartphones this year. There's one big problem. E-commerce converts very badly on mobile. There's a missed opportunity of $1,500 billion per year. And you know why? Because searching the web on your phone is painful. The keyboard is small, the interface is clunky. So we often give up or just do it later on a computer. At Bigger Pan, we're solving this problem by making the first AI that predicts what you want in real time, so you don't have to search. For example, if you're reading an article about a movie, it instantly offers you to watch the trailer or to buy tickets online. It's like magic. And it works with everything, like a GPS for the internet. Now that is a game changer for you and for business. We're in talks with a dozen smartphone brands, and we're starting a pilot with Mozilla to embed our technology on Firefox, opening up hundreds of millions of users at once. We're Bigger Pan, we're currently raising funds, so come talk to us.
Great elevator pitch. Anna?
My name is Lyudmila Kisilyova. I'm representing I'm a co-founder of Shared Systems. Our turnkey business platform for on-demand home businesses, which are fast growing in huge rate. allows businesses to establish their digital presence online, virtual marketplace, and very customized scheduling system in a matter of very short time and very inexpensive. So it's a really very adaptable system which allows different business verticals to use it. We talk about home cleaning, babysitting, dog sitting, and so on. So it's a huge market, 800 billion market, and we are getting into it. We are planning to expand and seeking funding for that. But system is working, and we have one customer which using it very successfully.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have Gili? Gili? Okay, very short announcement. We have delegation of Israeli automotive companies. They're meeting in expo space. If you're interested, you could join them and meet pretty cool companies. And now is it any announcement?
I just wanted to say that we're going to have a 15-minute break and then get back. We have amazing speakers and topics. We're going to talk about startups that are acquired by big companies and how to sell your company to a big corporation and not get screwed. We're also going to talk about market size, how to define it. Ashmet Sidana, founding partner of Engineering Capital, is going to...
SVOD 2017, one of the best startup conference in Silicon Valley. And let me introduce very nice guy and very nice startup, Evgeny and Solar Gaps. Please tell about your startup, let's pitch or something.
Okay. So we are world first solar blinds which generate electricity. So for those people who live in apartments and don't have possibility to install solar panels on the roof, there are only possibility to mount it on the windows. Solar Gaps gives this, for these people, these opportunities.
Sounds good, sounds very nice. That's how they look like, yeah?
Yes, I bring windows with me so you can see how it looks like, and for instance, it's not hard to install it. It even can be installed by DIY too, so it's easy.
So it's not need any extra equipment or something, just by usual people can be installed, yeah?
Yes, sure.
Okay, how much energy can generate this particular device?
For this size of device, it can be generate up to 100 watt. So it's enough to supply 3 MacBook at the same time.
So firstly, you have to install this device to your window app, and how you can communicate with this device? Do you have some applications or some other stuff?
Sure, we have smartphone applications, iOS and Android, so you can control your blinds, and we also develop right now cloud-based solutions to control it remotely and to build ecosystem for our products. So Solar Gaps, as you see right now, it's only one entry point. It's hardware which will be connected to the connected users, but we have ecosystem above all of them, and we start to build a new generation of plug-and-play devices which generate electricity. So it will be in the future like peer-to-peer electrical network, and people can exchange this electricity. Yes. Some of them save energy, some of them produce energy, and based on our platforms, they will exchange energy.
Sounds very interesting. How many people currently work on your startup?
Right now it's about 12 people, some of them based here in the Valley, and some of them in Ukraine, because as you understand it's much cheaper than here, and it's affordable for startup at this stage.
You save on labor hours, yeah?
Yes, sure.
Good for you guys, good for you, nice and smart idea. By the way, regarding to the money, on what investment stage are you currently?
Right now we have investment of $120,000. It's from angels, and we are on the seed round right now, and we try to raise up to $500,000.
How much?
$500,000.
$500,000, yeah?
Yes.
Wow, sounds cool. On what you are going to spend this raising money?
We already had successful Kickstarter campaign. You may see it's live right now. And to promote it, to make some preparation for the future supplying this device to the end customers and to scale production of our stuff, we need to finalize some research and development work. And after that, we will sell our products through the network of our retailers.
Sounds good, sounds good. How many blinds you already sold?
So it's about 100 square meters, but it's constantly growing. So we start Kickstarter campaign just to make it possible to to order solar gaps for the affordable price. We try to reduce our cost by increasing clears.
Yes,
on
clear.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Take.
Where you produce your blinders? Where are you produce this blinds?
So right now we are producing in Ukraine, but in the future I suppose it can be in the United States also. Because we are using sun-powered solar cells, which are most trusted and effective on the market, and that's why, because it's an American company, we are ready to move our production facilities here.
But with regard to your competitive advantage, which is using Ukrainian labor force, American market could be costly for any startups.
Yes, for sure, but sometimes to reduce supply chain, we need to have local manufacturing, and maybe it's not about manufacturing, or maybe only supply blinds. It can be done by a lot of our retail partners. So we work with them to try to figure out what is the best how to best to install, what to propose for the custom size windows and so on. So it's a lot of issues we undertake, and right now we find a lot of possibilities in this market, and we already integrate in some smart home features. Our blinds can be controlled by Google Home, and I suppose in the next 3 or 4 months it will be Amazon Echo and so on. So we are constantly working in this direction.
Plans, yeah.
Sure.
Sounds very good. I wish you luck and wish you good luck on this conference. I wish you raise enough money to make this make business from this startup, and thank you so much, Evgen.
Thank you.
And there was Evgen for Solar Gaps. Let me mute your mic. So guys, we're still on SVOD, Silicon Valley Open Door Conference. Let me introduce Bogdan. Bogdan have a very, very nice device which we will speaking about. Please tell a couple of words about this nice device. It looks fancy.
Yeah. So to help, we create the world's first smart dumbbell. So it's kind of connected fitness equipment. So we see a world in the future in which all fitness devices, all fitness equipment will be connected to the cloud, to your mobile app, and we create this future. So
to figure out how you're strong.
1 second.
Yes, okay.
A little bit, yeah.
Let me
so actually, it's more about movement for now.
It's not too heavy.
Yeah. So now it's 4 pounds, and in the future it will be a little bit more. So let me show how it works.
Sure.
So you just do that, and
the system
will calculate
counts.
it. Yeah.
Wow.
It sends all data to your smartphone, and 1 second.
Yes,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
I use my Fitbit when I run or cycle.
So actually it's a little bit another way when you do workout and you simply go to your shop and buy all of the smart equipment. That's exciting,
Super. Sounds very good.
Yeah.
How many of you work on this fascinating startup?
So our core team is 8 people, and also we have our staff and outsource when we need it. Yeah.
How many software developers among them?
So we have 2 software developers in core team. One of them our CTO. Another guys also work like freelance. Yeah.
Sounds very good. Do you already have mobile applications?
Yeah, we have application for Apple TV because we understand that our target audience use Apple TV, and also we are now working on the application for Apple iOS and for Android.
As you said, this device, particular device, targeted for women audience.
Yeah, for now, yes, because we understand that it's beautiful product. Media will write now and will write about it. And
all for men should be ugly.
Yes, but you know, we are planning our next product right now. We are developing, prototype for our next products, and yes, it will be different products. Like kettlebells, barbells, and so on.
Super. Sounds very good.
Yes, actually, it's about future in which you
in what
do work out.
How far this future is?
We are planning that in 5 years, all fitness equipment which be on the market will be smart.
How are you on the money? Are you self-funded or?
Yeah. So we now have angel investments like $30,000. It's like pre-seed round from angel.
But this not big money. You already have a device.
Yes.
That's really cool,
yeah,
guys.
Thanks.
It's super.
Yeah. So now we are closing our next round to scale
How
our
much
production.
are you going to raise?
Now we are planning to raise $100. It is really thousand. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's really a small amount, but with this money we understand that we can create, start our production. We're planning to be in retail in July in Bay Area, and we're planning to start our Kickstarter campaign in September.
In terms of production, where are you going to assemble your product?
We have different ways.
Some options?
Yeah. Some options, but we are discussing it, but in China. Yeah, now we expect
it's normal. Yeah, it's an expectable answer.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
About hardware, it's not only about hardware. It's hardware. It's like setup, and you buy dumbbell, and after that you use our app, you use subscription.
You somehow beef up this usual.
Yeah, it's kind of fitness trainers on demand, which receive all data, all statistics, and so on. From your smart fitness equipment.
What about the future plan? Are you going to sell this as a business to Fitbit, for example, or for some other competitors who already pretty much?
It's a good question. We expect that our exit strategy will be to sell company to the manufacturer of ordinary fitness equipment like Life Fitness and so on. Or to manufacturer of fitness trackers like Fitbit.
So sounds smart. It's pretty much obvious, but that's cool. How do you find? What is your take on about this SVOD conference, which we are, by the way, take part in?
Our company Helco is alumni of IT Hub, and IT Hub says that, hey guys. In a few days, it will be a very
so you'll be
good
forced
conference.
To be there.
Yes, at SVOD, yes, first time.
And
it's exciting. There's so many people here in exhibition hall, and it is very interesting, to discuss possibilities and opportunities to work together to create something.
What about investors? Have you met some of them?
Maybe yes.
Wow.
I hope so.
So. Sounds good. Thank you so much. I wish you all luck. I wish you raise enough money and have this product live. Yeah. Thank you.
I know we all want to talk, but guys, we need to start the next session. It's the end of the day, I understand. Okay. Can we have some silence in the room? Hey guys. Okay. So a lot of startups die. A lot of startups, not a lot, but a few percentage of this, a lot, get to the IPO. But the majority of companies are being acquired. And I cannot compete with the crowd. Thank you. So a lot of companies are being acquired, and we all know that some of these acquisitions do not really go well. And so here we're going to welcome the next panel, where we have three sides of the angle, of the triangle. One is the counsel for the startup to make sure that the acquisition goes smoothly and well. The other side is the representative of the big corporation who is going to tell us how not to screw the deal and how to make sure that the big corporation will acquire your startup. And then obviously an entrepreneur who's been through all these deals before, who ran startups, sold them, and went and took his company IPO. So here I would like to welcome Alex Stoller, Senior Counsel of Akin Gump. And Alex is representing the startup side. Sean Kutan, who is the Deputy Chief Compliance Officer at Snap, who is representing the company side. And then Alex Schubat, who is the CEO of Espresso, which is a company that facilitates corporations to offer their employees on-site services. He's a serial entrepreneur that took his companies through acquisitions and public, and he's going to grill you guys. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I think we have an interesting topic for you today, startup acquisitions. Anna, thanks for the warm introduction. I'd like to welcome my panel, great members. So obviously, just from my own example, being a CEO of a public company, we did 5 acquisitions, and that's what's published, that's what you know about. But obviously, not every acquisition went through, and the result acquisition deal flow is very much like a funnel in sales. You start with a lot of deals, and some of them go through, and some of them get consummated, and you have a real acquisition. So that means many, many of those deals do not make it through the stages and effectively are failed acquisitions. So just from, let's look at the experience in the room. Who was on either side of an acquisition, whether buyer, seller, entrepreneur? Just raise your hand. Who was involved? Okay, successful acquisitions, right? And who was involved in deals that did not go through from either side? All right, so some of you. So you can see the numbers were actually fairly similar. So I think that's a good segue for our panel. So guys, let's address the first question. What are some of the challenges and what are some of the issues that entrepreneurs have to look into to make sure that acquisitions are successful? So let's start with you, Sean.
Thank you. We're in the Silicon Valley. A lot of us are in a tech space, so I'll start with something tech specific. IP. I noticed not a lot of hands went up in terms of those of you who actually been on a deal, on either side of a deal. So I'll just start with the basics. When a company is going to be bought, the buyer wants to make sure that we're getting value for our acquisition. And so we do what's called the due diligence process. We'll have financial advisors, legal advisors, accountants take a really close look at the company that we're buying to make sure that we're getting value. And in the tech space, one of the key drivers of that value is IP. So the first thing that comes to mind and what could potentially undermine a deal is a company that sort of looks good on the surface, but when you dig into the IP, the patents aren't strong, copyrights aren't strong, or sometimes issues that are less obvious than that. So for instance, if there's no invention assignments agreements. I've actually seen this on a number of occasions where we're diligencing a company and under IP law, whoever creates something owns it. If you're a coder, you're writing code, you own it. If you're an engineer, you're working on engineering hardware or whatever it is, you own that IP. The other way the company gets to own it is if there's something called an invention assignment agreement where the IP is assigned from the worker to the company. Sometimes those aren't present. Even in founder-led companies where the IP is actually owned by the founder and not the entity, that can be an issue. Or sometimes it comes up in the context of side projects. A lot of engineers like to work on side projects. This has caused a lot of issues in acquisitions. Sometimes a side project is in the same space as the employer's project, and then there's this IP contamination that's going on. Does the employer's IP contain some of the stuff from the side project or vice versa? This can lead to litigation. Sometimes we look at it and we say, you know what, it's just too muddy. We're going to leave it alone.
Thanks, Sean. How about Alex, as a litigator, what is your experience in this area?
Sure. So to follow up on what Sean was saying, a good example of the importance of an invention assignment agreement and how critical it can be is the Mattel versus MGA litigation, which was a very highly publicized case about 8-9 years ago. And it was basically a dispute between the owners of the two largest doll brands in the world, Barbie versus Bratz. And the problem was that the concept of the Bratz doll was created by a Mattel toy designer as a side project while he was still employed at Mattel. He then went to work at MGA, and MGA turned that concept into a billion-dollar brand. But when Mattel found out, not surprisingly, it sued. And the very core of that lawsuit was the invention assignment agreement at Mattel, which said all inventions created by employees during their employment were assignable to Mattel, right? And then the core issue became, what does it mean at any time? Does it only cover what you create during business hours? Or does it also cover what you create on the side, in your evenings, in your weekend hours? And not surprisingly, Mattel argued that it does cover what's on the side, and it prevailed in the first instance at the trial level. And the court assigned it the entire billion-dollar Bratz brand. And that nearly killed MGA, a multi-billion-dollar company. MGA appealed, and after a few years, it eventually got the rights to the Bratz dolls back. But before that dispute was over $100 million in attorney's fees incurred. I want you to think about that number. $100 million just in attorney's fees, many, many years of litigation, and the near destruction of a billion-dollar company. And all of that could have been avoided if the invention assignment agreement had just been drafted a little bit better, a little bit more clearly.
Great. So I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but your kind of first responses are both around IP. Obviously, there's probably some other issues, landmines, missteps by founders. Maybe you guys can comment. What other things to look out for? Let's start with you, Alex, this time.
Sure. So one issue that I've often seen blow up a transaction are disputes with former co-founders who are no longer there. And believe me, once news of a potential purchase, a potential deal goes public, and there's any real money involved, anyone with a grievance is going to come forward. They're going to come out of the woodwork to get their slice of the pie. And you don't have to go far for an example. One good example is Snapchat. As many of you probably know, there was a major lawsuit where an individual who alleged that he was one of the original co-founders sued the other co-founders and also sued the investors, by the way. So this is an issue that's also important if you're an investor, because he claimed that they knew or should have known that Snapchat was using intellectual property that he had rights to. And before that dispute was over, in order to settle it, Snapchat had to pay over $150 million to make that go away. So again, something really important. Another example I could give, just recent example from personal practice, is when you have a founder that's bought out for below market value. So operating agreements often have provisions that allow the majority owners or the majority vote of the stocks to forcibly buy out one or more of the other members. And that's what happened in that phase. And one of the original founders was basically forced out, and he was paid practically nothing for his shares, a fraction of what they were worth. And all he got was a letter from the new CEO saying, well, in my best opinion, this is the fair market value, this is all you're going to get. And then the company turned around and tried to sell those new shares to raise capital to other potential buyers. And of course, the original founder did not go away. He retained my firm. And we brought claims for breach of contract and breach of fiduciary duty. We found an expert to conclude that he was not bought out at fair market value. And not surprisingly, no one wanted, they couldn't raise new capital. No one wanted to invest while that dispute was pending. And they had to settle. And again, all of that could have been avoided if instead of having their CEO make his own best judgment about what the shares were worth, they hired a qualified appraiser who wrote a report and therefore would have been able to justify the fair market value of the shares.
Thanks. Yeah, we're kind of all familiar with the story where there's an announcement of an acquisition, a big deal, or companies filing to go public. Everybody's holding their breath. What's going to happen in the news? Is there somebody going to surface? So I think this is great pointers for all of us to consider. But guys, these are kind of, I would call them deal killers and major landmines. Let's look at something more practical, other things that both the acquirer and the entrepreneur, the young CEO should consider. Sean.
Wow, there's a lot of things that come up in due diligence that I've seen. Poor documentation. Really early stage companies, seed stage companies, a lot of times are focused on running the business and not so much on the operational things. Poor documentation is often the case. It relates to what he said about founder disputes. For instance, there was a case where there was a loan on the books. The sort of documentation around the loan wasn't clear. Somebody came out of the woodwork and said that wasn't a loan, that was an investment. I have an equity stake in the company. That's a problem. Also, not having the right advisors in place. I think that some early stage companies are focused on hiring salespeople, engineers. They don't bring on legal advice or financial advisors early enough sometimes, in my opinion. And I'll give you an example of how this killed a deal. There was a company that was doing license agreements they were trying to land Fortune 500 companies for software as a service. They were so eager to land big clients that they weren't really looking at the terms those clients were giving them. Most of the big companies said, we're not going to take your contract, we're going to have our legal people do the contract. All the contracts had indemnification provisions in them that called for full indemnification. So for those of you who are not familiar with this concept, let's say a hacker gets into the startup system, gets into the customer system, there's a big data breach, loss of millions of dollars. The startup would be on the hook for all of the losses of the customer. Now that's not appropriate. I mean, you're not in the business of being an insurance company for a Fortune 500 company. There should be a cap on liability. They didn't have the right lawyer look at that. We went in, we looked at all their customer agreements. They all had these indemnification provisions for full indemnification. So you got a great product, you got a great company, but we're just not comfortable taking on tens or hundreds of millions of dollars of a risk because you didn't look at your contracts closely enough.
Thanks, Sean. Alex.
So another example I see often in my practice are conflicts of interest. And so a good example of that is when a startup has a contract or an agreement for supplies or for services with a related party. a friend, a close friend, a cousin, a family member. And that happens more often than you think, because when you're starting a company, it's easier to do business with someone who you trust as opposed to a complete stranger. The problem is, from a buyer's perspective, that's a red flag. That's a related party transaction. It raises a host of potential regulatory disclosure issues. And moreover, it can potentially result in litigation, because if there is a claim that management funneled money out of the company by paying excessive fees to a family member, cousin, a brother-in-law, whomever, there's going to be a lawsuit. And let me tell you, you see a lot of that. You see a lot of those, call them schemes, particularly with businesses that come out of other parts in the world that don't have as much regulatory oversight as Western Europe or United States does. And that can be a major, major problem. So you have to keep an eye out for that.
Great, thanks. Alex, would that be from your Odessa experience? Or?
Well, I can certainly tell you some stories outside about some interesting Ukrainian deals and Russian deals I've worked on, where you had those sorts of schemes in place, and it caused major, major problems.
And just to reiterate what Sean said, is that if we have young entrepreneurs and first-time CEOs, you are probably product expert, you're probably market expert, you're probably great technologist, but probably you're not are great lawyers. And getting the advice and helping you somebody work on the contract, one of your early contracts, is extremely important. And don't be afraid to listen to the lawyers, because they've been on both sides. If they're going to tell you this is reasonable to change, it's not a conclusion that the deal is going to die. So definitely take their advice. And Silicon Valley Open Doors is an international conference. So with that in mind, I'm sure there's going to be companies in the US, companies outside of the US. There's going to be M&A deals, acquisitions, one way or the other. So why don't we look at the international slant and discuss what are the issues related to international transactions? Sean.
There are a lot of interesting issues that might not come to mind at first. We've seen certain issues come up in jurisdictions that have reputations for corruption, for instance. If you look at, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, but there are certain countries where if you need a license to do business, if you need to get your product through customs, if you need any kind of interaction with the government, you're not going to get that unless you're paying bribes to the government officials to help you get your business done. You'd be surprised at how many foreign companies we look at buying, and when we dive deep into the financials, we see strange payments, we see strange cash withdrawals. It turns out that these are for corrupt payments. That's often a deal killer, because we don't want successor liability if we're buying a company, we're buying those problems. So that's something we look at. Another surprising area that came up recently was related to trade controls. Some messaging apps have end-to-end encryption. That's actually restricted technology by the US government. So under sanctions and trade regimes, there are certain countries where you can't let people have access to your source code if it has encryption technology in it. Iran is one country that comes to mind. There was an issue with engineers at a Target company who were Iranian. There's a lot of weird little things that come up in international deals you might not think about.
So definitely international is challenging. Alex, do you have anything to add on the international side?
Yeah, so I've dealt a lot with the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. So to follow up on what Sean was saying, it's not just a question of a bribe. It can be a non-monetary benefit. And often, if you help, for example, a politically connected person or even a member of his family get his child into a very exclusive school, you wouldn't necessarily think of that as violating a law, but it could, potentially. And so you have to be very careful in those types of situations. And moreover, you have to keep in mind, if there is an FCPA, a Foreign Corrupt Practices Act violation, it's not just a potential problem with the future buyer. You may be facing a lawsuit by your own investors or your shareholders for breach of your fiduciary duty of care for allowing that to happen. So that's really another aspect of the issue you have to think about going forward.
Yeah. So as we met for this panel and we were discussing our topics and the Foreign Corrupt story came up, we all have a lot of amazing stories, and we said we're going to have special drink just to go over these stories. And it's really incredible what in one of those countries somebody with $20 can can do, to bribe a clerk, and your whole case disappears, and you have the best American lawyers in the world, and there's no case. So anyways, we have a lot of interesting stories. Maybe we'll write a book about it one day. So, coming to closure of our panel, any kind of last parting remarks about acquisitions, issues, advice? Sean?
Sure. So if you take anything away from this, what I'd like to say is what I've seen in terms of acquisitions are a lot of early stage companies bring on their functional experts too late, or they have functional experts that don't have enough experience. I'm talking about accountants, financial experts, lawyers. Try to deal with those people as early as you can. Another example I'll give is a company that was trying to make its customers happy when they had problems with some of the items they'd purchased. They were making promises of discounts in the future and not accounting properly for that. That's a very basic mistake, revenue accounting mistake that could have been avoided if they had somebody that was training the salespeople on side agreements on things like revenue recognition. So you don't know what you don't know. If you're a technologist, if you're an expert in your field, make sure that you're asking the right people for the right advice in terms of lawyers, accountants, and having a good, solid finance team.
Alex?
So one parting thought I'd like to leave everyone with is the concept of dispute resolution provisions. And those are the contractual clauses you put in your agreement that will create the process for how and where any future dispute you may have will be resolved. And those can be critical because, for example, if you do have a dispute, do you want to go to court or do you want it kept confidential? And so then maybe you go to mediation or private arbitration. And what country's laws do you want to apply to govern that dispute? And moreover, where do you want the resolution of that dispute to take place? Do you want it to take place in your country of origin, where your company is based? Do you want it to take place in the venue where the buyer is based? Or some other third neutral location? These are all issues that can literally determine whether you win or you lose your case in the future. And yet, people often pay them very little thought because when everything is going well, you don't want to think about what could potentially sabotage the deal or what can kill the deal later on. Or even if people do think about it, often they just put in boilerplate provisions from some other contract and not give it much thought. And then if there is a dispute, it becomes a major, major problem. And we as litigators, we see it all the time. And it's way, way easier to fix it up front. It can take a few hours. It could save you years of litigation down the line.
All right, well, I appreciate your concluding remarks. I'd like to thank our panelists, Alex Stoller from Akingam and Sean Kuteng from Snap. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Alex Shubat. Thank you. Okay, our next session, sorry guys. Is about market size. It's another problem for startups. And we're happy to have here Ashmet Sidana, a founding partner of Engineering Capital, a $32 million under management fund, investing in early stage IT infrastructure. And the topic of our discussion is, does the size matter? And we do think it matters. So, one more minute. Okay. Shmet, here's a clicker for you. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Can we get the slides up? Perfect. Okay, just making sure this is working. I'd like to start our discussion of market size from 1980. In 1980, there were no cell phones in the world, and in fact, most telephones looked something like this. And AT&T was the biggest phone company in the world. In fact, they were a regulated monopoly at that time under investigation for antitrust by the US government. Because they had been such a successful company for 100 years, since 1948, they had been investing in cellular technology. They owned Bell Labs. They had all the patents. And in 1980, the executives of AT&T got together and said, should we start a cell phone business? Wouldn't it be cool if you could have a phone that wasn't always 3 feet away from a wall? And it would be nice if you were able to talk on that. And so they commissioned a study. And they said, well, we need to decide what is the market size for this market that we don't know anything about called cell phones. And how should we estimate how big will this market be? And so they hired a prestigious consulting firm, McKinsey. I'm sure some of you have heard of McKinsey. How many people have heard about McKinsey? Okay, wonderful. So lots of you have heard about McKinsey. They hired McKinsey and paid them $19 million to estimate the market size for cell phones in the next 20 years. This is what McKinsey said. McKinsey, after spending all of this money, came back and said by the year 2000, they estimate the worldwide market size for cell phones to be 900,000. In other words, less than 1 million cell phones. Well, as we all know now, McKinsey was wrong. They were not just wrong, they were spectacularly wrong. The actual count in the year 2000 was approximately 150 million, which is an error of 10,000%. And of course, it continued to grow. And what we are off at now is more like a 1,000x error that McKinsey had made in their initial estimate for the market size for cell phones. And this was a very expensive error. AT&T ended up, by the way, because of this report, because of this study that they received, they shut down their research division on cell phones. They sold off their patents and decided not to enter the cell phone market. They made a mistake. 7 years later, they decided that they wanted to get back in. They ended up buying Macaw Cellular, for which they paid $12.5 billion. And this brings me to the first point that I want to make about market size, which is that it really matters. If you get it wrong, it really, really matters, and so you need to pay attention to it. To make the next point, I want to go to a very similar time, to another city and another company that had extensive wireless technology, Motorola. In fact, a company which had been investing in radios for over 80 years. Their original name, Motor Victrola, came from portable radios that they sold to cars. And in 1980, they were sitting in Chicago, and they made the exact opposite decision about the market size for cell phones. They thought there's going to be a massive market for cell phones. In fact, it is so large, and it's going to be so important that they bet their entire company on it. Fortune 500 company undertook at that time the largest single civilian R&D project ever underwritten by a private company. Motorola decided to invest in Iridium. It started with an original $5 billion R&D budget, ultimately grew, they launched 66 satellites, and built an amazing piece of technology. They built a competing technology to cell phones called Iridium and managed to successfully launch it. But what happened? One of the 10 biggest failures in the technology market, at its very peak, when Motorola owned Iridium, the total number of subscribers that Motorola had, 10,000. That's the total count that they could get Motorola to grow to. And they were spectacularly wrong, in fact, so wrong that the company doesn't exist today because of that mistake. Eventually, Motorola got divided up into pieces and sold, and parts of it is, in fact, right over here, owned by Google now. And so the second point I want to make about market size is that subtle product differences can make a massive difference in market size. We don't have time today to go into the details of the difference between what AT&T undertook and what Motorola undertook, but it's really important to understand, if you're an entrepreneur or you're a venture capitalist, that subtle product differences make a huge difference, and you need to understand what that difference is if you will correctly estimate the market size for your product. So now you all know market size is very important. Why is it so important? It's the fundamental limit. Your company can never be larger than the size of your market. And so it's really important that you understand what this size is. I want to make two other quick comments before we go further. One, there are many measures for market size that are used popularly in the press, TAM, TSM, SM. For the purposes of the conversation today, just ignore those differences if you're aware of them. And the last point I want to make is that everything that I say after this is from the perspective of a venture capitalist. In other words, there are other views of market size that are useful and important. For example, an economist or a government person may look at market size in a very different way. And those are also valid views, but they don't apply to what I'm going to say over here about market size. And so how do we measure market size? There are two traditional measures for market size. There is the top-down approach and then the bottoms-up approach. I'm sure you've seen some of these. If you don't know them by these names, you've probably seen it in the press. And so here is an example of a top-down approach. These are typically based on surveys or extrapolations of trends. These are very popular reports. You might hear them in the press. For example, you may see a statement on CNBC saying something like, Gartner reports that the size of the security market will be so much, or so-and-so reports that this market is increasing by this %. Here I have a slide. I took it out of an actual pitch that an entrepreneur made to me. I've deleted the name of the entrepreneur because I want to protect the innocent, or should we say guilty over here. But this is a very typical top-down market size. They're looking at industrial software. It's a $75 billion market, of which some fraction is $10 billion. And they're going to take 10% of that market and build a $1 billion company, right? Classic way in which an entrepreneur will present a top-down market size. What are the uses to a venture capitalist or an entrepreneur of a top-down market size or a report like this? Here is where you could use it. Say, for example, you buy a new printer, and you want to test the ink in the printer. And so you have to waste a page. You know, you don't have anything useful to print. You can print this, because you can throw it away after that. It doesn't matter. In other words, it's completely useless. Ignore top-down market sizes if you're an entrepreneur or you're a venture capitalist, at least at the early stages. Why am I so dismissive? Because if you are truly going after a new market, if you have a truly disruptive idea, an analyst report should not exist for what you are doing. If the report exists, that is proof right there that you are not going into a new market. So that is a warning sign for you if you're an entrepreneur or a venture capitalist. The macro trend may be incorrect to the micro opportunity, which is how every startup starts, that you are looking at. And finally, most top-down market sizes are almost impossible to disagree with. You know, the size of the US economy is going to grow by 2% this year. You and I could argue, is it going to be 3% or 1%? It's not going to be beyond that difference. So it really doesn't matter. It's impossible to disagree if you look at it from a top-down perspective. And that is why the gold standard and the way you should look at it, if you are thinking about it as an entrepreneur, is to look at it bottoms up. And this is the way you look at a bottoms-up market size. It's a very simple view. It's not hard. How many customers and how many dollars are those customers going to pay you? It looks very simple, but it hides some subtleties that are really important. And to bring them out, let me start with a quick example. Here is example again from the cell phone market. These are the actual numbers for the iPhone when they were introduced and from last year. So the iPhone sells for the first time, almost exactly 10 years ago now, in Q4 of 2007. Apple makes a deal with AT&T. They sell 1.1 million cell phones, iPhones through, in the first quarter itself. Obviously an amazing success, we all know that now, which is roughly $500 million of sales in the very first quarter of sales. And then last year, I took this number out of the annual report. They have, roughly speaking, a 15% penetration, and I just guesstimated the size at about $600 for the average size of an iPhone. You know, I don't know exactly what the real numbers are. And it's roughly speaking a $30 billion a quarter market for Apple. Wow, phenomenal large market. But what does this tell us about market size, and why is this so important? Let's notice one thing, which is obvious to anyone who does a bottoms-up market size for the iPhone market just from this slide itself. And that is obvious just by seeing that in Q4 of 2007, Apple had how many customers? One. They really only had one customer, AT&T. All phones were sold through AT&T. AT&T was their distribution partner. That is not true last year. By now, Apple has diversified. They've introduced their own stores. They're selling directly and, of course, through other partners. And so simple things like this, which are incredibly important when you start thinking about your business model, when you start thinking about your budget, when you start thinking about what kind of a company am I really building, become instantly obvious if you present your market size bottoms up. You can know that simply by looking, is this a direct company or a channel company, just by looking at this over here. What sort of a sales force did Apple hire in the first quarter of sales? What sort of a sales force does Apple have now selling their iPhones? Completely different companies. Obvious simply by looking at the market size for Apple, for the iPhone over here, bottoms up. And so that's why bottoms up is the gold standard. It forces you to focus on the individual customer. It is easy to test assumptions, and that's how you can make a budget. Ultimately, that's what running a company is about. A budget sets your priority, and you can do that if you have your market size bottoms up. You can look at it. So let me make a few other points about market size. I've told you bottoms up is the real thing. The next point I'd like to make is the difference between precision and accuracy. For those of you who are engineers, you know this already. For those of you who aren't, you're going to get a 30-second lesson in the difference between precision and accuracy. What's the difference? Accuracy is 14159265, and it goes on and on. All of us know that's the real value. And if you're measuring pi, and if you say pi is 3, that's a reasonably accurate measurement. But if you say that pi is 2.1415, that's actually a more precise measurement, but it's less accurate. And so what matters to a venture capitalist? What matters to an entrepreneur? Is it accuracy or is it precision? To make this distinction, what I have for you here is an actual email that was sent by Sequoia Capital. It's a very nice venture firm. Before they invested in YouTube, we happen to have access to the confidential, internal, private emails of Sequoia Capital because of a lawsuit that occurred between Viacom and Google, and these emails were actually subpoenaed. So I have for you an actual extract from an actual email in a deposition that was filed by Roloff, a partner at Sequoia Capital who eventually made the investment in YouTube and sat on their board. And here's what he writes in his emails. He's going on, he's saying, I think user-generated video content will explode, blah, blah, blah. He's writing an email to his partners. And then eventually he makes his own estimate of the market size for YouTube. Because remember, this is a seed stage investment, it's a very early stage company, and really they don't know what the market size is going to be for this nascent company that they're considering investing in. This is his own internal estimate of the revenues that he thinks YouTube may generate. Remember, this company is generating exactly 0 at that time. In fact, the pitch, which is also attached, if you're really curious, to the same deposition, the original slides are also a part of this email, so you can go read them. They were asking to raise $1 million in this deck. He makes an estimate that varies between $6 million to $55 million for the revenues that they think this nascent company might be able to generate. So they were off in their own internal estimate by an order of magnitude. We all know today, of course, that YouTube is a billion-dollar business, multi-billion-dollar business for Google. And so they were, of course, wrong by another few orders of magnitude. And so really important to understand that it's not about precision, it's about accuracy. Sequoia was precisely wrong in their estimate for what were going to be the revenues of YouTube. But they were entirely accurate in the direction and the magnitude that this company could become, and hence it became a great investment for them. So like I say, focus on accuracy, ignore precision. With that, I'd like to go into a quick discussion on Uber. This is a current company. We are all familiar with Uber. Anybody here who's not familiar with Uber? I don't see any hands over here. So let's have a quick discussion about the market size for Uber and see how you might analyze this. Uber has been in the press a lot lately. In fact, so much so that there is a professor at the NYU Stern School of Business who wrote a research paper on what he thinks the market size for Uber is. And here is an extract from his paper. So he does a detailed analysis of the taxi and limo market in the world. He looks at every single city, important cities like Tokyo, New York, he breaks out because they have obviously a very large taxi and limo market. He estimates that the entire market in the world is worth about $100 billion. Based on that, he does some scenario analysis. Remember, Uber can only take a fraction of the market because they don't take the entire taxi and limo market. They are only a market maker. So there's always a rider on one side and a driver on the other side who gets the bulk of the money. So based on that, he estimates that the risk-adjusted value for Uber, if they took their entire market that he thinks that they can take, is approximately $6 billion. Because the underlying assumption in his research is that the total market for Uber is worth $100 billion. Shortly after he published this research paper, mind you, this is a professor in a business school, very soon after he published this, I saw this headline. $70 billion, Uber raises money. They raise $1 billion, at a $70 billion valuation. In other words, someone who was smart enough, lucky enough, and rich enough to have a checking account which can write $1 billion check, wrote a check into Uber at a $70 billion valuation, 10 times higher than what Professor Damodaran thought would be the maximum market size and therefore the maximum valuation that Uber should be able to achieve. What was this person who wrote this check thinking? They clearly thought the market size was bigger. And so, of course, then we had an opposite a point of view which was expressed. And this was expressed beautifully by one of the best tweets that I have ever seen on market size by Aaron Levy, the CEO of Box, who sent this message out after all of this controversy arose about the market size for Uber. This tweet is worth reading. Sizing the market size for a disruptor based on an incumbent's market is like sizing the car industry based on how many horses there were in 1910. Uber is going into a new market. There's a different set of rules that apply when you think about market size when you're going into a new market. You have to do it bottoms up. And so, of course, Uber has some very nice investors. One of them happens to be Bill Gurley at Benchmark. And so he published his own blog post arguing about what is the market size for Uber. And here is his analysis. He does his own analysis and he presents it. And his argument is based entirely on market expansion. In other words, he's saying when you go into a new market, the market expands, and you have to think about new use cases. What else could happen? Maybe there are things for which it is not the taxi and limo market that is your comparison, but you may think of use in less urban areas where taxis are not typically used, or perhaps transporting older parents, and there are other use cases. And then he comes up with the biggest use case of all. He says perhaps it's an alternative to car ownership. By the way, we have early evidence of this. I know people myself, and I'm sure you do too, who are not buying cars because there's Uber. And so the probability of buying a car goes down, and therefore there is a fraction of the car market that you should ascribe to Uber because of that, is the argument that Bill Gurley is making. And so Bill Gurley, of course, being a very smart man, does his own analysis, does his own spreadsheets, and of course, full disclosure, he's an investor, so he might have some bias here. He does various scenarios, he does various analyses, which we are not going to go into over here, of course, in the interest of time. And his maximum estimate is $1.3 trillion is the market size for Uber. So he believes that the market for Uber may be as large as $1.3 trillion. Well, we know they both can't be right. And so we really have this basic question. Is the market size for Uber $100 billion or $1 trillion? You get to judge. And that's what brings me to my last point on market size, which is that market size is in the eye of the beholder. That's what makes it so interesting. We have to make judgments. These are subtle judgments. They're not obvious. I hope you've learned a little bit about market size, and next time you think about a new company or a new idea, or perhaps your own company, you'll appreciate how important market size is as you consider that. Thank you. And I think I did it with 1 second to spare.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we? Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
That's how entrepreneurs should pitch. 5 more seconds were left. All right. So our next topic for the discussion is artificial intelligence. And we all know and agree that artificial intelligence is the future. But what to do with it in the future and how to make it successful, that's a big question. And I have here someone who can answer this question. Gunnar Carlson, professor of mathematics at Stanford University and founder of IASD, a company that raised over 106 million in funding from such funds as Kleiner Perkins, Khosla Ventures, IVP, GE Ventures, CT Ventures, and Floodgate. So let's talk about artificial intelligence.
Thank you.
So I'm a recovering academic. The company that IASD, that Anna mentioned, was founded based on a research project at Stanford, a DARPA research project around the area of data analysis, trying to understand and make sense of large and complex data. And when we went out and formed the company, we thought that we were going to build basically a data analysis company. We were going to generate great insights, and there would be value to those insights just from producing them. What we found, though, going out was that actually insights are very interesting. People really like to hear about them, but they don't necessarily want to spend a lot of money on them. In fact, what we've found is that really what one has to do is go beyond data analysis and go into the area of artificial intelligence, try to create actual solutions, try to create things that kind of solve problems without too much human interaction. So what is happening in artificial intelligence now? I think the standard view of artificial intelligence, the one that I had always had, was that it is taking problems that people already solve. They may not solve them as quickly as we like, they may not solve them as accurately as we like, but somehow where we already understand that humans solve the problem. So here are some examples, but a simpler one might be call center answering services. So that's a situation where you can build something because you already understand the problem, because humans are already providing answers in one way or another, and you can make them automated, you can speed them up, you can make them more accurate. But what's happening now, what's next? Well, the next thing is we really want automated solutions to tasks that people really don't do very well at all. The things that maybe people even can't do. So think here about, looking at, sequences, genomic sequences, looking at hundreds of thousands of genomic sequences and trying to make sense of them. Looking at log files in cybersecurity. Looking at records from, in a fraud analysis in healthcare, for example. All those things are things that people really can't do very well at all. And so, but nevertheless, we want to understand what we can do with those things and get value out of that data. So, second thing is that we don't want exclusively automatic, completely automated solutions always. In fact, maybe I'll sort of argue later that the most power comes from at least a degree of human and machine interaction. In other words, where a machine does somehow the heavy lifting, but at the end, we humans have to decide what it is we believe is worthwhile and valuable. Oftentimes we try to optimize things and we optimize them mathematically, but in fact what we should be optimizing for is what actually is good for people. And so this comes to the general heading of broader AI, which I think has been the hope all along. That is to say that we would be able to actually mimic or perform all the cognitive functions that people do, or much more of them, rather than just the simple cognitive functions that I talked about at the beginning. So the idea here is, I think that is what one is seeing now. That's what's happening. That's what the need is, and I'm going to give some examples of that here in a bit. But in order to think about the intelligence, artificial intelligence, maybe we ought to think about what's required for intelligence, period. Okay? So I would kind of argue that there are at least 5 properties here. Probably you can come up with more, and ultimately that'll be a great thing as we develop more and more requirements and more desirables for the process. But certainly there's a discovery element, because we don't, when we're looking at one of those complicated problems, we don't have a human template to work with. And so we need to be able to discover what are the properties of these very large data sets, what are the properties that we can use effectively to get value and to help people. Now, based on that kind of discovery, one will want to also predict quantities and classify things as well. So that is, after all, if you want to know economic circumstances, you look at some economic indicators. I'd like to predict the revenue of my company or the growth of my company. That's certainly an important feature. It's certainly something humans do, predict based on information that we've taken in. Third thing here, and this is the surprising one, I'll come back to this, how fundamental this is. This is saying, even if you produce correct answers for me, if I can't understand them, or I can't understand where they came from, I won't necessarily be able to believe in them. And so the notion that you have to justify your answers, make them or explain your answers is actually very important as well. That goes to the human interaction. Certainly one needs to be able to act or at least recommend actions on the basis of the data. And then finally, we also definitely want to learn. We don't believe that anything holds up forever. We know that circumstances are going to change. We need to be able to learn based on that and improve what we do. I want to talk about a couple of these. I'm going to talk about 1 and 3, the discover and justify here, which are some things there's some simple things that we can talk about, some nice examples I can give you, but all 5 are absolutely critical. Okay, so let's think about the discovery aspect. Here's the workflow for analyzing data now. The workflow is a large number of very smart people on the left. These are people who they're smart, they generate hypotheses, they make guesses, maybe educated guesses, but they guess things that are true about the data. And then, okay, they'll then go and with computers, with machines, they'll validate the assumption that the data scientists are shown doing there from the data. And if successful, you'll get insight out of it, and then business validation and so forth. So here you can see there's actually a feedback loop here because most of the hypotheses won't work out. And so it comes back to the analyst and say, you need to refine your hypotheses, you need to change them, whatever. In fact, even if the hypothesis is successful, you will also want a feedback loop to the analysts to refine and make it even better. Now, here are some of the problems with this. This is very people intensive. The fact that most of the hypotheses are going to fail, and also I'll argue here that there are many more hypotheses than one would really like, makes this a very people intensive thing, and in fact that circumstance is growing. Limited set of hypotheses because people are guessing at things. You can only verify so many of them. We can't test them all. I'd like to try to get to be more efficient about that. The insight is limited because sometimes the models have a kind of a simplistic output. The output maybe is a 0-1 classification, or the output is a single number, which often limits the insight. And finally then, because of the fact that you're making so many conjectures, so many hypotheses, and so on, this takes a long, long time and sometimes never completes. Okay? So, and here's the too many possibilities. Again, this is just an argument that the number of features that we're measuring in data is growing, and that means the number of hypotheses is even growing exponentially with that. In fact, what we argue is that big data is a misnomer, that the problem is not the size, the problem is the complexity of the data, and that can come in many different forms. One of those forms is how many features is it? How wide is your spreadsheet? But it might also come in a situation where your data type is genomic sequences. It might be molecule structures. It might be something very complicated. So complexity, in any case, is the big problem, and it gets close to guaranteeing failure. And so what that says is we'd like to improve unsupervised analysis. So unsupervised analysis here means what you go in, what you get when you study a data set, just to try to understand what's in there before you start making hypotheses about it. So there are too many hypotheses are possible. Here is a key thing. We don't want exclusively models that produce single numbers or binary outputs. We're going to need, if we want to do the human interaction and we want to get sensitive ways of capturing data, we need better model outputs. So models, when you think of mathematical models, typically one thinks of algebraic equations, some small number of coefficients in an algebraic equation. But I would want to argue one has to think much more broadly about the notion of a model, and in particular what the kind of output is. It might be equations, but it might be other structures that statisticians and mathematicians can come out with, and I will show you one of those here in a minute. But that is what's going to help in this unsupervised analysis problem. So the goal, again, is to make the discovery process more efficient, to produce models that allow you to be much more efficient about your guessing, about your hypotheses, that will suggest the hypotheses to you much more strongly than is otherwise possible. Now, the second one here is that third component that I labeled justify, and here I would kind of expand it out and say it's justify, explain, and diagnose. So it needs to be able to justify what you're doing if you expect to have human-machine interactions. People have to reason about things if you're going to interact with them, and so they need to be able to have justifications and explanations. And let me just give you, this is kind of an abstract point, I think, so let me make it concrete for you. One of our customers was a bank that had failed the CCAR stress testing process 2 years in a row. And the reason they had failed it was not because the models they had built, and I should say the stress testing process comes from building models. It wasn't because the models weren't somehow accurate, but they were not, it was not possible to explain them. The models consisted of hundreds or thousands of numbers that were coefficients in an equation of some kind. And the regulator said, well, you know, you may say this is predictive, I may even think you're probably right, but I don't understand and I have no reason to be convinced of that. In fact, I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of accuracy for a lot more transparency and understandability. Okay? And so that was, once we realized that, and I should say that was a huge surprise to me. I had certainly had a naive point of view about this, that it's all about, you know, revenue and alpha and all those things that people in finance talk about. But in fact, that this was vitally important. You know, a second example is in dealing with hospital systems, where they're working on developing so-called care paths, patterns of care for people for particular diseases or particular disorders. And the way that that's normally done, those are developed, you get, if you're a big hospital system, you get the 5 doctors who you think are the smartest at dealing with this particular disorder, and you get them in a room together, and you know, they argue it out, and at the end of the day, they will come up with some pattern of care. There's 2 problems with that. One problem is that oftentimes in a small room with 4 or 5 people, it's not necessarily the person who's right, but the person whose personality is the strongest often wins the day. A second fact is the fact that you're only dealing with the 4 or 5 doctors. You should be able to deal with all the doctors in your hospital system and get the input from all of them in some data-driven fashion. Again, it all requires justification, because if you tell doctors this is going to work, you know, you have to explain it to them. You have to understand what's underlying the analysis. I also want to say a diagnosis, and this is, you know, any machine that will fail at some point. Any automated process will fail. And it's not good enough to recognize, yeah, it failed. That's like saying, if your car breaks down, yeah, I said, yeah, the car doesn't run. You know, you need to know, why is the car not running, and how do I get in and fix how the car is running? And so that's the kind of protocol one needs to be able to put in place in these algorithms that are working to solve the problems. Okay? And it too needs better outputs. This justification needs outputs that have explanatory capability, that ideally are self-documenting in some way. No black boxes. I think that's a fundamental message here that many that gets recognized. I certainly find that it resonates with people in all over industry, but certainly in the financial services and healthcare side. No black boxes. So now I've told you these kind of abstractions. So here, I think there are many solutions to these problems. I think it's a fantastically rich and interesting field that one can have many different kinds of outputs that can, you know, get to a lot of the questions that I talked about. Here's our take on it. So this is what we mean by a model. A model here is a complex network like this. This represents a data set from one of our company's collaborators at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York, who are working on type 2 diabetes, which is one of the fastest growing diseases worldwide. And we've always thought of it as one disease. Here's the model, and what jumps out at you when you look at this, you can see it's 3 heavy clumps with thin wires between them. And it turns out what that means is, actually the disease is 3 diseases. One is the standard type 2 diabetes that we might think of, that is you know, involved with obesity and perhaps kidney problems. The second one is heavily correlated with cancer. And a third one is heavily correlated with neurological symptoms. So this kind of analysis is, is being brought to bear on a very complex data set. And what it comes out here is that it's very easy to justify because you're able to select parts of this model, some of these clusters, and try to understand what they do. This kind of modeling, I claim, has a lot of effect on both parts 1, the unsupervised analysis, and part 3, which was the justify and explain. And again, think about it. If you, like I, sometimes read the New York Times or science magazines, and they'll talk about, we've discovered a correlation of diabetes with cancer, or we've discovered a correlation with neurological symptoms. That's fine to see that correlation, but there's very little that you can do with it. If you realize instead that actually you're talking about 3 entirely separate phenomena, and one of them is really strongly correlated with cancer, that's a whole different story, and you can actually start to now create precision medicine protocols around that. So this is as I say, this is one example of a different kind of modeling which I think is required to address these points that I brought up. Now, so finally, one also needs to just do application building. What I've discussed here is kind of the analytic process that feeds into the justify and the discover parts. But you also want to build that act part, and you want to build the learn part in. And so we need to accelerate application building. We need to integrate application building with discovery. You need to do that so that as you perform your analysis, you think of the end goal in mind and build it relatively rapidly. The idea being that you should have some atomic pieces that you can hook together and build applications that way instead of writing tens of thousands of lines of code. And there are analogs in the past. There are analogs in the database world that are building applications on top of such relational database systems, like the old Power Builder and then other things that have come up more recently, and other things that are being developed now. So I would, in terms of takeaways, I would sort of put out the following. I would say, always keep humans in mind. The word artificial intelligence, artificial is right up front, but nevertheless, we should hope and expect that the results of it will either be interpreted by humans or will be interacted, or humans will interact with it. And so we should always keep that in mind. Fewer black boxes. I think black boxes are good in certain circumstances. In general, if we don't have understanding, we're going to have problems over time as they break down. As we can't understand them, they're going to go off the rails in one way or another if we can't kind of leaven it with human interaction and speed up the development process. So those are the points that I would put out there. I think that's, these are the key considerations, from my point of view anyway, about the development of artificial intelligence as it is right now. I think it's a very exciting place to be because I think that this hope, this vision that actually goes back to the 1960s or 50s about kind of the broader AI and being able to mimic and build on all the higher cognitive processes is starting to become in sight. It's starting to be something we can envision. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we need this quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 2 more chairs. Okay, our next 2 speakers are Leonard Graver, partner at Greenberg Whitcomb, and John Callaghan, founder of True Ventures, a $1.4 billion early stage fund. And our speakers are not here. I mean, they're here, but... okay. I already announced you guys. Welcome. Mics. They stepped outside just to talk about the panel, and we couldn't find them anyway.
Everybody, I'm the other guy.
Thank you very much.
I'm that guy right there, right there. Should we switch seats? Because it's okay. You can sit under me.
Okay.
That's okay. So Anna has made all the introductions. So John, thanks very much for coming. So John has a very well-known fund here in Silicon Valley. They invest in seed and Series A rounds. So let me just start. What's going on with the seed market? I've been hearing for the last 3-4 years about this valley of death, where startups raise a small seed round, then they spend all their money, they can't raise a Series A round, and they die. And people are saying that this is going to actually have a very bad effect on the seed rounds. So what have you been seeing in your experience?
Yeah, so we actually were, now I'm on, we actually were prepping. And so the numbers are discouraging. Seed deals as a percentage of total deals were down last quarter for the second year in a row to one of the lowest levels of the last couple of years in number of deals, percentage of deals done at the seed level. So if you look at the macro numbers, it's definitely alarming or negative. But that's opposite of what I see at the ground level every day. And I think that what the numbers may or may not be, these are sort of pitch book data, may or may not be capturing is sort of some of the change happening in the supply side of the venture market. So what I'm noticing recently is a number of, some of this is nomenclature, by the way, so you have to kind of also look through what people are calling what things. But there's this enormous growth in pre-seed, right? In number of firms and new funds raised. There's a ton of accelerator activity that isn't really captured by traditional seed metrics. And the hottest thing in LP land right now that I'm seeing from investors that call me and ask are these micro funds, nano funds, the 5 to 15, maybe $5 to $25 million funds, typically started by folks who don't have a whole lot of traditional venture capital background, but maybe come out of a startup or have what LPs consider to be unique access to the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And so there's an enormous boom in new, very, 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 very early stage funds, small funds, small checks. So despite the big numbers that you read and the kind of alarming stats for seed, I'm seeing the opposite, which is a really vibrant, call it $150,000 to $700,000 seed pre-seed market, predominantly based here in the Valley. So that's an issue we should talk about. All those funds are based most are based either here or in New York. There are a couple in LA, but around the pockets of high activity. So anyway, despite the big numbers that would show a decline, at least as a percentage of total, I'm seeing a lot of very encouraging new fund activity and seeing a ton of great new companies started. So the supply side feels very, very healthy.
John, speaking of the numbers, what's a pre-seed round? What's a seed round? What's a Series A round? We'll stop at Series A round.
I have no idea.
Ballpark figures.
I don't know, and it doesn't matter.
$1 million or more?
But I'll give you an answer. But when people come in and say, "Oh, we're only raising a pre," because I'm just like, none of that matters to us at True. So True is. We're 10 years old. We manage just under $1.5 billion. We've funded over 200 companies and have had great success. Our business is to invest between, and on average, $1 to $3 million is kind of where we live. Day one, 2 founders and an idea. And we don't work at all when normal venture capital is already there, because our objective is to be aligned with the founders and just have the cap table be True and the founders. And we've all started companies, and so we sort of understand how hard it is to do that, and we align all of our resources and frankly our attitude and our biases in favor of the entrepreneur. And I would say there's a whole other talk to be had around like investment biases and the problems that venture capital firms have in investing in seed, structural problems, that the industry has investing in seed. And anyway, so we've tried to build a firm that, that is designed to do that. Therefore, I am getting to the question. When someone comes in and says, we're raised, you know, we have some label, or we're like a post-accelerator, like there are all these funny names, none of it matters to me. What matters to me is, what does your cap table look like? And what do you want it to look like? And that drives a ton of, you know, really important strategic choices, and also practical choices. So for example, if you say, well, I want my cap table to look like 10 angels, then, you know, and I'm raising $500,000, then you shouldn't talk to any firms. There's just no room. And some of that's just obvious math, but a lot of people, when thinking about raising money, all they think about is the check or aggregate. They think about the dollar quantum coming into the company. I need 500K to do X, Y, Z. We don't think about that. We think about what's after the 500K. Who do you want around you to help you get from, you know, from zero to product, and from product to customer, and from customer to delighted customer. And so all of those resources happen day one, and we say there are 3 critical times in your startup's life when choosing investors are it's like the most important thing you can do, choosing partners. Day one, because it's marriage, and you're in it for as long as that cap table, as long as that company is alive in Delaware, you're together. And exit, life-changing decisions, either on sale, success, or failure, loss, and laying people off. And then the inevitable kill the company moments that have happened to all 250 true companies. Every single board I've ever been on has gone through 1 or 2 kill the company moments. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen to you. It's happened to every company you can name. And so who do you want around the table when the most sensitive things occur? And so all that happens in seed, pre-seed, and frankly, if you get it wrong, you kind of mess it up for the whole duration of the company. So if you come in and you say, I'm only raising a pre-seed of $400,000 and I want 20 angels in it, you're going to have 20 people with you that for all of those decisions. You're going to have 20 voices. Anyway, thinking through what it actually means over the life of your company to have the cap table is way more important to us than, you know, sort of the names people give these little slots. And to be clear, venture capitalists are, for the most part, we're just entrepreneurs too. We're building this little startup called the Venture Capital Firm. We make these products called deals. We have investors just like you. They're called LPs. And we have customers just like you have. And our customer is you, the entrepreneur. And so we're trying to differentiate ourselves all the time. No, we only do seed. We're the best at A. We're the best at seed. And so you have to, as an entrepreneur, look through that and kind of just smush it over to the side and say, I don't really care about the name. I want $500,000 and a partner that can take me all the way to an IPO or all the way to a sale, or not. I don't want to have a partnership in my firm. I want to have 2 angels. So again, I'm kind of making a bigger deal out of the name thing because it's like massive, and everyone's getting all caught up, and you know.
Well, it's important. I think it's really important.
Yeah, no, it's huge.
A lot of people ask me, well, we're raising $2 million. Should we call it Series Seed, Series Seed Plus, Series A? Because names or nomenclature is important.
Yeah, and it goes in your legal docs, right? And so, but the great thing is that there are so many, you know, Series F companies that say, you know, that didn't really work out. Let's just make it an A prime. Like you can always, you know, you just like, great, everyone agrees, change the legal, you know. So it's a little bit of a farce, right? And yet the cap table is not. You know, at the end of the day, it's like, well, those A through F rounds own 98% of the equity, and the founding team in this restart owns 2. That's like, it doesn't matter what you call it. That's just bad, right? That's not going to work. So, you know, again, these names get in the way of.
Yeah, no, I remember one investor that I worked with when I just started as a lawyer called them the Series FU rounds.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, am I allowed to say that?
That's great.
But a follow-up question. Cap table. A lot of people here are from the former Soviet Union. And a lot of them raised their Series C rounds from Russian investors, Ukrainian investors. And there's a tendency there to take a big chunk of the company for a relatively small amount of investment.
Yeah.
40, 50% of the company. When you invest at a Series A round, what do you expect to see the cap table looking like?
You know,
I'll give you an example. Will it be a deal breaker for you if the founders don't have the majority of the company?
Yeah,
anymore?
so the deal breaker for True is if there's more than 20% of the cap table not in the hands of the founders and their team, we can't play. But that's our thing. A lot of other people.
And that's at the Series A round.
It's whenever we enter. Again, names aside. Again, this is that great example. Like, we kind of don't care what you call it. We're going to write a $1 to $3 million check. We need to own 20-25% of the company. We want the rest of the cap table in the hands of the team and founders. Therefore, if there's already 20%, then we're diluting with our 20. This is 25%. The math's easier. Then we're diluting, you know, the 80 a lot, and the founders don't own enough at the end of the day. So we care a ton, because by the way, our round is hopefully the start. And you know, there are some companies. Fitbit didn't raise a lot of money. Peloton has raised a lot of money. It depends on what, you know, WordPress has been extremely capital efficient. Other companies have not. And so, but you have to plan, I have to plan, day one, to be in a multi-round cap table where at the end of the day, the founder and their team own enough to make it worthwhile. And by the way, that's why the other thing we focus on lots of different things about the cap table, and typically it's 2 founders are better than 3. 2 founders are better than 1. And the reason 3 doesn't usually work, and by the way, 4 never works, is because, in particular, if the split is roughly equal. You can have 4 founders if, you know, 80% of the split is with 1 or 2, and 20% of the split is with the other 2. But if it's all equal across 3 or 4, just run the math, a couple rounds of dilution, and the founders all own less than 10% each. The 3 people running the company, it's not enough. Not good to have your founding team collectively own 15, 16%. You got to have the founding team owning a lot. So all of these things that's why we pay so much attention. We want to set the company up for success. And I think by the way, the other big problem that happens at seed is the realm of the practical and pragmatic. And I always say to entrepreneurs, rule number 1 of being an entrepreneur, get into business. Like, so do anything possible, obviously within the realm of your values and things, but, you know, get into business, raise that capital. But the problem with that, and that's correct and it's right, the problem with that is that it leads to very pragmatic decision making that often doesn't plan for success. And one of my mentors was the magnificent Bill Campbell here in the Valley, and he used to say a lot, something that I really took to heart early in my career: founders often don't plan for success. You plan to like get to the next thing, but you got to get to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. It's multiple rounds of chess, not just a game. And so cap table and these types of things are actually a big deal, right, to plan for success. So,
I hope everyone's recording this. That's a perfect thing to show your new investor, you know? John Callaghan said you can't take more than 20% or it's going to kill the company.
Yes.
Total, yes, yes. So go back to your investors and just, you know, hey, these are the facts.
It's true.
John, we have 6 minutes left. So another question that I'm sure everyone's interested in. You invest in the series, let's use the nomenclature. When you invest at a seed level, seed stage, what do you expect to see from a startup?
So we almost always enter with, you know, when there's 2 founders and a big idea. That's all we need. We also need that big idea, however, to be in a market that's not easy to see. And so what we don't, this is one of these things, I have 4 boys, and it's oftentimes harder to ask them what they want, and it's easier to ask, what don't you want? You don't want chocolate, you know, that kind of thing, right? So like, I'll tell you what we don't like. So if you can point to a well-funded competitor in the category, we're not interested. It's way too late, because it's going to take you 6 years, 7 years to build what you need to build, get it out. So, you know, investing through proxy type things, a lot of people do that. A lot of people use the words, oh, we like social proof and proxy for the model. We don't like any of that, because the only thing I know is that we're too late. So we embrace timing risk. It's great to be early. We embrace market risk. The market, by the way, isn't just like, we're not gamblers. It's not some crazy thing that, you know, cars fly necessarily, but it's what are the trends that might make cars fly, and what are the trends around the customer base that might make, so you need to have sort of multiple converging large-scale changes that might create a market. That's how we think about markets. And this 2-founder thing is, you know, we say we have 5 criteria. people, 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 market, and then technology. And it's literally how we think about all investments. And so the founders need to be special, complementary, long history together. You know, one thing we don't like as well are two founders who met on LinkedIn recently to start the company together. There's no reason that anyone in this room can't have found successful people from their past that they drag forward. And if you can't, there's a reason, and we need to know that and understand that. So we look for teams that recombine. We look for skills that are, you know, obviously superior in their class, but also complementary and different. And then we look for the edge. And the edge can be anything. It can be technology, but not necessarily always is. It can be the business model. It can be the domain experience of the team coming together. They've seen something others can't see. And that little special thing changes a lot deal to deal, but it's a critical part of what you're doing. And obviously we look for grit and endurance in the entrepreneurs. We're not interested in being in mercenary companies. We are interested in being in missionary companies. So if you're going to exploit a little like lead gen-y weird thing and, you know, using Facebook traffic to arb over to here to get, not interested at all, because that's a short-term market disturbance that others will find. Mercenaries, you know, are typically successful in the short term, very, very, very rarely successful in the long term, almost never. Whereas missionaries, typically over the long term, you know, have tremendous success, whether it's, you know, all of the icons of our industry. So we look for those types of things. That's the criteria. It's really all about great people in great markets, which is a like terrible oversimplification. But as we break that down and understand over experience what that means, that is the essence. We have to be in big things very early. And the secret, by the way, the dirty secret of venture capital is that we lose more than half the time as an industry. We lose all the time. We rarely, rarely win. And so you also have to be really good at not worrying about being right in our business. We never get into an argument with a founder and say, are you right about that? Are you sure? But that's so not interesting to us. It's, by the way, a false logic trap that you're setting up for it's like a really weird trap that you're setting for you and the founder. But it's also not the honest exploration that needs to occur in the beginning of any big idea. You need to raise whatever money you're raising and say there are a series of questions that we're trying to figure out if these are the right questions. If they are, is there data supporting, you know, the answers to those questions? And if all those things happen, then we might see an opportunity. But it's not ever the case that we want to be early on in someone who is convinced they're right, because that does not end well most of the time.
So to sum up, you will invest in a company that's pre-revenue.
Always.
A company that doesn't yet have a product, an MVP, yeah. You will, okay.
Always. Our job as a venture, the industry's job, is to take the kinds of risks that capital markets can't take. So, by the way, the venture industry is tiny, 50 billion in total a year. Teeny. Like, I did some math, and I don't have the stats, but it's like 2 weeks of Apple sales. It's like a month of iPhone. You know, it's like just in any, and this is an entire innovation industry globally, right? So, our job is to maximize risk, and at True, that is our mission. We want to take the biggest possible risks, nothing safe. But behind truly the most creative entrepreneurs in the category, or of our time, and they can be anywhere. They can come from anywhere on the planet. They don't need to come from Silicon Valley. So, but if you think about what it takes to actually maximize risk, it takes all of these things. And so it's a tricky thing that we do as venture capitalists to great founders, because we basically say, prove to me some sort of thesis, and obviously the logical thing to do there is like point to other proxies, but don't make it too safe, because that's, you know, right? So it's believe me, I understand so clearly how challenging that is, but I would just, you know, I would say be bold. The world doesn't need little extra things, and those little extra things won't be rewarded, but the world needs very, very big, bold innovation. And this industry should be there to fund it. We certainly are.
John, thank you very much.
Awesome.
That was wonderful.
John, Leonard, thank you so much. So now we're starting the next session with startup pitches.
you will join us for judging. Yes. Okay. So while we're preparing our stage, please, every investor, everyone who has a blue tag, please move to the front tables, please. And I'm inviting our next group of the investors. John Callahan, Reza Malakhadzeh, Reza. Lu Zhang, do we have Lu Zhang? She's flying from China today. Hopefully she's here. Lu? Okay. Upal Basu. Adam Goldberg. Sanjit Dank. Sanjit, please step forward. And Ajoy Malik. Ajoy, are you with us? Lu Zhang and Ajoy Malik. Please, John, please join us. Sanjit, please. So, please, everyone with the blue tag, our investor jury, please move forward on the front tables. And I need, so traditionally, thank you for joining us, and thank you for all jury. Traditionally, before you're going to judge companies, we're checking if you could deliver a pitch. So now traditionally, we're always starting from 30 seconds, reverse pitch. I appreciate if every member of the jury and judges will give 30 second speech about yourself, about your fund, and your investment focus. Any volunteers? I need volunteers with the microphones. Volunteers, please step forward. Okay.
I'm a volunteer. Okay.
Okay, this table. Let's start from the ladies.
I'm Sherry Chuang. I'm an investor at Sandhill Angels. We're a group of 110 investors that invest in enterprise, consumer, and health tech. My background is in product marketing, and I invest in B2B SaaS and enterprise IoT.
Mary Jo Potter, Keiretsu Forum, Healthcare Angels. We focus on, at least Healthcare Angels focuses on med tech, healthcare, IT, and services.
Lilia Sherman, Golden Seeds and J Angels focus on enterprise tech.
My name is Andy Wong. I'm with Sandhill Consulting. We are a M&A advisory firm representing clients looking for opportunities in typically healthcare and digital healthcare.
My name is Ben Lawfer. I'm an early stage angel investor with a portfolio of companies located around the world. I'm also a technology investment banker based here in the Silicon Valley.
Hi, my name's Alisa Yaffa. I'm with Step Up Funding. I was an entrepreneur, now I'm an angel. I invest in early stage companies. I like to follow them through to A, to B, and C, and more. And I invest in anything that I'm smart enough to learn about and understand.
More judges? Oh, this side, please.
I'm Daniil Stolerov. I'm an investment director with Almas Capital. We invest in early tech, early stage technology companies, Series A's and later. We like to see stories that have products that solve enterprise needs of various kinds and have a global appeal. And many of our companies tend to have research and development done somewhere in Eastern Europe. Thank you.
Angelo Fiore, HP Incorporated, $1 million and above check sizes, so mostly A and B, focusing on core PC technologies and VR, education, and healthcare.
Hi, I'm Maya Shoshani from the Bird Foundation, a U.S.-Israeli R&D fund established by the two governments. We fund joint R&D projects between U.S. and Israeli companies with innovative technology, up to $1 million per project.
Hello again. I'm Michael Minkiewicz, angel investor focusing primarily on technology-intense emerging companies, networking, IoT, cybersecurity, digital health, and one of my companies is here on the exhibition floor, Cuber Labs. Please check them out. Thank you.
Thank you. now, judges, please, 30-second reverse speech.
I got my 15 minutes in
Yeah, you
already,
already
so
have.
I can share. I'm John Callahan, early stage venture. What I didn't say that you've already heard before. So we do a ton in connected device, in SaaS, and infrastructure, and things big data related. I'm most excited now about the rise of the robots and the rise of the machines. We're doing a ton of industrial automation and industrial robotics, and it's kind of this little known pocket where there's a lot of excitement. So that's me. And we have $1.5 billion in capital, 30 people, great team, biggest team in our ecosystem by far, and we're available for learning anytime.
My name is Sanjeet Dang. I am an investment director at Intel Capital. Intel Capital is the venture arm of Intel. We invest roughly $400 to $500 million every year, and not the fund size every year, in startups, and we've been doing it at that pace for 10 plus years. And I invest specifically in artificial intelligence, big data, and cloud. I have done extensive investments both at infrastructure level as well as at the application level. I'm an investor in DocuSign, among other companies. Done specifically a lot of computer vision investments, computer vision for retail, computer vision for e-commerce, and so on.
Reza, please.
Hi, I'm Reza Malikzadeh. I'm with Partech Ventures. We're a transatlantic firm with offices in Europe and here in the US. We manage globally about $1 billion in 3 funds, seed, early stage venture, and growth equity, late stage. I'm personally particularly interested in infrastructure software, storage, security, all of the things that would be harder to do at the lower levels of the stack. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Upal Basu. I'm a partner with Nokia Growth Partners, also sometimes called NGP. We manage $1 billion of Nokia's capital, primarily Series B stage, and as Nokia has evolved, our fund focus has evolved. Currently excited by technologies which connect the physical world to the digital world, which means that data coming from machines, enterprises, homes, and technologies which are going to basically make the industrial world become much more digitalized. So that's what focus is.
I'm Adam. I'm at Lightspeed. Like you'd expect, I'm pretty interested in infrastructure and big data and AI and ML, but I'll throw something else out there. I'm also becoming really excited about space as a sector. So if you're working on something in that space, please come talk to me after.
Okay, perfect. Now just one question to all panel. How do you define big data? Many people talking about big data is this, big data is this. How do you define this space?
Well, I'll just take my attempt. I think certain terms like cloud computing, big data have become somewhat redundant in a world of massive scale and cloud computing. So to me, that data sounds really somewhat anachronistic, something from 4 years back. I think the way I look at it is the world is going to generate humongous amounts of data. Most of it is noise, but there's going to be some signals which are going to tremendously transform productivity of people, homes, cars, automobiles, and our job is to find businesses which can take those signals and create value from them.
Adam, it looks like you disagree.
I wish I did. In my opinion, big data is basically a pretty abused term, just like AI and ML. The way I look at it is it's really about being able to keep up with the scales of data sets of the future. So in some sense, big data is a sort of rolling window 5 years forward that's constantly updating in terms of what technology is needed to handle what's going forward. So you look at right now, big data frequently is used to mean things like streaming data because real time is a concern for so many businesses. To me, it's really just an infrastructural point.
We're really curious about systems of insight or systems of decisions, and it's interesting. They can reside in a lot of the traditional, big data things that you're looking at. They can also reside in, for us, we've seen some really interesting big data insight opportunities in marketplaces and other types of businesses. So I think it's a totally abused term, and we don't like all of it. But
we do like those areas, the sort of the abstracted layers that can add insight or decision. You know, like it was mentioned, the terminology, big data or IoT or AI, the industry has a way of creating these things by itself. The term doesn't matter much. For me, the most important thing is data is the new oil in the economy. And I think any company, big or small, Intel included, that doesn't embrace that as a thesis for its future will probably be left behind or will lose relevance. And for me as an investor, data has been the underlying thesis behind all of my investments. Any investment I do, I look at, hey, what is your unfair advantage in accumulating data that others don't have? So that, to me, is more important than talking about big data by itself.
Reza would like to comment on. Okay, quick question for you specifically. Did you ever successfully invest in round A in company with no revenue?
Well, I have invested in a company with no revenue, but I wouldn't characterize it as successfully because it's still very early on. And you know, as John said previously, most of them will end up dying anyways and will fail. So I can't characterize it as successful.
Okay. Okay, and now we start with our presentation. So first company, it's Noema, is a search engine for data, making it discoverable and accessible to executives and information workers. Please, here is a clicker. Please start timer.
Hi, everybody. I know it's a little bit late. It's almost 6 p.m., but there are still 6 pretty exciting startups ahead, and I hope mine be one of them. My name is Vladimir, and I'm CEO of Visit our website every month looking for data. We have more than 120,000 registered users who are professional analysts, consultants, researchers, marketers, and executives. Students from all the major universities in the US are our regular users. We have paying clients among top US consulting and auditing firms. Oops. Noma does for data what Google did for the internet. Noma is a search engine for data, seamlessly connecting corporate data sources and the vast range of market and industry data sources, and making all the data discoverable and accessible for executives and information workers. Time for demo. Imagine that you're an analyst and studying ethanol, and you are looking for data on the sugarcane yield in Brazil. Here is what you will get on Google if you search for that data. As you see, it is a just collection of links to web pages and documents. If you are lucky and have spotted some number, or maybe even a promising source, you may still spend hours scraping, extracting, normalizing all the data to build just a single chart for your report or presentation. Here is the same search in Noma. You've got the figure you were looking for, as well as charts and other relevant data. You may further explore or export in a second. Moreover, you can use our digital data assistant, Yodatai, to get the same data on the go simply by asking a question. Finally, you may fact-check the entire articles or find relevant data for your report or document by using our Fact Finder tool. How do we do that? Noma is the largest repository of market and industry data in the world, aggregating and indexing data from thousands of sources worldwide. With more than 2.5 billion time series, we cover a vast range of topics, all the world's countries and their regions. Our patent-pending search engine is designed for data, unlike traditional document-based search engines. It learns from thousands of queries run by our users and gets smarter every day. We have customers all over the world. Every company having a chief data officer or head of analytics or director of data is our potential client. Before starting Noma, my co-founder and I were working for a large business intelligence vendor. We led its expansion to the US, and our product soon was positioned by Gartner in its Magic Quadrant for BI and analytics. Our clients were asking to bring market and industry data in their BI systems all the time. Noma grew up out of this need. Now we have a team of about 60 people with unique expertise in data, statistics, and other related domains, shaping Noma's future. We are raising round A, and if you're looking for the next Google, come and talk to me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nema. Okay, and now it's time to ask questions. Judges.
Pretty impressive, I have to tell you that, because at the end of the day, data is data. If you can get insights from data, that's where the value is. How are you able to extract the values and do that correlation from website to website to across multiple sources of data in a real-time manner?
Very good question. We have very experienced data team of about 30 people who are like crunching hundreds of data sets every week. We use a set of like automated, semi-automated, and manual methods to crunch all those data sets. And dealing with all those thousands of sources worldwide, I think we built like unique expertise in the world. Probably no one can do that better than our team.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I was trying to understand how many of your queries are pre-packaged versus real-time. So sugarcane yield grade, if I just wanted to right now throw a question like, how much capital went into seed round investing in the first 3 months of 2017, and just wanted to throw that question and wanted a graphical output, can you do that right now, or are there certain sets you've pre-packaged based on the needs of your customer?
As of now, we are dealing mostly with statistical data, like daily, monthly, maybe quarterly and annual, something like, let's say, US population or US wine production or mortality rate in Zambia, or something like US car sales. Okay, like we are not really dealing with real-time data, so we are focusing on like a highly valuable data who was curated carefully by various people around the world.
So I had a question about the data sets. So who actually owns them? And for the public ones, what's available as a source? For the private ones, what kind of sources do you support?
Sorry?
For the privately owned data sets, what kind of sources do you support, like public cloud, on-prem, so on?
See, thank you, good question. We provide APIs, so, and it's very easy to use, so pretty much data from any source can be ingested into our data solution, and we do that all the time for our clients.
So investors like to jump on a train that's rocketing out of the station. And so I'm curious, it seems to me like you've got a lot of use cases, obviously a big corpus and some technology that's creating a lot of value. I'd love to hear about go-to-market, like customer trends or use case trends. You find it's very effective in certain industry segments versus others. I think the question of, is it an overall tool for the wide open web to talk about Series A rounds, or is it really, really good in oil and gas, or really, really good in some of the examples? So velocity of use case, customers, what you've learned around how people are using your tool.
See, we have like a big customer everybody knows, but unfortunately I cannot name publicly, okay? They have a big internal department dealing with data and serving consultants and analysts across the entire company. For that company, we built a data portal where we brought all this market and industry data from public sources, and also they are uploading their own internal data produced by them, and we provide this like a search-like experience for them, so they can just type any query and get data ready to use and for analysis for their reports and presentations. It is not just about data. We have also tools to visualize data quickly and make it discoverable and accessible. It's not just enough to have data. You also need tools to be able to get insights from that data quickly.
And so that would tell me that so for that one large customer, you've built kind of a sandbox thing for them that is licensed to them.
Yes, yes.
I would then want to hear more about sort of go-to-market, business model, pricing, that, sort of taking the technology from the beauty of the demo and the large-scale opportunity of the next Google into, tying it to kind of the revenue and go-to-market business.
They're paying actually 6-digit subscription price for that solution to us. And as I said, every company, like having a chief data officer or head of analytics, is our potential client. It means that they have demand for data, they use data all the time, and they rely on it. But the problem of finding and getting easy access to data is still largely unsolved from my perspective, because they have to deal with thousands of different data subscriptions, okay? They may have to deal with different internal data silos, with different user interfaces. It's just really annoying and takes a lot of time. Just in May, there was an article published in Harvard Business Review. There was like a large write-up on data, and they literally started from the stating that analytics in companies spend up to 80% of their time simply by finding and data and making it convenient to use. That's it. And imagine how many analysts here in the US alone. It's like roughly 2.5 million information workers. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at 7-digit revenue in 2016, and I'm trying to figure out who is buying your product, what is your average selling price, and who is going away from your, how big is your pipeline?
See, can we talk about that privately?
Very quick answer.
But
okay.
Again, we have clients with like average check, 6-digit check.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now it's my pleasure to invite Game of Whales, a revolutionary monetization optimization platform and marketplace. Okay. Please welcome Game of Whales.
Yep. It's a pleasure to be here. Very exciting. We are the founders of Game of Whales, Doron. My name is Maya, and we have a third founder, not working. Okay, thank you. Third founder, the CTO, Dimitri. We're in the mobile industry since 2004. We've sold 2 companies. The first one we sold was in 2006. The second one was in 2008. And we've established our most successful company in the mobile gaming world, D-Media, in 2010. And up until now, we've managed to generate more than 185 million downloads.
185 million downloads is a big number, but it came with a bigger challenge. How do we monetize hundreds of thousands of users that are using our games on a daily basis? Few words about the market that we live in. It's a very crowded market. There are over 4 million apps and games available to download on the main app stores, and this market is expected to hit 140 billion by 2021.
It's a huge market, but it's also a huge challenge to monetize the product in the mobile gaming industry and the mobile industry as a whole. It's a very crowded market, 5 million apps and games. Only 2% are paying users, and the existing tools are overly complex, costly, and difficult to implement. We were struggling. We were looking for the best solution for ourselves. We had enormous amount of traffic, and we had to find a great solution to monetize better. So we decided to develop our own system that have become our dream system.
So what is the dream system that we've developed, Game of Whales? Game of Whales is a live ops real-time revenue optimization platform. Basically, it collects the end user's data seamlessly, and then through the backend of the machine learning, interacts with every user with the relevant interaction. It can be a discount, it can be a gift, it can be a special offer, it can be a push notification. In the right time, the user reacts to it in one purpose in mind, to make more money from every user that uses the app or the game. This user that you see here is an example. It's a screenshot from Game of Wells. What you see here is a user that played over 60 sessions within the game and never spent anything like the rest of the 98%. And then when he got the right incentive from the system, he spent money for the first time and then started spending on a regular basis once he was invested within the game. On top of this, we have a marketplace allowing our customers to trade the data that they collect from the users with other companies that are using Game of Wells. We use machine learning and started to implement AI for two main purposes. The first one is to optimize the suggestion that we give to the end user. So the user gets the suggestion, the system checks the reaction, and starts a never-ending process of optimization of what is the right offer to this specific segment or user. The second use for that is the suggestion system that is one of the strongest features in Game of Wells. The way that it works is not only we collect the data and allows interactions with the users, we suggest our clients what they should do today in order to make more money. The way that it works is that the developer comes in the morning, open his computer or mobile, and get a suggestion. Today, you need to target these users with this proposal. All he needs to do is say, make more money. And then our system starts the A/B testing and the optimization process.
Different companies in this space. Some are doing segmentations, some analytics, some marketing, push notifications. Game of Wells is concentrating on monetization, and the core of the ability to maximize the potential of the product from a monetization point of view.
We are going to target the mobile apps and games market with a freemium model to remove any barrier to entry. They will implement our solution within their game or app. They'll see the spike in sales that should come within weeks, and only then they will be required to pay for the platform. We shall also generate revenues from user acquisition campaign that will run throughout the Game of Wells platform and the data deals that we are running through the marketplace.
We're in beta. We've reached 6.5 million end users as we speak. The growth pace is very fast. It's 1.5 million per month. We are 13 employees in Palo Alto, Tel Aviv, and St. Petersburg, and we are raising $2 million.
Monetization, optimization, automation is going to be a key in the next few years, and we are already there, ready for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Game of Wales. Questions? Questions on jury?
So we have invested in many gaming companies, and we found this is a hits-driven business, and 90% of the value in this industry is being captured by literally less than 20 companies. So it feels to me this is you're going after the long tail. And so I have a question. If I have a successful game, I probably have the resources and engineers to build this myself, because there's a lot of in-app solutions doing reasonably well. If I don't have the successful hit game, I probably will come to you. So you have this bit of a long tail challenge that you're going after publishers who may not be successful. So you need a lot of gaming companies, and once they become successful, they may choose to build it in-house. So how do you solve that conundrum?
Thank you. So we have a stages plan. We are going to target our best customers for this stage are customers that are selling between $1 million to $10 million. We already spoke with them. We spoke also with the top grossing companies that you mentioned. And yes, they do have an infrastructure, and we understand exactly what they have. What they don't have is, one, the benchmark information that we shall be able to bring for the market that can do better work for them. And two, the AI engine that nobody have implemented successfully yet. So connecting together the benchmark information, AI and machine learning are becoming smarter with every user that we track. So the more users we have and the wider benchmark we can bring to the table, the second stage is to approach these kind of companies.
So once you start charging, you said you have a freemium model. What are you going to base your pricing on? What are you charging for?
So one of our main frustrations, because we are the client, right? We've built the system for ourselves. This system was, I don't want to say built from blood, but from pain. So one of the biggest pains was that good systems out there were asking us payment according to our monthly active users. And it was huge. It was 5 million,
Very
6
expensive.
million end users.
Very expensive.
So what we've decided to do is to remove this barrier, and we don't care how many users you have, we charge you by the interactions you do with the customers. So all the analytics part and the data collection, and we have our dashboard, our real-time live ops is amazing. They asked us not to show it, but it's amazing, and I'm happy to show it in the other room. This comes for free. The interaction, when you start interacting with customers, with discounts, with special offers, with push notification, you get a bulk of free messages per month. And when you finish the bulk, either wait for next month or buy a bigger bulk. So subscription, but subscription for interactions and not for data.
One more question.
How do you enable the likes of Google and Facebook rather than competing with them?
Again,
Sorry,
please?
I didn't understand.
How do you enable the likes of Google and Facebook for their ads or games going on their platforms versus competing with them?
Okay, so both Apple and Google and Samsung saw our platform.
I think the story originally was that we showed this system in one of the Google Feedback Summit, and they actually took us to another room, and that was the biggest time that they say, guys, this is definitely amazing, and this is something you should offer in large. So that was the idea came from there, because we were doing games and we love it and it was amazing and the work is amazing, and moving to SaaS and to work with users differently is different for us. But we actually believe that if we Google and Apple and everyone says you guys have something unique, you should also take it out.
It's actually their fault that we opened this company. We didn't plan to open a company, but
yeah,
to give you
definitely.
a wider answer is that Google is focused on the Android users that are buying through the store, and Apple is focused on the Apple users that are buying through the stores.
Right.
What we want to give is a full solution, holistic solution in terms of your revenues coming in real time, with the ability to interact with the user, having a conversation with hundreds of thousands of users that are using your app today, and give them the ability to monetize on both and recognize the users on both platforms, not both, all platforms.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Game of Whale. And now we're inviting QSAR-DB enables companies to analyze an infinite amount of data in real time. So let's welcome QSAR-DB.
Hi. So good evening. My name is Edouard Daligan. I'm the founder and CEO of QuasarDB. I'm going to tell you how in the last years we've built a technology to make it possible at some point in time to analyze all the data in the world in real time. So originally I'm a specialist in mathematics and cryptography and kernel programming and lots of crazy stuff. And after 8 years of doing that, I wanted to do a change in career, and I said in 2008, why not do market finance? Perfect timing, right? What you see is the Dow Jones, and every day I was coming to work and it was very, very hard. What I saw is that the data system could not keep up with what was going on. You would get in one day the maximum spike of the last year. And I asked simple questions. Why doesn't it work? And my colleague, they told me, well, the databases, that's the problem. I say, okay, but why? And so I looked at the problem, and what happened is actually, first of all, they were using technology that were not perfectly suited for numerical data, which was fine when everything was going on in a normal activity. But then there was also using Hadoop and NoSQL and lots of technology that kept spending time transforming the data instead of working directly in numerical numbers. So just to give you an idea, because I tell you that, you say, yeah, surely just buy a bigger computer, a bigger machine, it's going to work fine. So that's what happens when you do market finance. Every day at 9 o'clock, I think, 10 million messages per second. You have to process that, probably store the data, maybe as is, and make sure that you get everything because there is market opportunity in there. once you have done that, you store this data, probably not everything. You have to launch computations that like ours on grids of 20,000 CPUs very easily to know, well, how much money am I going to make in the year? How much money am I going to make if I change the markets, etc. So what happens is, then when you have done all of that, assuming that you're successful, then the European Commission comes and says, well, we have some regulations for you. Make sure that you store absolutely everything you do at 100 microsecond precision, and you store that for 5 years, and you are ready to answer any question we might ask. You can say, oh, well, that's another horror from Europe. Well, make sure that you have exactly the same thing in the United States and in India as well. So what's QuasarDB? Well, over the year, we've built a software that takes data, normalizes it in optimal form from the beginning, and enables real-time processing. And the idea is very simple. Well, we have numbers, let's store numbers and make sure that we can process that in real time. And we've built the software very close to the metal to make sure we have a maximum efficiency. And we take the data from the market and we bring that to the Excel spreadsheet. And the idea is really, I'm an analyst, I'm a trader, and I'm entering a formula, and I don't care how much data I have. I just want the answer in less than 1 millisecond. And my bet is we're going to make it. So we talked to some small companies like Cisco, HP, Mellanox to make sure that we build the right stuff right. But most importantly, we've been very close to pilot customers to make sure that we were building something that makes sense. So we've been lucky to have BNP Paribas to accompany us since 2013 and build a technology that helps them to do risk analysis. And now the goal is just to tell you how the technology works. So you get the data of the market, you store that in a QuasarDB cluster, and you ask simple questions. Simple interface, and make sure that the technology solves all the hard problems for you. So how we make money? Well, we sell yearly subscription based on the hot data, and we don't price on how much archived data you have. The core data we don't price because we want the customer to be addicted to the technology. And what we want to do now is to bring the company to 10 million in revenue. But more importantly, we want to get 10 anchor customers in finance and build a software as a service of what we're doing. Because I sincerely believe that the future of software is I connect to a service and I use the service and I pay for what I use. And I don't want to install the software on premises. And I don't want to care with IT. So the team right now, we have 7 people in France, and I'm the only one in the US. And I'm the founder and CEO, and I have in my team the former managing director of Dell France and the VP sales that built from the ground up a business that had been acquired for 400 million by IBM in 2012, I think. So that's it for it. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, QuasarDB. Question.
How do you manage the problem of disk I/O, the storage? Just that I/O is very slow intrinsically. So the fundamental problem in big data has been, hey, you want your data at scale, analytics at scale, but real time, it's difficult because I can't get the data out of cold storage real time. I can put some data in memory, but
so the thing is, most of the data is time series. And what happens is very often you work on the data that is recent. So we have least recently used mechanism to manage the data out and the disk, and also the technology is scale out, meaning that you give us the amount of performance you want, and then we scale out the technology. And we've worked actually with Intel, especially to leverage NVMe and that kind of technology if we talk with a customer that really wants crazy low speed. And you can also do prefetching. For example, you know basically the data you're going to work on the day. So you can run a batch, let's say at 7 a.m., and the data is hot when you need it.
More questions, please. Yeah. Adam.
Can you tell us a little bit about who you're dislodging from these lighthouse customers, like what vendor they were using before, or if it was a homegrown solution?
We are clearly dislodging companies specialized like KDB Plus, OneTick in market finance. We are dislodging a little bit, but really a little bit SQL databases, but we're not competitors in the sense that we think they've been misused We're bringing a new model really focused on numerical data. I personally think that SQL databases are great. Relational database has a very solid mathematical background, right? So it works. But for numerical data, that's not, if just time series processing in SQL is really annoying, right? It doesn't work. And we are dislodging also maybe some NoSQL companies, but we really heavily focus on numerical data. So that's our pitch, our focus right now.
So the finance vertical is clearly huge, but what other markets do you think you're going to be able to address beyond that?
We already know that aeronautics has problem very similar to market finance, especially Paris from New York is 200 terabytes of numerical data, and you want to do pattern matching to find if you have anomalies in the data. Like you know what a problem looks like, and you do pattern matching on a time series, which is actually much more efficient than machine learning.
Anything around cost and time to deploy, customization, tuning?
Oh yeah. My goal is to have zero of it. Right now for the 10 anchor customer, the goal is to really understand what they do to build the software as a service. And this is what's going to drive the exponential growth of the company, right? Right now we give the software to the users, they do the implementation, and we provide them with support for API. If they ask questions, we answer. That's how it works. And a lot of work has been done in the documentation and in how the software is used and how easy it must be, because otherwise this company is not going to scale. Yeah. It's been my focus because I'm actually very lazy.
Yes. One more question from jury.
Yeah, it sounds like you're cloud ready, but not yet. So what are the barriers for you to get there? And then would you expect that to be the large breakout and exponential part of your revenue in the next?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first.
You said you were going to be cloud ready,
yes,
but not yet. So what are the barriers for you to get there? And then do you see that as your exponential majority of your revenue growth?
There's a real reason why today we've worked with Microsoft to be on Azure and optimized for Azure, and we also on Amazon Web Services. But our customers are very, very, for the moment, they just look at the cloud. They do a little bit of stuff in it, but we run it on premises at their demand. But I know they're going to move to the cloud. So the strategy is to build a product with what they do. And when they're ready, we say, oh, by the way, we have perfect integration in the cloud. Are you interested? And move them. And then exponential growth, because then we can offer a product that has been heavily tested in one of the most intensive data environment.
Okay.
So, yes.
We're almost out of time.
Okay.
So thank you, DB.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, DB. And our next company is OurBrain, provides a powerful integrated data science platform with an end-to-end solution for data scientists, business users, and enterprises. Please welcome OurBrain.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ali Marami. I'm CDO and co-founder of OurBrain. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present our company at this event. OurBrain is an end-to-end data science platform. Starting from industry, everybody knows that data analytics, data science market is growing fast. But what I would like to emphasize, a new dimension in this market, which is a big trend from moving from commercial toward open source solution that we are leveraging at OurBrain. Basically, what we built is an app store for data science, a marketplace that the data scientists or model developers are able to provide their solution to our business users. And those business users, they don't need to have any knowledge or any resource or infrastructure to use the solution is provided. Why actually this is important? From business point of view, data scientists are able to position themselves. They are able to price the service. They are able to see the trend and have a good insight about the market. And of course, business users have a lot of opportunity to find expertise and outsource the solution that they are looking for. And from technical point of view, this is a cycle that actually I myself as a data scientist actually were facing with. Starting from just development, a full cycle of developing a model is just setting up environments, start to code, send actually preliminary result, get the feedback. It's a lot of back and forth. And then again, and after that, someone is needed to sit between to interpret the result. And then after that, when the result is finally delivered, usually in most cases, the result is not acceptable, and this loop is going to be repeated over and over. So the bottom line is a lot of waste of time and money. So what we did here at Our Brain is we just facilitate this process. First, by leveraging cloud. Both developers and users, they just in the browser and internet to develop and consume the outcome of the model. We have sophisticated tools for developers, so they're able to develop swiftly whatever they want in our environment. We have advanced collaboration tool for just managing the interaction between business users as well as the developers. And at the end, these are just an example of saving a lot of time and money for both parties. But the interesting thing is just I would like to emphasize that the final outcome of the model is easy to use. And when I'm telling easy, that means extremely easy. Here's an example. Business user just go, choose the model, install, and it's ready to go. And everything is on the browser. And it's just, for example, a business analytics, just having forecasts, some numbers for a bike show, for example. As you can see, it's actually delivered and it's ready to consume. Here's actually our competitive landscape. As I mentioned before, Our Brain is sitting the place that we have tools, which is the core of our technology. This is a place that we can shape the solution and make the life of data science and business user easier. We have public cloud. Our infrastructure is available on demand for both developers and business users. And we have the application that I presented before. We just recently launched our product. We have 700 users with a very interesting global footprint in 65 countries, the supporting of 3 revenue channels of subscription, enterprise licenses, as well as our marketplace. And we have a nice combination of experience in our team, data scientists, business experience in world-class companies, and highly skilled software developer. We are seeking for $1 million capital to support our marketing. The product is already developed and is ready to use. And just the spending is generally for marketing and generating content to reach 10,000 users and 1,000 content in marketplace in Q1 2018. And last, I would like to present a quote from Gartner about the future of marketplace in business analytics that Our Brain provided exactly the same solution, which is global, scalable, extensible, and cost-effective. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Our Brain. Time for questions. Dear judges.
So I guess you have a pretty ambitious plan, but you're only asking for $1 million, so it feels a little bit disproportionate. I'm trying to understand what makes it so that your reach is so cheap to get to.
That's actually, of course, just reaching to data plan that you call it ambitious, which is true. $1 million is just a pre-stage. Just to reach that stage, it's all about the valuation of the company. Of course, be prepared for second round of funding to reach the real goal of that picture that you see here.
More questions from judges? Questions from jury? No questions from jury? Great. Right. You have one more question?
Would love to understand more about the business model and go-to-market side, please.
Market size, there is no application store that comparable that I can actually address with. But a good example is just on the GitHub, there are 500,000 notebooks published that I personally, 80% I'm not able to reproduce the results. So there is actually huge potential for just kind of collaboration that the consumer of the model be able to replicate the model and be able to run the model right away. And of course, we see actually a huge shortage in data science skills. Even large organizations cannot actually fulfill the requirement, let alone for small businesses. But here's a platform that they can simply outsource for what they're looking for.
Thank you. Thank you, Our Brain. And let's our warm welcome to Filter, the revolutionary tool that keeps your customer right where they belong, your website. Filter, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm the last one. My name is Madar. I'm from Filter. I'm the CEO and the founder, and I'm honored to be here. $170 billion annual spending on digital marketing globally. In the US alone, $68 billion. Yet, 98% of the people that will enter to the e-commerce website won't buy anything. And why? Because reviews not working anymore, and people searching for reliable information from reliable sources. So when they're searching and they want to buy iRobot or Nike shoes, they will drop the website and go out mainly to the social network, searching to see the full picture from people that they know, from sources that they can rely, and just after that, the chance that they will go back to the website is not more than 0. We rave about 3 to 5% conversion rates. How come the 3% is good and 5% is amazing? And what is the idea of bringing people to the e-commerce website if you cannot keep them in the site and make them pay? That's when we decide to listen to the people and bring the truth to them by creating Filter. Filter is an evolutionary tool that keeps your customer right where they should be, in your website. So the first thing that we are doing is that if you have an e-commerce website, we collect all the information from all over the social networks, and then we come up with one score that we show it next to the product in the e-commerce website, that people in a glance can understand what other people in the social networks thinking about the product. And then, when you push the button, we curate the most relevant, authentic, unmanipulated content that can support the consumer and help them to make an educated decision whether to buy or not to buy the product. Look at that. If I have only 1 minute today, and I needed to share with you only one slide, look at that. L'Occitane, US, April. They spend tons of money, and they succeed to bring 456,000 unique visitors to their website. Yet, most of them run away. 38% just ran away directly to YouTube. Again, sorry, I know, I'm the last one, but let me ask you once again, what is the point of bringing people to your website if you cannot keep them and make them pay? And it's not only L'Occitane problem, it's all over the web. The consumer run away. We don't want fake data. We want to see the real stuff. And look, we started only 2 weeks ago, the pilot with L'Occitane. And you know what? We succeed to increase sales by 60%. You won't find any company worldwide that be able to increase sales by 60% only by communicate the truth to the people, understanding the journey, understanding what the needs is, what the pain, and don't think about the product, think about the people. And when you put the people in the center, you help the retailer in one hand and the consumer on the other end. We proved that the truth sells. The numbers speak for themselves. We work for the last year in different verticals, different size of website. In any KPI, we won. Basically, we increased time on site since people were much more engaged with our unique content. We reduced the bounce rate, but the bottom line, we make money. And that's bring us huge traction from leading company all over the world. I just came back from Germany when Mercedes invited us, paid the tickets and the hotel and everything just to sit and share with them our know-how. The same was with Atlanta when we met CNN and Turner and Coca-Cola. And we have a great prosperity and great traction from leading companies. And that was extremely interesting for us, since we thought that we are going to start with a very small website. But we got traction and attraction by the leading players in the market. And on the way, we won many different competition, and it was a great opportunity for us. If the technology is great and the results are awesome, there is one thing huge about Filter, and it's the people. We started the company in my apartment, in my kitchen. We are 10 people today. Last month, we opened our headquarters in New York. We hired a new VP sales and VP for BizDev here in the States. Our team basically is very much involved, and we have a very unique way to manage and run the business. I'd be happy to share with you how we are doing that. I have a great article about it in the Entrepreneur. And we are lucky to have David Chang, former or COO of PayPal Pay, that is our executive chair. And our leading investor is Will Graylin, is former, is not former, sorry, is the current in Samsung Pay. He is the GM, co-GM in Samsung Pay. And I want to thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Filter. Time for questions.
So, impressive list of customers. When you sell to them, is it on a campaign basis for one product that you then go tune, or do you sell to them across all of their properties? And that's gets me into a product question. Is this automated in a way that it would scale across the entire corpus of a company's products?
So if I understand the question, we are not selling yet. We wanted to prove the technology is working. And now we are here in the States because we want to show the fit, the product fit, that we can convert our great result to paying customers. So yes, we had a pilot, and one of our clients paid $35,000 for 3 months just to have the pilot. But now we are here, and our mission for by the end of this year is to bring the 5, 8, 10 great deals to show that we're able to convert them, and then to raise $15 million and open and bring more verticals, because now we are focusing on 3 verticals, which is automotive, health and beauty, and travel. And in each one of them, when we compete, for example, against TripAdvisor, we are a $10 billion company, and we are 10 people, not 3,500, our result was much better in any KPI. And it was again and again we saw it. Hope I answer your questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess we are all for truth, but I have a question whether your customers can handle the truth. And I say this because there's a misalignment of incentives here. Just to give you an example, if Volkswagen was your customer and they were selling diesel cars, they really wouldn't want those reviews, or United Airlines about their customer experience. So it seems to me the Bazaar Voice approach, where they cleanse the data, which is really frankly not true, has somewhat succeeded. But I, as a retailer, for the products which do well, I would love those reviews, but products which do not score well, I would absolutely not want independent and true reviews, because so the conversion question, is it really about reviews, or is it because the honesty here may actually work against me as a retailer?
I do believe that we live in a different age now. Timing is everything sometimes. And you cannot make any more made-up review and fake data. Because when people enter to the shop, they enter with a smartphone. And this is the front door to the shops. People checking information, you cannot cheat them anymore. Companies start and brands start to understand that. And it's better, and what's so unique about us, that we can communicate and give you the key to communicate with your customer. So if someone wrote that in Ramada is so cockroach, the person who in charge can answer, thank you for letting me know about it. I take care of it, and you won't see now in a 6 mile around my hotel cockroach, even not in a poster. So we give you the opportunity to have this kind of a dialogue with your customers. And we proved to brands and we proved to companies that work with us that when you show and create open with your customer, open with us, I say customer, but it's us. We know when someone wants to cheat us and when someone open and transparent. And when you're doing that, and we succeed to prove. It was easy. We ran A/B testing with filter, without filter, with a bad review. And listen, bad review help for business. Because people said, okay, if this is the worst thing that people say about the car, about the hotel, about other things, okay, the price is
So I hear you, and TripAdvisor does some of that, but TripAdvisor is independent of the hotel brand. So they're like an intermediary which is trying to stay neutral. And TripAdvisor clearly has worked as a way to give feedback. But when you're selling directly to the hotel chain as opposed to an intermediary, there is that conflict question I do worry about.
There is a conflict, but there is a business. And there is the people. And the power is in the people, because the crowdsource say the voice. We see it again and again, and you cannot avoid it anymore. And the better is to understand that the game of the rule is changing. And we are, as a company, put the customer in the center and not the product. And understanding the journey of the customer and bringing the journey into this journey, the most relevant, authentic, unmanipulated content. We saw that when people, for example, engage and open one time our widget and saw the information for the next, the second, and the third, and the fourth product that they were interested in, they open again and again the widget. And this is the results.
Thank you, Filter.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dear judges, in a few minutes I will ask your opinion to give feedback about companies, what was most exciting company, most interesting, or maybe something unusual. Please discuss it with your partners while we're running probably one elevator pitch. Elevator pitch, come inside.
Good evening. So I would like to introduce you Need Now. Need Now is a revolutionary mobile app where customers can get instant delivery of any good and services without any restriction. So how it works? Customer will do a request via a free text zone, and all the neighborhoods who have the app and who want to make some money will answer and will reply with a quotation and time for delivery. Then the customer can choose comparing price, delivery timing, and supplier notation. So Ninao has been launched 4 months ago, and we already have 1,500 users, and we are looking for invest more for grow faster.
Time is up. Perfect. And you on expo floor? Yes. Okay, so welcome to check them. Let's little bit encouragement. Okay, announcement from my side. Just a reminder, tomorrow we're starting at 9:15. We have coffee, pastries, and so on. And we're going to have great speakers and excellent company. So tomorrow 9:15. And now our judges. Any feedback? Most interesting company? Maybe something that unexpected you see?
Yeah. So one just general feedback on the pitching, and I don't want to use Y Combinator as some kind of a gold standard, but there are 3 or 4 things you want to hit in a pitch, right? Opportunity, market, and there were just some very technical, some very passionate and compelling pitches, but it felt very unstructured, and it would have been good if they had been given some coaching on just to hit 3 or 4 key bullet points.
Okay. Any company that was more interesting for you? Can you separate between any?
For me, I think the data search company.
You mean first
Noema.
Noema. Noema. Okay.
That was interesting. Game of Whales was also interesting, but gaming and making money in that is never easy. But I thought both of those were trying something new, fresh approach, and a good team.
And from this table, any companies that was interesting for you?
Yeah, I think the Kazar DB team is doing some pretty interesting stuff. It's a very sort of data-specific data store model, and that has a lot of benefits.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Let's thank our judges, our jury, and our company that presented today. We hope to see you all tomorrow. You're welcome. Thank you very much. And please step this way. We have your celebrity, so we need a photo opportunities with you. Who took the clicker?